Ultimate round of the Prague Masters 2024. The big clash on the top board, Nordirbek Abdusataro versus Parham Maksudlu.
Yes, and Parham is adjusting the pieces. The games have begun, but he's calm. He goes for Sicilian.
Whoa, this is going to be fascinating because Nordirbek is half a point ahead of the field and Parham says, Nordirbek, I need to take you down because only then can I win the Prague Masters. And I think this is such an amazing fight, Amruta, between these two guys.
Totally, and Parham, who has managed to survive many games here when he was losing, but yesterday he found a very nice queen trap against Vidit. If he bounces back, it will be like an ultimate thing for him in this tournament.
You mean Vidit?
Vidit, of course, but Maksudlu, because he was, surviving the games, and finally yesterday he won, and today if he beats Nordirbek, it would be a very big thing for him going into a sole lead, I believe.
Yeah, it will be a very exciting. Actually, this game, Amruta, might just determine our champion of the tournament, but there are many other interesting games. Like from the left, if we look at the bottom of our screen, we have Richard Rapport versus Vijit Gujarati playing with white against Rapport. D4 has been played, and Rapport is thinking, King's Indian or not today because, that's been his go-to opening, but to play that with Vidit might be a bit too much. He goes D6.
Yes, I think he is ready for conversion.
Maybe he goes for the Dutch defense, Amruta. If Vidit goes knight f3, he'll play f5. Who knows? Richard Rapport is quite a dangerous opponent, and Vidit will have to
Richard Rapport is quiet, but then you added dangerous.
Yes.
That makes sense.
He's quiet, but he's very dangerous on the board. Next, we have Gukesh versus Vincent Keymer, a relatively calm opening there, the Nimzo Indian Queen C2 variation, it seems. Then we have Navara versus Nguyen, and over there we have the very solid Grunfeld.
Yeah, the Czech clash, Sagar.
Yeah, the Czech clash. Solid Grunfeld with C6 that is being played.
Also, Grunfeld we have not seen very commonly yet in the tournament.
True.
So that's a fresh show. Now we can say fresh opening on the board. And Bartel versus Pragnananda again Sicilian. It's very rare to see out of 5 games, 2 games being Sicilian.
Yeah, and we have Maksudlu versus Abdusataro. Let's dive into that game and let's go through the opening. Amruta,
yes,
it's your
and
favorite.
Before you start, I want to ask you a question. Do you know what happened in Tata Steel, Vaikenze, when they both played against each other?
They drew?
No. So, Nordirbek beat Maksudlu with the black pieces.
Oh, that crazy game that they played.
Yes.
I thought it was like some point they started doing perpetual, but no, Nordirbek had won. Yes,
yeah, he would have won the best game prize if, by chance it was there.
Yeah. So, here E4, C5, knight came out, D6, and Nordirbek goes for the open Sicilian. No real subtlety like let's go bishop b5 check or something like this. Let's go open, takes, knight f6, knight c3. We had a6, the Najdorf, and Nordirbek went for h3 line in the Najdorf. And Amruta, this is a very well-known system. It was championed by Bobby Fischer, and then Vishy Anand himself has played it, and so many top players in the world have played it.
Wow. It's a solid line, right?
It's a very well-known line. The idea is to go g4 at some point, and if you push this knight away, then it often reroutes from e2 to g3. But the interesting thing is that after e5, Parham went e5 and Nordirbek played his knight to b3. Can you check our databases? Because my feeling is that
I completely forgot about that.
you can actually move your knight also back to f3 sometimes. That's also possible. You can also go to e2 with the idea of g4 and knight g3. But I think knight b3 should be one of the main moves here. So knight b3, bishop e7 played by Parham, and it somehow has made Maksudlu think a bit. He is not blitzing out his opening moves.
Yeah, so h3 e5, knight b3, no, knight d2 is the main move as well. Yeah. But knight b3 is played too, and there we have.
And here bishop e6 is the main move. that has been played more than 300 times, perhaps Amruta, or maybe more.
Yes.
But Bishop E7
Also
was
played,
played by
also
Parham. And now Nodirbek goes Bishop E3.
And Anish has played this with the black pieces
Doesn't come
quite
as
a lot.
surprise. Anish is generally playing all these openings all the time. He is one of the biggest exponents of different openings that are seen in the world of chess.
Also, Nepo has played it, Firuza has played it, so, and MVL, of course, he plays knight off. So, Bishop E3 has been played, and who is thinking?
Yeah, I think Parham is thinking now, and I believe, Amruta, there are few ways to go about this. One is to maybe go something like H5 to stop some G4 business.
H5, no, it's, I mean, it's played,
Playable.
rarely,
No, I'm
playable.
just saying some ideas. Knight D7 could be one move. Bishop E6 could be another move.
Yeah, Bishop
B5.
E6 is the main, H6 is one, and castle. I mean, these would be the top moves. Bishop
Okay.
E6, H6, and castle.
So these are the main moves on the board, and guys, look at the positional features of this. There is a weakened D5 square here where the white knight can jump into at any given point, but black is currently controlling it.
Yes.
But at the same time, black has a nice space in the center owing to his pawn, and if wants to go knight, bishop e6, knight d7, rook c8, castles, and play this very
And this
simple.
one is not at all going, this will be very simple play, but it would be very complex in the middle game. I think we are in for a treat, Sagar, with Sicilian, and on the most critical game.
Yes, and that's because of the players, and I think everyone enjoys the games of Nodirbek and Maksudlu because they are such big fighters. They love to fight on the board, and I think today will be a full-fledged battle.
Absolutely, the psychological battle already has started with, you know, Maksudlu taking time. What would Nodirbek have prepared? What would he have on his sleeves? How should I deviate? How should I surprise him? So,
Yes.
surprises are a common part in chess, Sagar.
Right, we'll come to this game, Amruta, again. Let's go to the next one. Which one would you
Board
prefer?
two. After that, I think Bartel Pragnananda.
Okay, let's
is
have a
board
look
two.
at Bartel Pragnananda. It hasn't really moved at the pace we would imagine. By the way, on the right of your screen and in the video, Amruta, top right in the video section, you see the man who's looking at this entire proceedings. He's none other than Karel Janeček, who is the main sponsor of this event.
Yeah, Karel Janeček. We do have it on
Yes.
the sponsors board as well.
In fact, I did interview him today, and he mentioned to me that he is a social entrepreneur who wishes to see the world being a better place, and he would like, you know, there are many innovations that he makes in order to see the world in better light.
But that's wonderful.
One of them is Matheso, which he has created, where the top players
Calculator
played
game.
on the rest day. It's a math game, and today there was a Matheso tournament also held.
Oh, and who won? Like, did chess players play?
I don't
I'm not
know.
Sure.
I think it was for the kids of the schools here in Prague. But here, after e4, Prague went for the Sicilian. Knight came out, knight c6, and we have the Rosolimo with bishop b5. Now, Mateusz Bartel here has played this, and Prague goes for a very solid opening with knight f6. There are other ways to play as well. Of course, you can go e6, knight e7 here. You can go d6. He goes for knight f6.
Yeah, and Prague has played many games in, you know, this Rosolimo, but knight f6 order, he's not played it. He has faced it against Bakalan a few years ago, and he had lost the game, but he has not played it himself.
Okay, so knight came out to c3 by Mateusz, and now d6 played here. Pawn came up to d4. Prague took it, and queen takes d4. Amruta, can we just not take the queen now?
Sagar, good try.
Yes, it's a pin there, but also it's a very interesting moment in the game, because if black breaks the pin with, let's say, bishop d7, then white often takes here on c6, bishop c6, and in return for the bishop pair, what white essentially is fighting for is quick development with, let's say, bishop g5, long castle, bringing the rook to the center, breaking open the position.
This is amazing. Very nice, very clear plan, no? It's very straightforward.
Yes, and I think Prague has to remain careful because Bartel is, on a high here. He beat Gukesh. Then yesterday he drew against Navara. Now today he's facing Prague. So very careful Prague has to be.
Also, we have seen he is not shying away at all from complications against these players. Also, at some points, risky play.
Yes.
So he is not at all a fearful chess player.
Absolutely
against
not.
These players.
Absolutely not. He is a fighter. And Amruta, if we look at this tournament standings that we have right now, we have of course the two players at the top, which is Parham and Nodirbek at 5, Parham at 4.5. But then at 4 points we have two players, Pragnananda and Thaidaiwan. So they are 1 point behind the leader.
So if, let's say for the tournament to go completely open, that means Maksudlu, if he beats Nodirbek, then he jumps to the sole lead. If Pragnananda wins, if Thaidaiwan wins, then they go to...
I mean, ideally it should happen in that sense that in the game between Nodirbek and Maksudlu for the tournament to be wide open, Nodirbek may have to lose, but then Maksudlu gets into the sole lead by half a point.
Yeah, and also I think normally when a person is in sole lead, he doesn't, towards the end moments, somehow it doesn't let it slip away because it's been many rounds after which he's taken the sole lead. So I think it's going to be a very hard task for Maksudlu to right now break Nodirbek's, streak, you can say.
It won't be easy, but definitely Prague would be looking for 2 wins. If he manages that, he would reach 6 points, which would be a fantastic score in this tournament. 6 is +3, which is a fantastic score in such a tournament. Let's go to the game of Nguyen versus Navara, because Amruta, as you mentioned, Navara and Nguyen is on 4 points. So knight f3, d5, g3, g6. This is what he played yesterday against Richard Rapport as well. G6 line, because if you remember, Richie had gone for the move c4, takes knight a3, and then he had taken on c4.
Oh, right.
So here he goes bishop g2, bishop g7, d4, knight f6, c4, c6, castles, castles. And this is one of the most solid lines for black out there, because you have this, if you take here as white, I take back, and it's equal space in the center, very symmetrical, and white has been trying to maybe fight for an edge with something like knight e5 here, but clearly this is not something which today Navara wants to play.
So Nguyen has gone for something very solid. So he's he had mentioned that he is a positional player actually, which was very surprising at that moment when he won the best game award, and he went for all these aggressive lines. It was very funny to hear that. But he is a solid player, and maybe with the black pieces he is going to be happy with equalizing, and then he will find his chances. I think that's what he did even yesterday.
Yeah,
with
and
Richard.
I think with Navara, you always get your chances because David never plays dull games. He likes to fight. So let's see if Thaidaiwan actually wins another game and moves to 5 points. That would make this a tournament of his life. Actually, this would be epic for him.
And for Czech Republic, that would be amazing. In Prague Masters, their player, coming in the top.
For sure, that would be a huge news. So let's go to the next game between Gukesh and Vincent Keymer, because this one, Amruta, we can see there Gukesh playing with white goes d4.
Are we going to see London by any chance?
No, we saw the Nimzo Indian with bishop b4, and Gukesh put his knight out to f3. And here Vincent took a bit of time, I guess, and he played the move d6. In fact, this is maybe a very, very interesting decision by Vincent to go d6. Not most popular move here, right?
Knight f3, he went d6, no?
Yeah, it's not at all the most popular move.
100 games only. And I mean, the main move d5 and b6 have like 12,000 and 5,000 and those kind of games, but d6.
So he's clearly coming here with some new ideas in his bag, and Gukesh goes queen c2. Vincent plays castles, and Gukesh says, I'm going to go aggressive with bishop g5.
Crazy.
Knight comes out to c6, and now a3 played. He gives the bishop, queen takes, h6.
By the way,
bishop
but
comes to
d6 has
h4.
been played by Keymer and also Rapport.
Okay.
The
Keymer
move.
has played it, D6.
Yeah, d6 has been
Against whom?
played by Keymer.
Against
He's
Ziyong.
played number of times, so I can tell you. He's played it Ziyong, Le Quang Lim and Andrekin.
Wow.
And he's won 2 games out of 3 with the black pieces. Narayanan has played. So there are players who are taking this structure.
Yeah, in a way, Amruta, if you think what's going on, like h6, bishop h4 and rook e8, I would come to a feeling that this looks like a very nice stable advantage for white, because you have the bishop pair and then you maybe go for the move e3. But what Vincent may want to do is he would like to strike in the center with the move e5. And now there are ideas to open up the position with the king still being in the center. And here Gukesh actually would maybe some point even long castle, you know, Amruta, that's the way he likes to play.
Ah, absolutely. This time no king in the center or something like that.
And for now he's thinking for his move, maybe e3 is not even on his mind, Amruta. Is there any aggressive move we can make? I was wondering. But it might be a bit
So
too
rook
much,
e8
right?
has happened on the
Yes,
board, right?
yes.
Rook e8. So look at this. Instead of rook e8, there have been more than 20 games with g5.
Okay.
And rook e8,
Bishop g3.
if you say
knight
g5,
e5.
yeah, bishop g3, knight e4.
Knight e4, sorry.
Yes. So this has been played, but
And f5, right? Queen c2, f5. I think it's very logical.
Yeah.
Here. This is the way, and then you have this knight in the center.
yeah, you play e3, queen f6. So this looks somehow standard, but maybe d6 has already been played, I think. That's why, yeah. Because we've seen something like this in Nimzo, it's common. But if you go back a bit, where he played rook e8 and e3 was played in some games after rook e8.
E3 is not played yet, but
No,
we
no,
are
no. In
waiting.
some games
Yeah.
over here with me, e3 was played and then e5, as you were mentioning
Yeah.
about it.
And then I was wondering if we could long castle here.
Ah,
Maybe
nobody
a
has
risky
long castled
decision.
yet because it was d5 was played, d5
Aha,
was played,
d5.
bishop e2 was played, but long castle does sound good.
No, it's just interesting. It's like Gukesh's way of playing. But Amruta, if white
We will take safe risks today.
today, yeah, safe risks.
Yes.
That's quite a nice way to put it, that he will anyway play risky chess, yeah, Gukesh. But I was wondering if there are some breakthroughs with g4, g5 here for white. And so my idea was also to think about h3, g4 in the long run. Not
Yeah,
now.
after long castle
Yeah.
would be a good idea to do that.
And you know, some crazy move like g4 could be Gukesh, could be on Gukesh's mind.
This is risk, Sagar. But safe risk is when you go long castle and then you go g4.
Okay.
That's safe risk.
Or you go rook g1. You know, Amruta, with Gukesh playing there, all these weird moves are coming in my head.
I told you,
Oh, long
safe
castle.
risk, Sagar. This
No, but he
is
didn't
safe
play
risk.
e3. He played long castle directly.
No, that's fine. That's fine. But he won't go for g4 and those ideas by keeping his king in the center. He's
But-
gonna use some prophylaxis, maybe e1, king b1 at some point. We might see, I don't know.
And you know, Amruta, now e5 would be a big mistake actually.
Oh, really? Wait, let me. Of course.
Because of this.
Of course,
And
spin.
Vincent gets up, takes off his jacket, clearly wanting to think a bit more, because after take, you might think everything is fine, but in comes queen takes rook, and you lose the rook queen here, and white wins. So you can't do this. And after long castle, Amruta, it's
First of all, it's a war. We have short castle versus long castle,
Yes.
and that's fun for us. So,
And
thank you
also-
guys for making it interesting.
you can't go g5, right? Because g5
Now
bishop
knight g.
g3,
Okay,
knight
I'll
e4
start considering knight g5. Would it be a mistake?
could be also possible to sack here with this.
This
Take.
Very risky. That's what the computer says. But
It doesn't feel right because in order to get another piece might not be so easy. But then like
maybe you don't want the material back. But if see the natural move king g7, I think h4.
Yeah, maybe, or rook d3, just swinging around.
But it is so tempting.
Yeah.
It is like a craving you feel for. G5, go with the sack. But Gukesh is going to take safe risks today. So let's see what happens.
So Amruta, g5 could be black's move.
No, I don't think Vincent is by any no matter what, he will not enter into something like g5. He's not even going to give that opportunity to Gukesh to start calculating knight g5. Whether a good move or a bad move, that's another question. He won't do that.
Okay, let's hope that Vincent plays it here.
And he can't play e5. So not e5, not g5. What does he play otherwise? Maybe a move like where he wants
Queen
to open the
e7.
queen side.
Maybe queen e7 with the idea of e5.
You also move the queen away from d file. That looks good. But what is the plan with the bishop on c8? Are you going to later go e5 and develop it on f5?
Yes, maybe that's the plan, that we get this bishop out. But e5 is a critical move in our entire plan, it feels. Like you don't really want to go d5 as such in such positions. So e5 is what you want to do, and this is what Vincent is thinking.
No, because I have another plan, a5, a4, knight a5. And then later c5 at some point. So that is something which I could think
Amruta,
of.
now I'm really going
Could be
after
very
with
slow.
g4, g5.
Yeah.
So like if you go a5, it seems a bit slow. I might go for g4 and already looks very scary.
Oh yeah, it's like you are taking a flight and this pawn is like cycling in Netherlands. So let's go back.
So long castle, I'm actually waiting for Vincent to make his move, and I'm a bit surprised that he's thinking, because if you reach this position in your prep at home, then you definitely looked at long castle because it's the move that stops e5. And yes, maybe queen e7 is what will be played, but this will lead to a very, very exciting game, and I'm actually rooting for a move like g4 in such positions, because then if you go g5, well, there can be many, many interesting moves here, but one that can be really strong, no, maybe not, because here after take, bishop takes, there's already this move knight e4, which kind of kills it totally, Amruta. So that's something, that is the reason why this
was
may
it
not
also
work.
happening when the queen was on d8?
I think so. This might be the reason why this doesn't work at all. So maybe we need to not sack but come back.
Bishop g3.
And then when you take here a pawn, I can just open this up with the rook.
Yeah, if you take the pawn, but what if you go knight e4 with the same idea which black was always looking at?
Yes, but queen c2 and then h4.
Now you don't have f5 with the pawn on g4, which is nice.
So this one also looking very promising. We are right now at the position here on the board, and Amruta, anything can happen here. Gukesh looking relaxed. Vincent a bit worried. I think his prep might have either ended or he's still thinking. I don't know the reason why he's thinking.
I think there are a lot of subtleties in the move order which have happened. So that way he might be thinking what to do. He's recollecting. Many times we've got to know that these players have a very nice overview in general. They just have to fit in perfectly in that one bag.
Yeah. Okay, so let's go to Vidit versus Rapport, the only game that we haven't looked, and
What
so many
is
moves have been
happening?
played. And actually, Amruta, you were right. Rapport was ready for the King's Indian. He went for this line, and Vidit here did not go for his favorite fianchetto system, which he loves to play with white. He went for e4, castles, bishop e2, e5, and now came the move d5. So this is a little subtle move here, because generally we saw this with David Navara as well against Rapport, that white castled, knight came out, he pushed it and the knight went here. This is how that game continued. But in this one, he has pushed the pawn, and this was a big favorite of Petrosian, I think. He used to play this a lot. It's also called, I think, the Petrosian system with d5, early move. And now came knight to d7. He wants to put his knight over here, putting pressure on the central pawn. The bishop goes to e3. Knight now attacks, because if you put your knight here, then I am very happily putting my knight back here, defending everything. Also the g4 square is controlled. So he went knight g4, harassing the bishop. The bishop went and attacked the queen.
Rapport has played this with Anish Giri, but wait a second, at which point I was thinking, knight g4, yeah?
Yeah, knight g4. I think this is quite well known.
Yeah,
bishop g4,
g5,
f6,
f6.
bishop g5, f6, bishop h4, knight h6 was played.
So with Anish, I think if I go one move back, let me just tell you. Bishop h4. With Anish, Rapport had gone a5 over here after
this
bishop
position.
h4. Yes.
Okay.
He had gone a5, knight d2, knight h6, and then your Anish went a5. Sorry, a5, knight d2, Anish went.
Yeah. And knight h6.
Knight h6, f3, knight f7. And for queen c2, he went knight c5. And then next move, he got the bishop on h6 on the dark squares. So this is how he had played. He also played with Schenk a5, the same move a5. But here he deviates. He goes first knight h6.
Yes. And then knight comes to d2. g5, bishop comes back, f5. So he's playing very aggressively, and this is how you play in this system. Vidit pushes his pawn to f3, and Rapport instantly makes his move knight f6 and gets up. For Vidit, this is going to be a test of his character. He has lost 3 games in a row and now needs to make a comeback in this tournament without having tasted victory in Prague. So it's not at all easy psychologically for him, but let's see if he manages, because knight f6, and now I'm wondering what should white do here.
You know who has played this quite a lot?
No.
Somebody who has also been has also streamed.
Hikaru.
No.
Rajabov.
Yes.
Wow.
Raja has played this quite a lot with very good results, in fact.
So here, Amruta, it's clear that to me that black has nice control here and could be thinking of a push and followed by g4. That could be the idea.
So for white Vidit, which move are you considering here?
I was thinking whether we should take, but if I take, the knight jumps in and then attacks my bishop. Looking at these squares, I'm not very happy. So I'm also wondering if we could go something like h4. It looks a little weird, not at all ideal.
But it's a natural question actually. H4,
but then
f4.
I think g4 might be pretty strong.
G4 and then f4, yeah?
Yeah, could be.
G5,
or just
but
even
there is a
knight
calculation
takes.
to do.
I think this is a great position for black. So I don't like h4. Maybe queen c2 makes sense, Amruta, just to prepare long castling. That could be one idea. But there could be something else, because the engine does show a big advantage, like not big but solid edge for white. So I'm wondering what the move could be.
I believe in the games when white had gone h3, it did not give very great results. But the move bishop f2.
Oh, he plays h3.
Plays h3.
And the idea is, Amruta, after f4, bishop f2, there's no g4 instantly.
Right. But just show the move bishop f2 instead of h3, or is it the same idea, h3 and then later you go bishop f2?
But then maybe g4 directly could be possible. So I think with its h3 is very
solid.
much against g4. So if you now play g4, I can take and I open up my rook, and you would be in trouble. Let's see how quickly Rapport responds. That would show whether he's well prepared or not.
He would be. If Raja is played like at this moment, around this moment, 4 to 5 games.
Yeah.
Richard has to know that.
Richard might be well prepared, and I think the main move here is Amruta.
It's not about main move because we are already in a position which is played rarely in that sense. But c5 has been tried in the games, fe4 has been tried, knight h5 as well has been tried.
Wow. Wow, we are looking at a very, very interesting game building up here between Vidit and Rapport, and I think Rapport sensed that Vidit might not be in his best form today after 3 losses, and he is going for the kill actually. He wants to win another game.
It's great that he is not worried about the King's Indian. Like, he was ready to face it because he kind of would have expected Richard to play King's Indian.
Yes. No, for Vidit, of course, this is a good opportunity to also strike back, because look at the bar. It's already showing a nice solid edge for white out of the opening, which generally you don't get when your opponent plays Queen's Gambit declined, Queen's Gambit accepted, and all of these solid openings.
That's a good point. So h3 played, and I am expecting Richard to take on e4, maybe f takes e4 or c5. Either of these moves.
If you take here, it's interesting, because if I take with my knight, you want to jump in with your knight here.
Right.
Oh, he pushes f4.
Oh,
he pushed
did
his
not
pawn.
expect this, and neither anyone has tried that.
This is insane,
So
because
F4.
now bishop f2, correct?
I mean, nobody has played, but why? Of course,
Yes,
bishop f2
bishop
looks
f2.
great.
Now he goes
Knight
c5.
f7.
He doesn't move. I was thinking he would go knight f7, h5, g4 ideas, but then white quickly gets his pawn to c5 and creates play on the queen side. So Rapport first plays his pawn to c5 and asks Vidit, do you want to do en passant here, or do you want to keep this structure as it is? Because then white can go a3 and b4 also. That's also a plan.
But Opasa, do you think you can even consider that? Because I thought that is very good for black. D takes c6, b takes c6, and d5 is controlled, b5 is controlled. I'm amazed that a computer says that it's great.
But
for
Amruta,
white.
one of the main things that white is angling for is to get some play somehow, and this point is where the play lies. So maybe queen c2 with the idea of long castle.
But d5 you're not worried at all?
d5 here?
I
would be
don't know
more
if
than
here.
happy if you play this like this.
Not
would,
here, because the king on g8
yeah,
pinning ideas.
take, and then bishop c4, and in the end, that,
No,
those
not
are
here.
the tactics. Yeah, king h8 maybe.
But then you get in time, long castle.
Yeah, I think this is how it would go. And also Vidit can play this way. I was also wondering if we can push c5, but then black has the move d5, and this is something also to analyze here.
No, I don't like c5, because with the bishop on f2, why to close?
Yes, I mean, the idea is to break the center here somehow. So c5 is the most natural way to break it, but it doesn't work so well.
In fact, do you think you want to go for d takes c6, or you want to keep that tension for c5?
I could even keep it, but then as white I need to think what way to create play here, because look,
At some
h4,
point, short castle and a3, b4. I like that which you had mentioned.
But Amruta, if you short castle here, you are in big trouble, because knight f7, you go a3, I go h5, you go b4, and even I can play b6 to be solid, but g4 will just come with so much force even here, or just preparing with knight h6 somehow.
Or c5 is hanging.
No, I mean,
first.
of course,
b6
defend
would
it
be
and then
important,
play.
and then knight h6,
So
g4.
clearly you don't want to put your king on the short side. You want to be playing queen c2, another idea, and then long castle, but d takes c6 seems the most logical, because if your opponent has overextended on one side of the board, you want to open up the center.
Okay, so now I like d takes c6 in comparison to everything. By the way, Sagar Maksudlu has been walking there. Can we go and take a look at his game also? Pragnananda very interested in the open section. Is that Prague?
Yes, Pragnananda watching the games of his fellow city mates who are playing in open. There is Bharat, there is Ilamparthi.
It would be amazing, right? Even for the open section, for the players, like Prague is watching your game. Somewhere it would very much inspire. I'm sure it wouldn't feel like a pressure that, oh my God, Prague is watching our game that way.
Well, not really, because I think they all know each other quite well and they are friends and there's not a big age gap. Like for example, there are some tournaments where Vishy Anand is playing and then these youngsters are playing.
Watching their games, maybe they will feel
then
pressure.
They might feel, because it's not like they don't know him as a friend. But Prague is like very young, friendly. So here, Bishop E7 was played, Bishop E3, we had Bishop E6 on the board. Now the Queen moved up. So Nordirbek brings his Queen, he's controlling the central square, he's aiming to long castle quickly and put more pressure. Knight came here, G4 played.
Oh, he didn't even long castle. He starts with G4.
Yeah.
Idea is G5. The knight is in trouble, so H6.
Long castle. Rook C8. And Amruta, be careful, very careful for such sacrifices. Rook takes C3 in the air. So Nordirbek quickly goes knight to D5. And Parham Maksudlu, the time on his clock is 1:29. Amruta, you really need to tell us what is going on here. Knight F8 played by Parham. Is this all his preparation? Has he played this already before? Maybe you have the moves already, right?
No, when I click a game, it all goes away. Because...
Okay. Amruta working hard here, putting the moves again. Knight F8. I'm actually thinking, what is it that White can do here? White can actually play the move, maybe knight takes E7, but maybe knight E7 might be a little too, yeah, that bishop isn't that great. So let's say if I play knight takes E7, queen takes E7, I think black is happy. He's transporting his knight to this weakened F4 and H4 squares via G6. So I think Nordirbek is not feeling that comfortable here with his position, because clearly the amount of time he has taken out of the opening is not normal. Wow. This is getting exciting from the tournament perspective, that Maksudlu is putting pressure on Nordirbek. He's half a point behind. Nordirbek is in the sole lead and he can already feel a bit of pressure because 23 minutes behind on the clock now.
23 is huge for such a critical game, and this opening especially, it's definitely huge. Okay, I'm just getting there. So knight bd7,
Yes,
we have
castle.
G4, no, first long castle.
G4 maybe, G4.
G4, H6, and then he goes long castle around 250
C8.
games played. Rook C8 also has been played,
D5.
knight D5. So I believe they would be prepared. So bishop D5
now knight
was
F8.
one of the move, but knight F8 is also played.
How many
by
times? 79 games. Wow.
Bologan has played it.
This is 79 times played, and yet Nordirbek is unaware of it. That is quite
I don't
rare.
think he would be unaware.
Or he's forgotten his move order.
Recollecting. Yes, knight F8. So king B1 is the natural move. It's the prophylaxis. Generally, we don't want a king on C1 with the rook on C8 on that file. Also, we don't want on that diagonal of C1 to H6 some ideas there, some checks in the future. So king B1 just
It's a
calm.
useful move. Also, Amruta, I was wondering if bishop B6 makes any sense, but then you just have queen D7, right? So
bishop E6, queen D7. Bologan, Ponomario had played this bit with Bologan. And what happened in the game was then knight takes E7.
I'm just being just thinking if bishop takes knight works, because think about it. I take here, you take the queen,
Wow.
I take your pawn, and now I attack here, I attack the rook.
Brilliant, Sagar.
Yeah.
No engine.
No, for sure. I'm just thinking.
No, that's what amazing.
Yes, what gave me a clue is when I played the move queen d7, the bar went a little up for white, and I thought, oh, does black really have another move here? And then that's how I figured that bishop d5 could be possible.
So that's how you made the bar your coach.
Yes.
Bishop e3.
No, this, I mean, so bishop b6 is
bishop
definitely
b6
not a great idea for Nodirbek, and he's thinking,
But then very surprising is that after bishop e6, Bologan did not go for that bishop d5 move.
It was blitz, so we can be okay with that.
Yeah.
Okay, so Parham is moving around. Nodirbek is thinking, we are going to come back to this game. Let's look at the game between Pragnananda and David Navara, Mateusz Bartel. So here, after bishop d7, bishop c6 happened. Bartel took.
Yeah, this time Bartel is saying, I don't want a light square bishop.
Bishop g5, e6, castles, bishop e7, rook e1. White's position is a picture of coordination. No, Amruta, look, 2 knights, rooks in the central files, queen here, bishop here. So beautiful.
So beautiful, and that's why I'm wondering why is the bar not even giving initiative for white?
Because the engine says that black has the bishop pair, and if you don't play carefully, then black might start getting better here.
Good point. Bishop pair. So queen a5, and Pragnananda is not at all worried about his king right there in the center in front of the rook, looking at it.
Yeah, but the thing is, how do you break this sort of pieces in between, no? Between the rook and the king? Maybe one move definitely to consider always is
Knight
such a
d5.
sacrifice.
Right. E
And
takes d5.
it's actually playable.
E takes d5. Bishop takes d5.
But
Wait, let's over. Bishop f6, gf6, queen f6.
yeah, this is just winning, no? Just take, and also d5 is hanging. So not that way, but so maybe knight d5 is what Bartel is thinking about, and your idea of just thinking that, oh, the rook is opposite the king, just jump in with the knight.
Oh, but actually what is Prague's plan? Knight takes d5 here.
Interesting. So
What is he planning to do for this?
knight takes, pawn takes.
Or queen g7, 1 second.
Yeah, but even pawn takes and then I take here. I was wondering if e5 makes any sense, but then you have to be very, very careful about rook takes, pawn takes, and then queen takes attacking here. But there could be some other way to play as well. Like for
Queen
example,
h4.
take this and rook e7. So it's a very crazy position here that we are witnessing.
So many times queen sacrifices happening today in our analysis, which is not very common though.
I think, Amruta, the safest way to play for black would be to take on d5 with the bishop. Pawn takes, and now I was wondering if we just push the pawn.
e5, but knight e5, over. Knight e5, d5, queen e5, game over.
Yes, and then d6 coming in.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's dangerous. Okay, maybe I got it wrong. Maybe I should go knight takes d5.
Whoa, even that's not working. I believe queen
bishop
g7.
e7, bishop e7 just does it. Also queen g7, yeah, this might be very dangerous here, correct. So,
Okay, Prague is prepared for this, yeah, because otherwise he's not going to go into something like this.
but no,
So-
he thought for he's on 1 hour 12 minutes. So
Which is only 18 minutes to
come on,
reconnect
Bartel.
preparation.
You need to, Mateusz, you need to go knight d5 here and spice up the game. Don't play king b1. That's not the move we are looking for.
Prophylactic, nice,
No.
cool, calm against cool and calm Pragnananda.
Because then black castles,
Not
no,
gonna
Amruta,
be
and then there is nothing much to attack left because the king has left the center. You might think you can take here, but then bishop takes. You are not really worried about this pawn because you have pressure on the knight.
Sometimes, but if you're playing with Prague, let's say, and you might say, ki, okay, even an equalized position, even a draw is, I'm happy, yeah, with Prague.
Not Bartel.
Who could become a world champion and, you know.
Not Bartel, yeah, he's here. He just wants to beat these youngsters before they all go to the candidates. And then if someone wins, Bartel is like, oh, I just beat them not when they were young, but one event before the candidates. So that's how he's already beaten Gukesh. Now he wants to beat Prague.
True. Okay, so knight
Go
d5,
for it.
if
Knight
that
d5.
happens on the board, this is like, what will you call this?
Amruta,
what
your
is the most
favorite
exciting
word.
thing for you?
Favorite word, bloodbath. That's how it will be. If knight d5, it will create quite a huge issue, but we haven't found. Amruta, the move I think was to take, and
Queen 8,
queen,
2,
queen
DE6,
takes.
that
if we
would
take
be
queen
over.
takes, it seems like a blunder because of
No,
bishop
no, no,
takes.
no, not D5.
No, I was just saying, if you take here, bishop f6, and I think white is just winning, because if you take with the bishop, free queen, while if you take with the pawn, this is just the most terrible structure.
You're right. I
ever.
get it, Sagar. I get what to do.
Queen a2,
Somehow
right?
you forget about the d5 pawn and you bring your king safely. So can you castle here? D
Here.
takes e6,
Yeah.
and then queen takes a2.
Or maybe first queen a2 here, just take this
Okay.
pawn.
D takes a2. Sorry. D takes e6. And now is the moment to castle. No,
Yeah,
you have
maybe
to castle.
Maybe
You have to
castles,
castle.
or maybe just take back, yeah, because the queen is defending the pawn here, so could be a decent idea. And
With those two rooks on d1 and e1, and if you're not prepared, your heart would be beating very fast here.
yeah, I agree. And Amruta, this is what Bartel is calculating, that what is my compensation, because I've given up a pawn. I'm going to now, Prague is going to short castle. So he's thinking about all these lines. So we'll come back if Bartel goes for this or not. Let's go to Nguyen, Taiwan versus David Navara. This is the all Czech clash, and this is an exciting one for all the viewers here. C5 was played. So when Navara played B3, Black took, pawn takes, and played C5.
Okay, you can't go d5. Big blunder.
No, that would be terrible.
Chat in a moment, write the moves.
Yes, just knight G4, knight E4, knight D5, everything should
For
work.
chat, if after 15-minute delay, it would be like writing an exam, but then the answer sheet won't get checked.
No, you also get to see the answer.
Yeah, but they have engine. Everybody has a
No,
engine, so they can
we
get
do tell the answer, right?
after 15 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, they won't know who gave the right answer. They have to self-check it. So bishop B2 was played here by white. And this is one of the lines, Amruta, which I had also prepared once with white, because there was this book by Boris Avrukh which had become very famous, one D4 repertoire for
Yeah,
white.
which created a mess with the memory of chess
Many players. It had so many lines, and he had given this line to play for white against this structure, and I used to dislike it from white side because I have an isolated pawn here. But in return, look at this beautiful bishop. My knight is well placed in the center, looking at all the important squares here, and yeah, it's a compensation.
Yeah,
And
your
for
piece
that-
activity, the double fianchet of bishops, definitely beautiful.
So queen b6 was played, and now queen c1. Actually, I think there's also the move queen b3 that is played here, but David played queen c1, defending the bishop. Bishop goes to d7, knight comes out to d2, bishop c6. Now I'm a bit surprised with this move, bishop c6.
Yeah, can't you just take the bishop, knight takes e6, and that double bishop looks super, like a scissor, yeah, exactly like a scissor after knight takes e6.
It's very much possible, but I think Taiwan wants to take with the bishop. bring
He is
his
ready for
rooks.
rock, paper, scissor.
Very solid. He just wants to be rock solid here, and then get his knight here, maybe attack this pawn. And he's saying, okay, I don't have the bishop pair, but my remaining pieces are good, I don't care. But David might be thinking for something else here then. He might even think about pushing his pawn to c5. Why not? Just attacking the queen.
And then you get the knight later jumping to c4 maybe. Only good thing for black is the d6 square is covered with the e7 pawn.
And you can see, Amruta, David's time, he has 1 hour 29 minutes, while Taiwan is down to 54 minutes.
What?
Yes, so
That
Taiwan
is 35 minutes of difference on move number. Which is the move number?
12. So bishop c6 by him was not really considered.
No.
I mean, he played it over the board. It's a over the board innovation. So he could have gone knight c6 as well, which is a nice move. I mean, that would have been the most natural choice. But I think he didn't like c5, knight jumping here if he goes back queen c7. And he said, I'll go for this.
Wow. Okay,
Oh,
David takes
took.
it.
David took.
Very natural, no? You're getting that bishop, pick it up.
Yes. This is going to be fun to follow this game as well. From the standings perspective, if Taiwan wins, he will move to 5 points, which will be almost close to the leaderboard.
Right, but David has been defending the positions amazingly in this tournament.
Yes.
He's not letting his opponents beat him. He's also getting some great ideas, very creative play. With this kind of position, I doubt if Taiwan is going to manage winning. Unless, like yesterday, what happened? Richard completely missed a tactic, yeah?
Yes, true. By the way, we had the standings on our screen and maybe we can have a look at it again. Nodirbek Abdusattarov is the leader with 5, Parham Maksudlu on 4.5, Taiwan on 4, Pragnananda on 4, Richard Rapport 3.5, Navara 3.5. In fact, David is not too far behind. Vincent Keymer on 3, Gukesh 3, Bartel 2.5, and a big surprise there at the end, Vidit on just 2 points. Well, clearly he hasn't had a great event. Amruta, let's quickly go to the game of Gukesh and Keymer, because here Vincent Keymer's opening prep I think hasn't gone that well. He's gone bishop d7, or maybe it was his opening prep. I don't know, because it feels a little bit artificial.
Really? I felt bishop d7 as a move, but then you want to develop bishop to f5, right? You don't like it if you have to make a move like bishop d7. Don't know if I should check. But okay, how do you continue here? g4 you wanted to play,
E3, right? Gukesh simply played calmly, but I was actually quite tempted with this move g4. And I feel that that move is around the corner somewhere. It will happen, but for now e3 has been played by Gukesh and
he's trying to prepare everything. Many times he goes into something. Sometimes it is the right time, sometimes it is a little premature. In this tournament, he's not got some moments good result with, just going rash. So I think he's taking safe risks, Sagar.
Yes, I now start understanding your word of safe risk. But Amruta, I'm at a loss to find a move for black actually. E5, is it the move?
You had mentioned queen e7 last time.
Yes.
Can he not continue with that?
He can, but bishop d7, then I thought his point
it doesn't
was
make sense.
to push e5. That is why he put his bishop on d7. That is the reason, and I think it's actually okay.
It's playable.
I take back. But then it opens this up and there can be trouble.
Oh yeah, because Sagar, bishop f6 after d5 and then d7 would be hanging. So you will have to take gf6 and this structure, oh my god. And Gukesh loves to go knight h4 at some point, so not a good one.
So he must take with the knight.
And then jump to d4.
Or take and rook takes. This could also be possible, and as you said, knight d4.
Yeah, if you want to attack, you would like to have more pieces, but computer doesn't like this for white at all. After knight d4, he suggests a good move for black. What is the move? Is knight e4 happening? Bishop d8, knight c3?
Yeah, it's also possible actually, knight e4. Very cool, Amruta. Very sharp, because right now the knight was defending the bishop. The moment you moved it, this became a very big possibility. So we have to be careful for this tactical move that can happen at any given point. For now, we are looking at Vincent to go e5, which will be the most natural move for him. Let's go to Vidit versus Richard Rapport. So we did think that Vidit might take on dc6 en passant, but actually Amruta, he hasn't done it. He's gone queen c2.
So he might still be planning a long castle, but without taking on c6, without opening the d file.
But no, look what he did. Knight f7, he played a3. Bishop d7, he went b4.
He's not committing his king anywhere. So it's confusing for Richard whether to start attacking on the king side or not yet.
Yes.
Wow.
Vidit is non-committal here with his king.
But look at his time. He's down to 58 minutes. Richard having 1 hour 26 minutes. Well prepared.
You know, generally, Amruta, in such positions, you would want a4, a5 to come to create play for white, because then you are hitting this entire structure. You never really want to take because then black structure is very solid. So I want to push, but then my b4 pawn is hanging, and if I move my rook from here to b1, a4, a5 doesn't come, so I need the other rook to come here. So then I have to castle, but if I castle, I have worried about h5, g4. So in a way, it's a little bit like, how do I put things together?
Everything is dependent on each other, but the thing to begin with, there you are lost.
How about we go b5 with the idea of a4, a5, but then it's...
I was going to ask if Vidit, actually I thought b5 as a move, if 3 games, it has been very hard on Vidit, if we know in the last 3 days. So somewhere, let's say you just want to... Draw in the sense, yes, but like in a safe way.
b5,
a6,
h5, a4, g4, a5,
a6,
g3, bishop g1, h4, a6, and then we all...
Oh my god, if we get here, it's like the doors are closed forever.
This is the most weird position ever. And maybe in such a position, black might be the one with all the chances. Of course, it looks drawn, but if there's some sacrifice coming in, that could be.
I mean, for one sacrifice black gives with the space on the king's side, collects 3 pawns, it would be... But okay, it was a fun thing. It was a nice design, Sagar, as we used to say with Samai. Good design award.
Yeah, best design award. What is the move that you would play with white, Amruta? With your understanding of, basically you haven't played
I have
before.
no understanding of things
exactly.
Indian.
You haven't played with both colors.
But so when I started playing chess, like literally when I started with King's Indian, with the black pieces.
Wow.
You didn't know that, right, about me?
I kind of guessed it because it's your kind of opening, fighting opening.
Okay, I don't know what to play here. But maybe we can come back here and see what Vidit will decide, which mood he is in. Right now, I'm very keen to see the Sicilian game, Sagar.
Yeah,
can we go there?
I was just wondering.
Also, the leaderboard, Norderberg versus Maksudlu, it's very important game for today. So, I'm keen whether he was able to get out of the opening problems.
There's one line which came to my mind before we leave here. Knight b5, I'm looking here. You kick me away, I sacrifice my knight. You take back, I take, you take, and I take. And then I have these pawns and I can start pressing. What did he play?
Oh, he long castled. Vidit is, I think, not at all in a drawish mood or anything.
Long castle.
He simply long castled.
Wow.
Even with a3, b4, because I thought with a3, b4, not really sure whether he wants to do that.
But you know, Amruta, what Vidit is saying, that this space is not really a big issue because you don't have pieces to attack as such.
Which space?
Like this white pawns which have moved forward, and generally you don't want to castle that side. It's not a big problem because black does not have pieces.
Yes. And also you have your pieces over there.
But also
But
hats off, right, to Vidit's fighting spirit, because generally when you lose 3 games, you want to play it safe. But here he is going, like, he's playing with fire. Either he will burn himself down or his opponent down. Here.
In such a scenario, I would be very scared to look at one move again and again at some point for black.
G4
He played
for
G4
white now?
Yeah, he played it. G4 and Vidit goes...
How about it if he played it just to break through on the...
You mean after H5 or?
Yeah.
G4. Whoa. But then are you
If
not
G3
afraid
and F3 is a backward pawn, no?
Take. And this is played often like G4 move, but with generally the pawn on H2. Because then if he took, you could take back with the pawn. With pawns on F3 and H3, this might become a little bit problematic because this square is weak. And it's not the best idea.
The pawn, if it was on H2, it was possible. Wow.
He must play Baba now. He must play Baba.
Yes. He has to play something. Like here, Vidit calmly plays King B2.
And I was going to say I'm worried about one move in the future. I don't know, with preparation b5, black, if he tries and if he's
Boom.
able to break it there. Not now, but b5, if successful b5 black gets, then isn't it like a... Or is Vidit later, Vidit will also have this flexibility with bringing the rook back to a1 and b1 at some point,
Yes.
rerouting the king, running the king. King
Now-
goes
now
to the
it's a
Prague
creative-
castle, Sagar.
It's a creative game, Amruta. King could go to the Prague castle, that's true, this way. Actually, think about it this way, Amruta. There is this bishop here, king here, in between are few pieces. If somehow they disappear, it can become a very powerful bishop.
Fairy tale.
Yes.
Which is possible though.
How about g4 now? Let's go. You know, as black, if
But
white
now you're not
plays-
worried at G.
I know, actually, you know, both sides are not worried about any attack because this is where black has all his pieces, white doesn't have space. This is where white has all his pieces, black doesn't have so much
In a
space.
way, both sides are living a life like king size, you know.
Yeah.
That's what we can say.
But,
Okay,
but
this
this
is a very
is where I
interesting
think
game.
bishop h4 could be an idea to put the bishop outside the pawn chain, or there could be some other possibilities. Maybe here is where our friend's idea here of opening up the
FG.
king side could become very, very real. And by the way, what did he play? Queen c7, yes?
Yep, he started preparing for
Bringing the rook
B5.
and your idea. And he's telling Vidit, my friend, your king on b2 is not safe now anymore.
b5 is such a tempting move.
Yes.
Like if for some chess players who've not played or not have had exams and wanted to play a chess tournament, they are craving for that. You know, it's like b5.
Yes, and that is the attacking potential that black wants here, which is a6, b5. Let's see, Amruta, if that works out here. But clearly the most exciting game of today, but not really. Let's go to Pragnananda versus Bartel. Here we see knight d5 has been played by Bartel.
We want to see how Bartel is, you know, looking at the board. His time is 1 hour 9 minutes. Prague is down to 59 minutes. In fact, Bartel has more time.
Yes, I think we have our producer G just coming back and we will switch it. Until then, let's stay with the Vidit game and we see Vidit thinking about his move. But knight d5 in Bartel is exciting. This is exciting. We also have Gukesh's game, which is exciting. Long castle, you know, opposite side castling. So lot of and Nadirbek Maksudlu, don't forget from the significance of this tournament standing.
I'm not forgetting at all. Maybe we can move the board and whenever the video is shifted, that should be good.
Okay. Let's go to Bartel Prague.
And Nadirbek Maksudlu. Let's go to both the games.
Okay, first Bartel Prague, knight d5, and we really want to see what Bartel's expressions are like in 5, 4, 3. Oh, very quickly, yes.
Wow, that was
very
like
quick. Knight d5 played.
he just ran so fast. It's like the a pawn running where the knight just can't stop it.
So knight d5, and I think Amruta, we did discuss this, and Prague
Queen
has
takes a2, no?
take-
No, sorry. First bishop d5, e5, and now queen takes a2.
Yes, this is what.
But
we
he's
thought.
not played it.
No.
Tell me something. By any chance, do you remember Prague's time before knight d5? Because bishop d5, I believe, is forced. We saw a lot of moves which were all not working.
Maybe not, Amruta. We didn't consider everything.
We considered everything.
Oh, he takes bishop d5.
I mean, of course, the most
he did
important
take
ones.
it. He did take, and now Bartel has to take ed. Look at Prague's focus there. He knows that this position is very sharp. So ed played. And now queen takes a2. Nadirbek standing there and looking at it.
It's like another Sicilian. It's like a sibling on the board. E takes d5. I think Prague should be prepared. That's what I feel. What's your feeling like?
Prepared with this next move?
No, this line.
Maybe
No?
not. Yeah, like 32 minutes into the game. Takes it. Queen a2. Our analysis was not bad, Amruta. We are on track. Queen takes a2. Now Prague looks at his opponent and says, You are a pawn down. I have come close to your king. Next move I'm castling, but the bar shows that white is okay. So there might be a strong move here for
Matheus
white.
is saying, Bar, tell me, why is it okay?
Oh, nice one, nice one. Nice one there, Amruta. So,
I
you
thought you
tell
won't
me.
get the joke, but
No,
you
no, I
did
got it, I got it.
Get it. Queen A2. D6 looks natural, right?
D6, opening up,
Yeah.
FE.
But was there a better move, Sagar?
Could be, but what should it be?
So next move, black would want to, let's say, short castle, for example.
Yeah.
And is there anything which can be done where we can either stop, or if that happens, we can take advantage of it?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I was thinking if we can lift our rook and go here, but
Ooh, nice idea.
no, it doesn't feel right, no?
But queen is getting trapped, no? Rook
Well,
E3.
there is queen takes on d5 there, but then I can just take bishop f6, which was our idea. So rook e3, let's say.
Queen takes d5.
Not a bad move, yeah. Castle.
Wow,
maybe.
it's very interesting. I thought you
Rook
said queen
A3.
d5 later.
Queen d5, bishop f6, bishop f6. Now, with this rook going away, this should end in an equal position after rook d5, and d6 might be slightly weak. So, yeah, not that exciting.
So then take d takes e6. I think that's the
No, but Amruta, there is something else
some
here.
move which we have to find. Chat, time to think and find the best move here for white.
Not
Unless
so
the bar
easy.
doesn't really understand.
It does.
Can
it
you
does.
move the queen away? The d4 queen to...
Where?
But then queen a1 check, you have to be careful. Queen
Yeah,
a1 and queen
yeah.
b2.
No, this is all the time irritating us, but actually the check also leads to an attack on your queen. So it's not the most, comfortable move for black to also calculate. Let's see if Bartel comes up with it. There has to be
Okay,
some...
what bishop f6 would be a big mistake actually. Yeah, you also get the bishop on f6 with the attack on b2.
Yeah.
So not bishop f6.
But it could work actually. I don't know. Or not. Because then I move my queen to b4.
Then you should do it before. Why would bishop?
Maybe
anyway,
queen
but
b4
we'll show
here.
arrows because
Queen
otherwise.
b4? Queen b4.
Queen b4 I was thinking, but there is no threat after short castle.
Yeah.
Oh, you have a threat, Sagar. After queen b4, short castle, can you go rook d3, but knight d5 you cannot.
Actually, this
Forget.
position has
Ooh,
so
it's
many good moves,
complex.
right? Whatever we are playing, it is finding a decent move, but we are unable to find that best move here. Maybe c3 is the move or what? Just staying there, making a square for the king.
No, it's also a bad move. Wow.
Maybe
Not easy.
anyone in the viewers wants to try something here, which is, well, Bartel is playing. He goes rook d3. He goes with the other rook. Oh, it's the best move. It's the best move.
The idea is the same. But why? One second.
I didn't choose that rook because I thought it's important to keep an eye on that pawn.
Exactly. Same feeling.
Yeah.
But still,
it's
why
more,
is this best move?
Amruta, it's more important to have this rook actually on the e file.
So in the same variation which we calculated,
Yeah.
what was it? Short castle, right?
Yes. Short castles, rook a3.
Yeah. Queen takes d5. So in
And
this,
now this time it works for him. So,
so not rook a3, but first try to defend the d5 pawn or take on e6.
Take on e6, fe, and now go rook a3.
Yeah,
Yeah, maybe
because
not.
e6 is weak. So now if you go queen d5,
Yeah.
you simply take the queen takes d5, knight takes d5, bishop takes e7, knight takes e7, rook e6.
And then you have a clearly nice position. Nice. That is so good. Take, and this is hanging and a small edge for white. Okay, we kind of worked
But
it out.
he
Yeah,
found
but
rook
Bartel,
d3, which is amazing. Very
strong chess
yeah.
by Bartel here.
I
And-
mean, Prague will have to, spend a lot of energy, you can say, to find the best move. I don't even know what's the best move here for Prague.
Yeah, it's not so simple. And look at Nordirbek there, looking at Bartel. I think he's enjoying this game, and it also feels like Nordirbek's position seems to have gotten
Yeah,
quite
let's go
to his
there
liking.
and check it out.
So after we were at knight f8, bishop went out to d3 for Nordirbek, knight g6, and he brings his rook into the center. This is what the position is of Nordirbek, and now Maqsoodlu's time has gone below Nordirbek's time.
He used a lot of time, that means like around half an hour.
Yeah.
Rook e1. So can you short castle here?
Looks risky, no, Amruta? Like there could be some attack coming up. Like at the very least, I was thinking if I take and go g5, it could be quite dangerous for you. So
Nice.
maybe this is not the way for you to continue. But again, what will you play as black? This is not so simple.
Want to improve some
I
pieces.
was
but
wondering if we can take, and how is this trade overall? Looks fine.
But with the rook on e1. And next you are going to castle or what?
And
Because
then
otherwise...
this bishop opening up, it
no,
does look
no,
a bit.
no, it looks scary.
So Maqsoodlu is actually a bit struggling for his next move actually.
Knight
What-
d7 maybe?
Knight d7.
With the idea of even bishop g5
Very
later.
interesting. Bishop g5.
And
Wow.
Later.
And playing around this knight. Yeah, saying that this knight is strong, but I don't care. Okay.
now.
Interesting strategy, because castling doesn't work. Direct captures are not that great. Like even if knight takes d5, ed hits the bishop, opens this bishop is not good. So you want to keep this knight d7.
Yeah, because white has this queen on f3 and he's not getting f4 break. So right now your king is still safe in the center until a break is happening there.
No, I like your move knight d7 a lot. This is a great idea. Also bishop g5 is prepared, knight h4. So, or even knight f4 at some point, sacrificing a pawn.
I was thinking of queen g3, but then you again have bishop h4. So kicking the queen away, and then that also doesn't work. f4, f4.
So,
okay, so knight d7,
let's see if
Maqsoodlu might play.
Maqsoodlu plays this or not. Amruta, I want to go to the game of Vidit Gujarati versus Richard Rapport, because now here we saw queen c7. Vidit got a bit worried and played b5, closing down the queen side, because he knew that Rapport was coming at his king with a6, b5.
Yeah, you don't want to allow black's b5 for sure. That's what the feeling is. So b5.
And
I think
Rapport
practically looks like a nice move. a5.
I think Rapport wanted to just close down the queen side.
So will
and
Vidit
then-
play a4?
No, and then focus completely on the king side, and this might have been quite a sad position for Vidit. So he goes en passant and says, you know, this is such a weird position in a way that the side where the king is wants to open up that side.
Exactly. B takes a6 is very interesting.
And now he jumps
Knight
in
b5.
with the knight. Will Richard actually take? Because
Yeah,
if he
because
takes-
normally in closed positions, first you start with the calculation, right? Exchanging the bishop with the knight. So bishop b5, cb5, rook a5 here.
Rook a5.
But knight c4 is
No,
rook
but then
b5
rook
check.
b5, yeah.
Check.
Maybe knight b3. Just
I
kicking
would
the
love
knight.
the knight to come to c4 later. So
Well,
that
yes, I would also
why-
love it.
Maybe just rook a1.
Maybe a4 then?
Yeah, rook a1, a4.
Okay, rook
So
a1,
double the rook,
then
and
knight
as we
c4.
discussed, the king later might even not need to go to the castle. He's happy
Yes.
roaming around.
So taking on b5 might not be the best decision for Richard.
Which is pretty counterintuitive, right?
No, it's fine. Like I can go, because my d6 pawn is guarded, so I can go to maybe queen b7, then double the rooks here, and you don't get this wonderful c4 square for your knight. So
Where you will improve your knights. You will try to maybe aim for g4. You might even think of knight e8, knight c7. I'm not really sure about that, but some ideas like that.
yes.
So which is interesting.
This is getting exciting. So let's have an overview of all the 5 games and see who has good chances today, and let's make some
bar looks better with Keymer. So
let's make some predictions. Yeah, Amruta. So firstly, Vidit versus Rapport, I would say dynamically balanced. What is your thought?
yeah, anything can happen if Richard is playing.
Yes. So dynamically balanced is a good assessment. In the game of Keymer and Gukesh, I do feel that Gukesh has an edge because of the bishop pair, and also just finding moves for black is getting tougher and tougher.
I like the central space for white, and white does have a clean idea at some point with g4 and g5.
So maybe we can say Gukesh looking good there. Then we have Navara versus Nguyen.
I like Navara's position with the
Bishop
double
pair.
bishop isolated pawn. Just
Don't
okay,
care.
it doesn't matter for
Don't
now.
care for
No.
isolated pawn. Okay. I would put it a little more carefully there and say it's roundabout even, perhaps. Nguyen versus Navara versus Nguyen, and then Pragnananda versus Bartel.
I think this until now has been the opening of the day.
Yeah.
And
with a
maybe-
piece sacrifice, but Prague not taking it, and then I would say it's around equal, but Prague has to tread carefully.
Yeah. And Abdusattar versus Maqsood can go in any direction. It could also become, it's also fighting with Bartel Pragnananda for the game of the day.
Yeah. Okay. So for now, Amruta, I want to go to Gukesh versus Keymer. That is the game where a few moves have been played. So Gukesh versus Keymer, we saw until the move e3, and then came the move e5. Gukesh went with his queen back to
C2.
c2 because somewhere he saw that always these tricks with knight e4 were coming in, right? Just putting the knight, attacking the bishop later when the knight would
on
move.
F3. Correct.
So he went back.
In a way, again, prophylaxis. Also, Sagar, with queen c2, he controls the diagonal. So bishop f5 ideas have been stopped.
Yes.
So I like Gukesh's move very much, queen c2. But a6 was played by
A6.
Vincent.
And the engine absolutely doesn't like it. But then what is the move for white now is the question. I'm still very, very keen to go h3, g4 here at some point, if it is not too slow.
He is preparing for b5
Yes.
with bishop d7
he
and
is
a6.
going. So how about we go d5, kick the knight. Let's say, where will you go with the knight? You can't go to e7. I'll just take on f6. Maybe you can, but yeah, it doesn't look great. So you go back
Oh, knight.
b8 or knight a5 maybe.
Knight f5, b4, you're not worried about that piece? Like, or can you sacrifice it? Like, it should be completely...
Yeah, should
Horrible,
be
but
possible.
it seems
should
black
be,
is-
should be good for white though.
Yeah, you won't go knight
I don't
f5.
even know what is black's next move here.
Is it anything with the c pawn? c6 or...
Could be.
ba5, cd5, just opening.
But-
yeah, c6. It's a nice move. c6.
Yeah, maybe take here.
cd5. Wow.
Yeah,
Bar is
could-
jumping. Okay,
Could get
it's
very,
a little
very,
crazy.
very crazy here.
It's a very emotional
But
variation.
if you go back knight d2, knight b8, then I am thinking about something.
h3, wanted to go
I
h3,
wanted-
right?
Now maybe knight d2, knight e4 could be an idea, because then I have bishop d3. Also could open up sometime with f4. I like white's chances here. I think Gukesh may go for this move d5, just pushing the pawn in the center, creating some space.
Okay, so d5 is one good candidate move. Tell me something. If I just start with h3, let's say with the, or rook g1 for that matter, which you had mentioned earlier, that does look a very interesting move.
Oh, but it also looks a bit slow, Amruta. Like as you said, black wants to go b5 and hit this position. So b5 is...
Do you want to care? Just go g4, let's say.
Yeah, it can get quite exciting. Actually, Amruta,
I sometimes agree with Naka, yeah.
which is...
I literally don't care.
You literally don't care about black's play.
Yes.
Wow. Okay, so Gukesh is just, like glancing at Keymer from the side, you know, he's looking at him and he's like, I think he's going to make some very scary move here. Like
Something unexpected, you mean?
Rook G1, I guess.
Rook G1 I would be very excited to see on the board. And B5.
Yeah.
That would rip open the position. Well,
55 minutes for Gukesh. Let's quickly go and check between Nguyen, Thaidai 1 and David Navara. There was knight c6 here and then Navara played rook b1, threatening to take the knight and attack the queen. So the queen dropped back, bishop came to c3, rook d8, queen came to b2. So there is now pressure here and on this diagonal.
and also Sagar, let us just mention it once to the viewers that after 4 p.m. you can vote for the best game of the day on praguechessfestival.com/voting. Today, I think Maksudlu won the best game of the yesterday. So he trapped Vidit's queen beautifully in the game, so that's why he won the prize. But today, already you can start with voting.
Great. I would already start voting for this game between Keymer, Gukesh, because I just feel it might be the game of the day. Knight e8 played by Nguyen. I think for Van Nguyen, his strategy has been very simple in this tournament. Play simple chess, don't really stress too much, and then wait for the opponent to go wrong. And if that happens, he can get the full point, or else it's fine, good result. He's been playing it safe. I want to go and check Gukesh's move, bishop d3. What are your feelings, Amruta,
Oh, he
about
made this move, yeah? Bishop d3 we did not expect at all.
It's a bit risky, right? Isn't e4 a possible move, or it's just a blunder?
I can take, no? e4, rook e4, bishop f6. No,
because if
what's
you
happening?
take here,
Sorry.
I take on d3 and I take your queen. So that would be terrible.
No.
So you have to take bishop e4, correct?
Yeah.
Now, if I take with the rook, you take f6, correct? So need to think now. I wanted to go g5
Wow,
actually.
are you saying black has a move here?
Yeah,
g5.
Because if you move
Knight
your bishop,
g5?
I take this. Knight g5, at the very least, I thought knight e4 should, knight e4, I guess, should work. Because now, this is problem. If you take back here, you will lose your bishop. So, that seems like the plan.
Oh my god, e4.
So, e4.
Do you think Gukesh would have missed the move e4? Because otherwise he would not have gone bishop d3.
Let's just think a little bit more. What should white do here? Because if he goes bishop g3 back, that is just knight e4 and black is winning. So here there is a good move for white. Maybe our viewers can also think. I think it's pretty obvious, right?
Bishop d5.
No, then you lose h4.
No, I thought queen g6 check.
Oh, bishop d5. But then, oh, smart. I was wondering if we take bishop c6 here.
You until now thought I was foolish?
No. Well, not really.
Bishop
but
c6.
Bishop
Oh, I just did not consider
no, just take
that.
and then save your bishop. But yeah, bishop d5 is interesting, although not.
Computer doesn't like it. Okay, what happens with gh4? It's a
But
blunder,
then queen
no?
g6 should be very strong. Yeah, this is just gone after queen g6. So not this, but I take your bishop. You take back with the pawn, and then now I can think.
Now I can think.
Yes, because now I can go knight e7, I can go maybe gh4 also.
gh4, d takes c6, b takes c6, and queen will jump to f5 or d5 first. I don't know, I'm very happy with the position.
Maybe something
So knight
else.
e7 as you mentioned, but again I would be wondering about knight g5. What happens there?
Knight g5.
Knight d5.
But then I always have bishop coming out here. So maybe you have to save your bishop.
e4. Go e4 and stop bishop f5, gh5.
No, when? Here knight takes pawn, right?
No, I was thinking e4, but okay, gh4 and g3 too much.
No.
h3. Okay, knight g5. Knight d5.
No, hg, bishop g5.
No, why edgy you're playing?
I'm happy. I'm happy with the extra piece. I can go queen c8. I can move my bishop out. Then I can move my knight here. I think it's okay. It's not a very big attack. So clearly here, e4 seems to be a... I did not like Gukesh's move bishop d3. I think Gukesh's move bishop d3 really allows Vincent this e4 move, which he should not have. Because here was a possibility of many ways of continuing. I guess with rook g1 as we were discussing, king b1, maybe d5, many good options. And out of all of them, he's chosen a very direct way. And let's see if Vincent now goes for it.
Vincent has to find e4. Okay, just imagine if he also misses the move e4.
No, misses, no.
Not just misses or he assesses, he doesn't like it. Let's say that. What else can he consider? Can he go b5 or is it a little premature?
Maybe it's also a good move, yeah, b5.
And if that is what he was always eyeing with bishop d7 with a6, I don't think he'll suddenly deviate and he would continue with b5. It's more in his style.
Could be. Could be. I think b5 looks really cool. Like if you take, I take back. If you take here.
Oh, b4 is...
I was wondering if we have a tactical shot here with knight takes pawn.
Knight d4 has knight d4, but maybe knight b4.
But knight b4. Yeah, that's very cool. Attacking the queen, and if you take here, then already big trouble here with bishop b5. So all in all, b5. This game also looking sharp now with Vincent. If he goes
Razor
b5.
sharp.
Okay. I wanted to check the game of Vidit versus Rapport because it's building up. Queen b7 did happen. He didn't take the knight. a4, rook a8, Vidit goes rook a1.
Now no more you can attack the a4 pawn.
Yes.
So black will start asking which piece I have to improve. That's the question
Also,
there.
Amruta, now if knight b3, bishop e1 and a5, white could also start to sort of open that up on the queen side with all his pieces.
But, oh.
Yeah, this is very common. This is how it may happen. But your idea I like, knight e8, knight c7. It's the best idea to get this knight out. Okay, we'll come back here. Vidit seems to be doing okay. Rapport is also doing okay. This is a sharp game. Gukesh, Keymer also a sharp game. Nguyen, Navara, positional game. Slowly and steadily, bishops are going to get traded. But I think white has this small space advantage. This nice bishop here. I would claim a very small edge to white. And now Pragnananda isn't making his move, is he? Look at the bar, it's suggesting that Mateusz Bartel is better.
He's better?
Yes,
After
bar is
what did
telling
he
it's
play?
better for
Not
Bartel.
played. 38 minutes. Look at the time. Half an hour more for Matthews.
Yeah, Prague is
How many
unhappy.
moves have they played, Sagar?
Only 13 moves.
Oh my god.
Only 13 moves, and I think Prague is of course not happy with the move e5 as we had discussed, because take and some sack now, rook e5 coming in with d6 coming in next. This is winning for white, so he can't close down the position. If he can't close it, then what can he do? If he gives a check, suddenly king d2 hits the queen. Maybe you can go back and give another check. Could be this is a good defensive idea.
Matthews has been really impressive, right? Such an opening preparation, making Pragnananda having this half an hour more, also putting Prague in pressure since opening. It's amazing.
Bartel is this, he's already beaten Gukesh. If he beats Prague, this will be a very special event for him. This will be a very special one.
And Bartel would have played a Polish Olympiad a number of times, right? I mean, for Poland.
For sure, he's one of the most well-known players from Poland. Although Poland is known for many strong players, especially Duda, Wojtaszek. So Bartel never really became the top player of his country, but he's always been there in top 5 perhaps.
Okay, Northern and Maksulu, something has happened there. What did he play?
We went to rook he1. Then he went for your move. Congratulations, Amruta. King
Knight
B1.
D7, King B1.
He went bishop G5, trading the bishops. And now C4.
Oh, C4.
Actually, Maksudlu's games, generally pieces don't get traded. Yeah, the pieces just keep staying on the board. Yesterday, he had like what, 20, 22, 23 moves with just one pair of pawns being traded. Today also, if you see, only one pair of pawns being traded. I often think like with Maksudlu, if you want to play, you have to take good rest. And it would be so nice to play him after the rest day. You know, you are well rested and you know the game is going to be crazy.
Actually, maybe Nguyen did play after the rest day and beat him.
Oh,
What a
maybe
coincidence.
he needed a rest to beat Maksudlu. But right now,
After bishop G5, C4. So now what is
clearly
he
you
planning
don't want
to
to
do?
take bishop takes bishop. That would be like, okay, it's black to move, but never you want to take here because pawn takes and it opens up the rook here.
Backward pawn on H3, lifelong weakness.
So black to play, guys. What would you play here is the question. I would take the bishop, Amruta, maybe. No?
But you asked the question, so I have not started thinking. Bishop E3.
Yeah.
I would not mind considering FE3.
Just to control this square and get the open F5.
Exactly. But then again, I don't have a break at some point, needed with F4.
Yeah.
Or
You can't
H4,
get everything in life, right? You either you can commentate or you can play the tournament. You can't do both.
that's true. That's
So-
true. So bishop E3, FE3. But why do you even want to take? Can you not maintain the tension
And
there?
do what? Oh, he castles.
And do what? As Maksudlu answers, castle, Sagar, castle.
Wow. Okay. Exciting. Maksud.
Because even now when you take on G5, you can just take Queen G5.
I was even wondering, Amruta, if
H5.
G and then you have such a firm grip on the dark squares.
Simanto.
Cemento there for the knight on F4. I like Parham Maksudlu's position here. It's getting nice. It's getting exciting.
I think after around 15 minutes, everything on many boards would be like a massacre. in a way.
Yeah, it will get very, very exciting here. That is for sure. And Amruta, should we take a very short break?
Yes.
And then come back very shortly and then analyze these games even deeper. So guys, we'll see you.
And
on
in
the
the
other
break
side.
time, do vote on praguechessfestival.com/voting for the best game of the day.
Welcome back everyone to the 8th round of the Prague Masters. Amruta, we took a break for a few minutes and all of a sudden we have had some amazing sacrifices on the board.
Exactly, it's like we were in the movie theater, we went out to get some popcorn, but then what happened in the movie?
It seems like we just missed the main scene there, but we can actually recreate it. Look at this, what we have. Pragnananda is thinking for his move, but in this very position, he played Rook d3 by Bartel. Prague castled is what we think. Yes, he castled. Pawn takes, and now I was expecting him to recapture the pawn. But there's something that he did not like here. Maybe it was Rook a3 as we discussed, Amruta. I think this was what we spoke about. Queen d5.
Queen
takes,
d5 and then rook takes e6.
Takes, and this endgame position he did not like at all, which is understandable. That's terrible. So he went for d5, which was actually not a great idea. Pawn takes pawn, maybe not the best.
But tell me something, so for d5, now if you play rook a3, his idea is to go queen c4.
Yeah. Queen c4 or maybe something else. Oh, sorry.
No, the
Rook is hanging. So d5 actually stopped.
Which rook is hanging?
No, this bishop opened up, no, Amruta?
Ah, rook is hanging.
Yeah, sorry.
Okay.
So, no rook a3 business.
That's what he stopped, rook
Yeah.
a3 after d5.
Yeah.
And then white had a good move.
But what would you play here as white? Like, I'm a bit curious. Because the natural move is to take this pawn.
Right, I'll start calculating with ef7 for sure. ef7.
Just very calmly, yeah. That's what we've been told, that c3 is just a very, very cool move.
Wow, I would not consider such a move here for sure. And
Just,
what is
I mean, you just
the
make
idea?
a little bit of a space for your king, and then if he takes here, you want to take with the rook. So it's maybe this is how Bartel would have kept a very serious edge
Okay,
in the
now
position.
I understand why he didn't play that, because it's very hard to consider in such a scenario, a move like c3.
So he
e
took-
takes f7, rook takes f7.
And now, I'm sure there are many calm ways to go about it. Like, for example, I was wondering if knight e5.
Yeah, that will be the first question. Knight
the
e5.
question is queen a1, knight e4,
Check.
some.
King d2, knight e4. Oh, the king is in trouble, no? After knight
Yeah,
e4.
the bishop of g5 is hanging as well.
Yeah.
How is white even okay? I don't understand, because king e2 is forced. You have to protect the rook.
But then you are losing.
Everything is
Rook
hanging.
f.
Yeah.
What?
You will not like it with white.
Oh,
Because
so rook
this
takes
is
e4.
hanging.
You will need to then
No,
go rook
this
e4.
is hanging. King e2 is fine, maybe.
Rook f2
Because the
check,
queen-
queen f2. You will
Yeah,
take
yeah.
for rook f2, queen f2.
Yes. And craziness ensues there with knight e.
No, it's not yet.
No, but instead of I was thinking not.
No, but
not,
once again, in that
sorry,
variation,
knight
because
e5.
knight e4
I don't want to give a check.
But change
Maybe
the
something else.
move order, knight e4 first.
I was wondering.
Here knight e4, because you want to, queen a1 is the mate threat.
Knight e4. Fantastic. So knight e4, controlling the d2 square, threatening queen a1, also threatening bishop g5 check. So big problems there.
Oh, knight e4 is classy.
So knight e5 cannot be played here by Bartel. And so he was thinking about what to do, and
So that's why rook e7 he played.
I think
looked
Amruta, even
very
here,
natural.
a move like c3 might be the best way to play for white. You know, just be calm.
But once again, you are not scared of knight e4?
No, because this time there's no threat. My king has a c2 square here. So there's
But
queen
d5
a1.
would also be hanging in
Yeah.
the end after takes.
So take, and then d5 would hang. So
Okay.
he played rook takes e7.
It would be very natural to consider this. Yeah, rook e7.
Yeah, I mean Bartel is just going all out. takes.
Because the king is getting exposed like anything. Takes, queen takes. Look at the knight ready to jump. The rook on the third rank. Wow.
But you know, Amruta, knight cannot jump at all because a check and a mate is threatened. So the knight has to control the E1 square.
For the moment.
That's his job.
I think at some point this move
Go to E5.
It
Yeah,
can go to
E5.
E5 and then G3. Yes, so that could be an idea.
In fact, that is an idea. So black here, can he go a move like rook a e8, let's say?
Rook A E8. Nice. So you want to really be
Stopping knight e5,
But
keeping an eye
actually
on
you
the
don't
e5.
stop knight e5, right?
Oh, I don't. There is a
Because,
mate. Rook
because
g3.
knight e5 threatens rook g3 mate. Wow, this is getting very intense. But Amruta, there's also a way to go queen a1 check, king d2, queen a5 check, and now either you can repeat
No,
or
no repeat. C3.
if you want to fight, you go c3. And then I, as black, would want to trade some queens maybe and go queen b6. Oh, rook is hanging,
And then-
sorry. So I need to not do that. Wait.
No, rook e8 is a nice move.
Rook
For knight e5,
A8.
I was thinking if you can go rook g7 to stop the mating ideas. I don't like queen a5 check though, but d5 you have
But
protected.
maybe there is something stronger here, Amruta, in this position. How do we... Oh, he goes directly
Knight
rook g7.
d4.
So clearly Pragnananda has no drawing intentions on his mind. He goes rook g7 and he tells Bartel, prove your compensation here. Because I am a exchange up, although Bartel has one pawn.
Also, rook f8 is incoming, I think,
Yes.
soon. So, knight h4, I would start calculating with the idea of knight f5
Knight h4.
in the future. Knight f5, knight h6 mate, I mean.
Okay. Does look interesting, but...
In fact, knight d4 is more central,
Amruta,
but
I was wondering if we can go rook e8 because I have the same plan with a check and a mate.
and now I can't even go
Yeah, knight f5 cannot be played. So let's think for something else. Actually, the black king looks safe, no? Now
Suddenly, yeah.
You should have started to check. On E6.
instead of where?
After
Here, queen e6 check, king h8.
So now at least rook E8.
Yeah, and now maybe you have knight e5 or something because knight f7.
Nice
Yeah,
one.
queen
Knight
Maybe
e5.
this rook takes B5.
But there is, Amruta, this
Rook
check
takes.
might not be that dangerous. So if I go check, king here, king d2, I was thinking if I can pick up the b2 pawn.
b2.
Yeah, because if you give a check, I will take, and then my queen will come back again to defend, something like this, and maybe we can hold it to a draw here. I don't know, queen check, or I want to go to g7. Maybe you win the d5 pawn, which might be something here.
Okay, but there is so much calculation and you can't go wrong. Exactly. This becomes a tricky situation.
Yeah, I mean, at least my king is safe
I
now.
don't like this much for black because the rooks felt
why
a little
not,
safer.
Why not rook c8? Yeah, just attack here. So then my queen is defending. So I guess it's playable, this position.
I think rook F8 is also possible.
Rook f8.
Knight E5.
Yeah, so knight e5, rook f8 also looks like a good move. So,
Oh, it's a mistake.
Oh.
G6 check and rook h3 mate or what? But rook g6 is.
how does it work? What is?
Rook h3.
Oh, it just rook a3 traps the queen.
Nothing to do with the king, yeah? We completely forgot knight e5 controls the very important c4 square. Oh, the escape square for the queen. That's another idea. And Prague has to make sure that it doesn't forget about it, Sagar.
Yeah. So knight e5
Is actually threatening rook a3.
But check king here,
That's why I need to give a check and maybe take the b2 pawn.
First, maybe start with
Queen b2.
Acha,
Or
queen.
rook.
So I think there are many interesting
Yeah, rook
moves.
g2 is also something I would want to consider.
But it seems like black has many good defensive chances here. It's not like black's defense is too tough. You know, like you play rook f8, here you have queen a1, queen
Really?
a5.
Even if he can, but he will have to be precise, and the pressure is on black because black can't go wrong. White's moves are still playable, so not sure, but a very interesting position Bartel has managed to bring in and has made sure that Prague will need to calculate a lot. And he is putting pressure on Pragnanda also on time with only 25 minutes left. How many moves do they have to make?
They have to make another 22 moves, Amruta.
So-
That's a lot.
Yes, I would say it's easier for white to play this position than for black.
Okay, Amruta, I really want to quickly bring your attention to one game that seems to be moving in Gukesh's direction. We left it at this point and we were analyzing the move e4, but actually Vincent decided to force matters by playing g5. And which was interesting because if I move my bishop, I lose a piece with e4. So I need to first make an intermezzo with pawn takes pawn. Knight takes pawn.
So Vincent did not go for
Knight
b5
takes.
or e4. Those two moves which we
He
were
went
looking
G5.
at, he went g5, which
Rook.
I did not expect. And now,
He took rook takes, and now I think he was expecting perhaps the move bishop g3.
no, what about f4? Because
Exactly, he played. I think this is the move Vincent missed.
no, how can he miss f4? Because it's a one move attack on the rook
Because
as
then
an
the bishop
intermezzo
was
and
attacked. I think f4 has come as a big surprise to Vincent Keymer here.
oh my god, because if you go, let's say rook c5 or rook a5, you maybe rook a5,
Okay, it looks totally.
your rook looks so misplaced.
I mean, I'm even wondering if b4 just kills it, Amruta, because
Rook a3 and
you
what?
take and then I do
No,
fg.
rook goes to a4 also. I wouldn't go for
No, I
b4.
want to win g5 pawn. That's why I played b4. But maybe there is some easier way to win.
You just take fg5
fg hg.
and you're happy. Double bishop later, queen c3 at some point,
Just
h4.
bring your bishop
you
back,
don't
huh?
have to do anything. It's like,
Oh,
you know,
Amruta, bishop
destiny
e1.
is coming to you, Sagar.
Bishop e1 with the idea of bishop c3.
Ah, I like
Nice,
that.
right?
Very nice.
Okay. So, but I was wondering that if bishop g3, what is it that Vincent had thought? That because even this position is good for white. So maybe he had thought something here. Bishop g3.
Even that's a good question because he goes back, there's h4
Yeah.
and
I don't know what was his idea here actually.
maybe an exchange sacrifice. Was that possible anywhere?
How? Because it's like I take and then I have h4. It seems like you just lose an exchange. So rook
Something he just
C5.
underestimated
Maybe
or
rook c5.
but now b4 is just rook c6, yeah? Wow. I thought it would be very
Yeah,
crushing.
looks so
but
bad.
rook on c6 and it looks bad but is
b5.
not bad.
And bishop e6.
If
and you
it,
put-
but if Vincent actually got tempted for such an idea
Yeah.
with the rook on c6, in a way it's amazing.
it's amazing,
It's
but
amazingly creative. But then you now I know why he can miss a simple move like f4 because sometimes you are on a high of finding an idea like rook c5, rook c6, and you feel
could be.
such joy on the board for sometimes just finding those ideas. I don't know if it has happened to you, but in that joy you miss the practical moment.
You feel so happy about that move that you feel like I want it on the board. You kind of try and just get it, but your opponent,
Yeah.
of course, goes for something else. And
Like
then,
they say, also love is blind.
Yeah.
It's basically the joy you feel, and that time you don't see the problems.
And also, Amruta, sometimes it happens in our life as well, right? Like we want to go in a certain direction, but we do not really pay attention to all the possibilities, and then something completely which we haven't thought of happens.
Yeah,
and then
like
we are
getting
oh.
out of the house without the key. And I'm like, how could I just simply miss that? What happened?
Yeah, no, I was talking more long term, like, you know, you choose your career or you choose something, and yes, but also day to day basis, it keeps happening. Anyway, f4 has come as a surprise to Vincent, and I think he's not very happy, especially because now he needs to defend the g5 pawn, and also if he moves his rook over here, then this bishop e1 to c3 idea is very beautiful. Just nice geometry there to bring your bishop into the game. So we'll come back to this. Oh, he goes
What?
rook
He's still gone rook c5. Maybe even f4 he would have considered, and he still thought rook c5, rook c6 is a great idea.
I doubt.
But you know what, Sagar? I really love how Vincent plays, because somewhere in some moments I find Vincent and Gukesh very similar.
Yeah.
They come up with something very creative without fearing at all the opponent's ideas. You see, there are moments even Vincent will make such moves.
Yeah.
Suddenly the bar hates his position.
Right.
Suddenly the bar loves his position. And yes, a lot of similarity between them.
I agree. Gukesh versus Vincent is always a fascinating struggle. But Amruta, here b4 seems like the move, right? Otherwise, if you take and move your bishop, black is very happy, like b5, and he gets his play.
Yeah.
So you know
what is Vincent's expression right now? Like, you think it was a little bit of...
He's unhappy for sure.
Okay. So
But b4, gh, bc, dc. If you play dc, perhaps this opens up. Also, it looks very risky.
It just...
Bishop f5 maybe.
Just bad, yeah. Exchange down and
nothing,
no compensation at all.
So in a way, I think Gukesh will play b4 without a doubt, or maybe he will first take and then play b4. But then you are just giving up the e5 square to the rook again. So perhaps it makes sense to go directly b4, take away all the squares on this rank, and then the threat is to take and take the pawn. So you have to sack your rook, and then when you do that, you are already clearly
But if he goes
worse.
in this, it's like almost like resign, and I'm sure he won't go into that.
But
There
the
has to be
position
something
is
better.
already bad.
Look, you want to fight. You want to get the compensation in the best possible way. Let's say you have you were roaming in Prague and a robber robs you. You lose 500 euros. What are you going to do? Are you going to keep feeling sad? No, you're going to see the city still happily at the end of it.
Yes, but if I was only having 500 euros, then I might not have any money left for food. Yes, so I think here Vincent wants to fight back, of course, after b takes c5, but that doesn't seem to be a very ideal way to do it. That is his problem. Like, he doesn't have the firepower here. Maybe an idea like
so not
queen e8.
gh4, allow fg5. Let's go back a move.
You want to go rook
c6, keep the rook, because there you have b5 ideas. So allow fg5.
Yeah.
And now where does the knight go? Knight g4, attack the e3 guy.
Knight g4. Wow, Amruta, you're taking so many risks here.
The position with rook
Yes.
e5 is already gone into risk. Now he cannot say I can be calm, yeah?
You are right. Yeah, I need to now find a good move for white, because you are threatening to take back the pawn.
Also, b5 idea is there.
Yes, b5 is of course on the cards.
And knight e5,
And also
don't
knight
forget.
e3, knight e5. So yeah, this may be...
And if you don't have the evaluation bar to assess, I'm not sure if he would be assessing this as such clearly better for white. Or maybe...
It looks very dangerous for sure. I'm just wondering what is the way in which we can...
Yeah, how would you continue? Think.
Maybe a check.
Bishop h7. I can't go king g7. Big blunder,
Yeah,
guys.
king g7 check, and I take the queen. So
King h8. You would
And I
think
was
queen c3 could be a mate, but no,
thinking here.
king h7.
Bishop e4, hitting here.
Wow, you're finding
Because
good moves.
because if you take here, I have a check and I win this knight.
No mate, yeah? No mate.
At
Yes,
the
yes, mate. Queen c3 check, king g8, g takes, h6. Why should we settle for something less?
Attacking here and here. Nice. Nice. If rook c4, you have at the very least queen c4. Take and then take this. So yeah, very interesting. I think Amruta, this is the moment where I feel Gukesh will have to use his best skill, which is to calculate. He enjoys it. And Vincent has played his rook to c5. b4 will be played. Okay, should we go to the game between
Nadirbek.
Yes, the leader of the tournament, Nadirbek versus Parham Maksudlu. It feels like, why is Parham like
Yeah,
his
like
head in
in
his
a
hands?
kind of a thing, generally after a blunder you are like that,
Yeah.
in a way depressed. But
Yeah.
he's having a great position. Let's see that. Or is he sleeping? Is he fallen off to sleep? No, he's awake. Of course not. But he might be sleeping. Sometimes you're calculating with your eyes closed and suddenly you fall off to sleep.
Have you ever slept in a game of chess?
Yeah, I slept, I dreamt.
Really?
Yes, once it did happen. For a
Which
moment.
was that tournament?
I mean, it doesn't matter, but it was in Nasik with its place. It was an open tournament.
And you slept off for like few minutes?
Few minutes, yeah. While calculating like this, I kind of slept off. That's why I asked you, it can happen while you're calculating. You wouldn't know.
No, I have never slept off during a game. I have felt sleepy, which has led to a blunder, which has led me to lose my sleep. So clearly, I have not slept off. But I have seen players sleeping on the board.
Yeah, in fact, I have seen situation where a player has slept off and his time is going down, and earlier there would not be an increment, and people would be wondering whether to wake him up or not. There would be a confusion like this.
Is it like is it like external help to wake him? That's the question. But anyway, coming back to the game, Maksudlu is playing on the dark squares. If you see, his knight is jumping from here, again looking at these squares, while Nadirbek is playing on the light squares. Maybe the only big difference that I can see, Amruta, here is that this bishop on f1 is not really a great piece. It's limited by its own pawns on light squares, while the bishop on e6 can always take the knight, and we can land up in a good knight versus bad bishop scenario.
Right. Actually, that minor piece exchange option is mainly with Maksudlu, at which point he will take.
Yeah.
The bishop is also not really good for him, but
No, he can
he's
just
going to
take
take
it.
the
So for
knight.
example, I mean, a complete nightmare here, like let's say for example a3, complete nightmare would be to play this way. Then
Oh yeah, this
black
is
has
strategically
a very good position here.
In fact, such a wonder that Bar says this is equal because
Yeah, I would.
of some reason, but if you land
Maybe
up in
rook
knight
c1.
versus bishop, it should be
Because you have the C
difficult.
file, perhaps. You get the C file, and that is also a factor. So, I mean, clearly the position has too many elements to just say that, oh, bishop is bad and white is worse, black is better, all of that, because there are so many things happening. But from a long-term perspective, black's position does have more potential.
Yeah.
It only means that here, white should do something quickly.
And
But
Sagar,
what?
when you look at the position, sometimes you ask yourself, is there a break? H4, no, not a break there. F4, absolutely, as you said, a complete grip over there. C5 is something which you want to really consider, but again, not possible. So the break of B5 idea at some point exists with only black.
Yes, but Amruta, I am just going back with my knight and attacking your d6 pawn. How are you defending it? Tell me. It's not so simple. It's not so trivial.
Oh,
Maybe
so
you
is
want
it
to go
going to
rook
be
c6.
D6 and C4 would be traded in that sense?
No, it's not. How can you trade it? My bishop is
No,
here.
trade in the sense I give up the D6 pawn.
You
but
can't
have-
win that c4 pawn. You may
But
have
then
to
knight
defend
E6
with
is
rook
a
c6.
massive threat.
No, rook c6, you defend.
Can I just simply go queen e2 and double the rooks on the d file?
Exactly, but then knight jumps here, you then get hit. So I have, that's why this position is so rich in the sense that both players may have to make some uncomfortable moves. They both have their trumps. They both
Yeah, and
have
they
their
will have to really maneuver the which piece where. It's a slow one, but it's like a very nice topic you have for debating. Yeah.
Yes,
For
it's
pros
like
and
life,
cons.
Amruta, in a way that you have some things working for you, some things not working for you. You make use of your good things. You just sort of save your weaknesses, and that's how you go.
But have you taken part any time in debate competitions, Sagar?
Me? No. With you, perhaps every day.
But unfortunately, you never got a prize. Yeah.
Yeah, because I
let's-
never won it. By the way, Amruta, your moves have come on the board. B4, Rook C6, FG5, Knight G4.
He has gone knight g4.
How
but
are you feeling? Yeah, you guessed all the moves.
I thought it was a little natural, but the bar is absolutely
No,
with
I can
white.
see you are very happy. You're not, yes, but this
Sir,
is.
I keep guessing the moves here and there, sometimes with lot of hints, with elimination. Oh, this doesn't work. Okay, now you're left with that. So.
But Gukesh, we have the board of Gukesh and Vincent. If we can have their video, there we have it. Gukesh now has to find this very subtle idea. Check, but Amruta, you know what? This
Yeah.
is not so difficult because when you
Correct.
check, king goes here.
When you are in check, you will find a check.
Yes, yes.
Yeah. That's why it's not difficult, I thought.
But king f8 we didn't consider. Bishop e4. Then there is knight e3 business here, no? Ah, yeah, knight e3 actually works.
But still,
No,
if
I
you
was,
go
I was
queen
intending.
c3,
No, rook
was-
c4. That is the problem.
Wow.
I'll
wow.
just lose
Blunder.
the queen.
What a blunder.
So maybe.
Okay,
not-
one second. Don't end.
No,
Go
no,
back.
I don't
Knight
want to
e3,
play
queen
bishop
b2.
e4. No, I don't want to play bishop e4. Something else. Something else. Let's think.
Knight e3 is the threat. Then why not make a safe move? But then a g5 is also a threat.
Yeah, sure. Black wants to do this.
Do I have a move like, okay, call me crazy, but rook h1, knight e3,
Yeah.
queen g6.
Wow, it's the right move. Knight e3.
Okay, don't call me crazy, yeah? Queen g6.
No, take this. Now let's
rook
mate him.
f7. Ooh.
Wow, Amruta, that's a fantastic suggestion here. If king f8, I'm actually wondering how to checkmate. Maybe just take check.
No, queen g8, king e7, g8, 6.
And
Simple.
what a pretty way to end the game. So, rook f1. I think Gukesh is going bishop h7. If we can work it out, I think he can work it out.
For sure,
For sure, bishop h7 looks like the move. He's better. In fact, this is the only game where one side is clearly better, because if we do a quick, oh there's a result.
What?
Vidit has drawn his game against Richard Rapport.
Okay.
Oh, they've left the board quite some time ago, Amruta, because what happened here was they played like this. Oh, Rapport, when he played h4, I think he already kind of offered a draw.
Yeah, correct. He would otherwise never go h4 and say, I am not looking at g4 anytime.
Yes, and I think Vidit is happy that at least he didn't lose today. He lost 3 games in a row.
And Rapport is happy that in King's Indian with the black pieces, etc.
Yes.
It's a world record. It's just 2 pieces missing. I mean,
Just 2 pieces. Oh, is it a world record? 30 moves. 30 moves and 2 pawns only exchanged.
No, it can't be, because there are, I think it should be more than this, no? More than 30 moves?
I think.
Yeah, should be. We can check it out later. Perhaps it's a job for some of our record keepers, yeah,
Statisticians
statisticians, to figure out.
Yeah,
if this-
IITians who are doing research.
Okay, so we have one result. Gukesh is better against Keymer. We go to David Navara versus Nguyen Thaidai 1. Wow. This is like, Amruta, such positions are given in training sessions where someone wants to teach the difference between bishop and knight. Like, for example, if let's say white plays the move queen a3, just for the sake of argument. Here you take, and then you say, here's a bishop, here's a knight, let's compare which piece, minor piece, is better in such positions. And then the coach says, if we remove the b3 and a7 pawns, knight would be completely fine because all the plays on one side, but because we have pawns on both sides of the board, bishop becomes slightly superior. And all of this sounds so good, when we are learning, but over the board it feels like it's equal. Like the bar just gives it as dead equal.
Yeah, you would ask with the knight, when you have the knights, very important is where would my knight be well placed, which
Yes.
square, and that's how you try to see that maybe the d4 square, but then it can be kicked away with e3. But sometimes you want to provoke that, and that makes sense.
And
But
then you
there
get
is also,
d3 square. So yes.
Yeah, and then but also you have maybe not the outpost, but b4 is another square where you are also blockading. You will have the a pawn to support.
d4.
So d4, b4.
Or
looks-
even Amruta just putting the knight on the d6 square looks like a
that
good
is
square.
normally when knight e1, knight d3 also is
Yeah, it's a
played,
good square.
right?
So clearly here, I mean, we can just go through the moves, what happened, because this is how we reached here. And Nguyen has had this very simple strategy to play it safe, simple, and this is how we have reached this position. I am guessing this game ends in a draw. What's your take?
Yeah, I also
You
think
also
so.
feel
But
so?
no, maybe David will try to press it.
He will try.
But the way Gyan has been playing, the way Nguyen has been playing, it's in the last 2 rounds, it was so amazing.
Oh, he's won-
that
he's
he
won
may
2
not
rounds.
he may not even let David press the position.
Yeah. So maybe an equal game here. Then we go to Pragnananda versus Bartel, because this is the game where
very
Bartel
exciting.
went crazy. He sacked material and now he's an exchange down. Prague went for the move rook g7 and then came the knight to e5. This happened. Prague gave a check.
We were looking at
wait,
first
wait.
queen
No,
e6
Amruta,
check.
nothing
No,
happened.
not
Nothing
knight
happened.
e5.
This is still there as it is. It was
Oh
our
wow!
analysis.
And the time is burning for Bartel because there was a huge time gap.
But Bartel has to think here, right? If he doesn't find a mate, then he's materially
No, that
down.
is of course very good that he thinks, and instead of doing a wrong move, it's better to do that. But for Prague, which was an extra pressure of time, that gap is reducing. What I
Yes,
mean to say
yes.
is.
And I would love if, as white, to find some way to break through. But what's the way? Like my rook is coming here, my other rook is here, queen is on the offensive. Suddenly Bartel is thinking, my attack which looked really nice here, with one move by Pragnananda suddenly seems like his king looks safe.
Yes, but I do think that Bartel would also be pretty happy even if this ends in a draw. Here, it's not like
So
he's
how
in
do
a
you draw? Like
danger.
I think he's looking at check, king h8, knight e5, right? This is the way to draw now. But then after rook f8, we saw it's losing, right? Rook f8 loses.
Yeah, we saw that the queen gets trapped
Yes, rook
because of
rook
knight
a3.
e5. The c4 square is covered and you can't
Oh,
retreat.
but then Amruta, can we start with a check? King goes up and now play here. Because if you try to trap me, I will take your pawn.
Good point. Very important point.
And in this position, I do feel that black seems to be better coordinated than white. I'm
Because
threatening.
rook f2 is a big threat.
Exactly. I'm threatening this pawn on f2. The g2 pawn is weak. All the pawns are a little loose. No.
Okay, just go.
Just
but if
go
I go
what?
f3, then it cuts
No,
the rook.
g2. G2 is hanging.
Oh, g2 is also hanging.
Yeah.
Wow. Then what should white do here? And also, why is it okay for white? King
Maybe there
C3
is
or
there is this very cute move. Let's just think about. Yeah, I think it works. Rook f3. And I just remove one of your defenders. After you take, I take back. And now I have knight f7 check threat, queen e8 check threat. And this, I think you will have to take a draw with maybe perpetual or something like that.
But see, white, in fact, white should be okay with a draw. Black would say, I'm an exchange up. Can
Yes.
I try to put pressure?
But
so
how?
Queen a5 check, let's say.
Okay, check.
And I don't accept
I
a
go
draw.
c3 maybe.
And I go back to d8, let's say.
But
knight f7
now
is a threat.
suffering,
Wait,
yeah.
wait,
Now,
wait.
now you suffer.
No, knight
for,
f7 is
for the
gone.
rest of the game. Your pawn down. So don't.
No.
Yeah, that you don't want to do.
It's forced. Knight f7 is happening by force. No, I don't want to weaken their knight.
Or you go queen c7, hoping to stop knight f7, but it must be a mate, right? Queen e8 check, rook g8, knight f7, king comes out, maybe not. Yeah, you can
yeah,
still
it
fight.
just look
And
tempting, but
this is
black
what
is escaping.
Pragnananda wants. Prag wants to keep the game going, make Bartel take decisions, because clearly when it comes to calculations, Prag might be the stronger one at calculating. He's the younger one, he's the higher rated one, and so on. But for now, Bartel, I don't know. As the time ticks down, he might be worrying that first he might be ambitious, now he might be thinking, let's see if there's a draw somewhere. What do you think?
Makes sense. Like, I think, yeah, true, but we don't know. Bartel can be very unpredictable. That's something about him.
Yes. He can also just go all out and
He's
he
like,
says,
no, I
I
don't
will.
care about the time. I have this position. Let me try to put maximum pressure on Pragnananda. We don't even know at some point whether, Prague would be only playing World Championships. So, this opportunity.
So we'll come back, Amruta, to this game, Bartel versus Prague. Let's go to the leaderboard between Maksudlu and Nodirbek. This game, as we said, there are many things that are happening, and they did do this. Remember, we said knight comes back. He did play his rook. Then the queen went back. B6.
Stops knight a5 ideas.
Knight d5. A5.
Wow.
Maybe the plan was to kick the knight away, so he blocked it.
Also look at the pawn structure for black without the dark square bishop. This is a beautiful structure.
No, black,
and now when
positionally,
you said,
I would take black any day. Why the bar is showing as equal is a big mystery to me. It's just about the dynamic factors.
Exactly. No, at some point this will suddenly become strategically lost for Nodirbek with
But
that knight versus
he's very
bishop.
careful. Yeah, he's a careful
He
guy.
knows that. He would not get into
He
something
understands
like
that, and he needs to keep on putting wood into the fire.
Okay, now a very important plan incoming. Knight a1, knight c2, knight e3.
Okay, you want to improve your knight this, and this way. Okay, makes sense. But as black, let's say it's black to move. What is the idea that black can pursue here?
He also needs... Maybe he will plan to exchange one knight and then exchange the bishop against the knight. So let's say if he wants to go knight c5 here,
Amruta,
knight c5.
you want to trade? No.
You will not trade because if... Will you trade knight c5?
But then I just take.
Rook c5.
But,
Wow.
But why? I mean, my knight on d7 is okay, right? So why should I trade? I would rather...
What's the plan otherwise?
I would
with
rather
you?
take this guy, I thought.
Which guy? Bishop d5?
No, it doesn't look good. No, if I take on d5, cd, and then somehow my bishop goes and
No,
sits,
I would
sits
very
here.
well consider ed5, Sagar.
Also possible, also possible. Yeah.
And then bishop d3 will jump in. Ooh, black bar doesn't like it.
But cd is simple. Just take here, then the bishop sits there. Maybe taking is too much. Yeah.
A little too early. But
It's
then
such a
did
tough
black,
position, no? Like both sides have. What did he do? Oh, he jumped in with his knight to f4. And actually, Maksudlu,
He's found the best move.
yeah, maybe he wants to take somehow with the, not with the knight, but
No, he just wants to maintain
Be
that
there, be
until the right time.
be there, just be there.
You know, sometimes you do certain things before time,
Hmm.
they don't work at all. The thing is the right thing. Like taking that
Just
knight
be.
away is the right thing, but not in this time.
Okay, so now with Maksudlu, with Nodirbek, do you go with your plan? Knight a1, knight c2, knight e3?
Yeah, something's wrong with the plan.
Well, not
But
not
yeah.
such a huge thing. So-
For whom would you
Oh,
prefer
I
such a
get it,
position?
because knight
White or
c5.
black?
I'm actually thinking it's easier to play as black than white. At least that's my feeling. I don't know what's yours.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, with the dark squares and without that bishop, for sure.
Okay, so we'll come back
But
here.
b5 break is gone, f5 break is gone, so pawn breaks are gone. Let's go to Guki.
Yes, Gukesh versus Keymer. He did go bishop h7 check. King f8 also happens. Now, if Gukesh finds rook h f1,
Oh,
he will be completely
wow.
winning. And I think
Then that would be the game of the day, I think.
But it's an easy move, I feel, Amruta. Because rook takes f7 and queen g6 is a massive threat. Although rook f1,
Knight
bishop
e5.
e6.
I thought knight e5 because you control g6. Both the moves should be considered.
Yeah,
In
bishop
fact,
e6
bishop
looks
e6,
better because you are
rook
also
c4.
creating rook c4 threat to take the
And
pawn
now what is the way for white?
and win the queen. Yeah, that's a good question now.
Queen g6 anyway.
Queen g6. Oh, nice.
That's what for rook f1, yeah, we were
Oh, it's
looking at.
such an interesting move.
Rook c4, you just don't care.
Yeah,
As
just
we said.
one check. I am happy to just wriggle
At
out.
least,
I don't know where to go, but I want to be
King-
careful. King b1. Yeah.
yeah.
Okay, looks good. So maybe
Queen g8 is a
g6.
massive threat,
Queen
you can't
g6
save it.
is classy.
So not bishop e6, so that's why knight e5 is important. At least you stop queen g5, queen
Okay,
g6.
knight e5.
And here, how to continue
Very
with
nice.
the attack
I
is the
think-
question.
I think you
Let's-
can do a rook d4 move, defending here, defending the bishop,
And threatening rook f4, yeah?
but then he takes here and attacks my bishop. So maybe not rook d4.
Wait, he has this h5 threat. Let's try to think white to play, what is to be done.
Guys, you
Any
can also
suggestion,
think
please let
if
us
there
know.
is any move that you think here makes sense. Also rook f4, but then there is still hg5. So, doesn't work. Oh, rook f1 on the board. Gukesh plays it. Fantastic move attacking here, and I am actually pretty sure Keymer will go knight e5 because we are unable to find a move now for white. Oh, I know, Amruta, what's the move?
Wait.
Yes, please.
Because maybe rook takes f7 still.
Rook takes f7.
Still?
Really?
Oh, so knight f7?
I was actually thinking more positionally with like c5 or something, but
But
maybe
h5 is a threat, no?
maybe it's c5.
Maybe c4.
The
Maybe-
bar did not.
But
move.
can we check rook f7
Oh,
once?
it's
Knight f7, queen g6, it's very
Better
tempting.
with other pieces.
Well, at least it's not losing, which just shows that this move is not at all a blunder as such.
But we also go queen g6, no?
Yes.
Rook f1.
Rook f1, idea rook f7, g6, queen g.
But imagine
Okay.
if Gukesh gets tempted for this. Yeah, it is very much possible.
Beautiful.
Yeah, it's a very interesting idea there to sacrifice the rook and bring another guy.
But wait a second, what about c5?
No,
About?
I just played it because I didn't want rook c4.
But
and
what if h5?
if you
What
take
was
here.
your plan for h5? Now rook f7,
No,
yeah?
I thought just bishop g3 back, and I'm actually going to play suddenly slowly.
I want to say I hate you, you can't play like this, but it works, so I can't.
Well, what to do? The bar is there to support me here, and it just says your moves are good.
Wow.
Because Amruta, at the end of the day, if this
Wonderful.
knight is like the fulcrum of your, like it's what's putting you together, like everything. It's the center of your position, and if I get it out, you are lost. And so I can't do bishop g3 directly because you are threatening here. So my move c5 stops that, and if you can't take because this becomes really scary. Although I don't know how exactly to take advantage of this. Maybe there is something because now you are threatening against cb4. Oh, we have our friend here who always finds mate in one. Look, we are attacking. Did you win your game?
No, I drew.
You drew. Leonardo here has drawn his game, which is nice. So now you can beat some opponents here. Amruta,
what's the
even
move?
I was actually
Why?
thinking,
Bishop-
why don't we give another pawn just to keep it closed? Like,
Wow.
yeah, give these things.
This
All
is-
of you be happy here.
Rook
Now
on
we'll go for your
C6.
king.
Just remember that rook on c6 protects the g6 square anyway.
Yes.
So sometime you might just forget.
But there must be something better here. Instead of b5, I don't know what move it is.
Maybe reroute. I know it looks a little
I know.
bishop e4.
I know, yes, bishop e4 I thought, yes, exactly.
You also thought the same?
Yes, same.
For a change, we thought about the same
for a
move.
change,
For
yes.
a change,
For
exactly.
a change. And now, actually, the thing is, we just need to remove our fear that our king is weak. Sometimes, it doesn't matter if there are no pawns around it. If you have all your pieces nicely moving and if opponent's pieces are not into the attack, just play freely.
Nice.
And that's...
And just compare every piece, here with the black pieces. That
Yeah.
rook on a8 against rook on f1. Rook on c6 against rook on d1. that bishop on d7, the queen, such passive position with Gukesh. If you're playing, you know you're going towards losing. So let's go back, and Vincent, if at that moment, if he plays knight e5, something like this is happening, which is not easy, by the way, to play c5, bishop g3, because it's completely a change of style, a change of mindset in some way.
It's simple, it's not tough. It was, Amruta, more than creativity, c5 is more like saving myself. Like, this is hanging, I don't want to get my bishop back, rook d4 I see is not so much working, and so here I do this stuff and I'm just...
Like, you don't have many options, that's what you're saying. You see a menu card and then you see only one vegetarian dish, you order it, and then...
Yes, if I'm a vegetarian,
If you are a vegetarian.
Otherwise, you can order whatever you want.
So going back, one move for black I want to suggest instead of knight e5 is d5. I know it looks ugly, but for a moment it stops queen g6.
d5, wow.
Stops queen g6, you will take rook d5.
No, Amruta, I'm not taking anything. I'm still sacking this. Because after king takes, discovered check, and I win your queen.
Yeah, you have this.
Oh, you have rook c4 at the end of it.
So what you're
But
going?
where will your king
yeah,
go?
because if king g7, there is queen b2 check.
Yeah.
If king f8, there is rook f1 check.
e8
If
maybe.
king e8, you go g7, make another queen.
Directly, yeah?
Why not?
Oh, nice. Nice stuff. Yeah, so exactly this rook hf1. So Gukesh is well and truly on course. We saw few moves happen. No, one move happened in Bartel versus Prague. Bartel has gone for the move knight g5 directly.
So at least he now doesn't have ideas of rook a3, where the queen was getting trapped when the c4 square was covered. So knight g5, now what is black going to do? Rook f8?
I guess so, no? Rook f8 looks nice.
Queen e6 check. You anyway continue with that.
Best move actually, according to Stockfish.
Yes?
Yes.
Wow, knight g5 is the best move here. That's great for Bartel after almost like 40 minutes of thinking.
Oh, he's come down to 24 minutes, both of them on equal time, and position is exciting. How many moves to make? One time, if you can let us know.
Oh, 21 moves to make, Amruta. I don't think they will, they are right now worrying about how many moves, because each move has such a high value to it. But yeah, rook f8.
Each move is like a Bitcoin, right? You make a wrong investment and gone.
Yeah, it's actually, it did feel, Amruta, that the position is not as volatile, because you see, you make a move like rook e8, it is still equal. Oh no, it's not.
It is volatile. It is volatile.
I thought you can make, like we played rook f8, it was equal. You play queen a1, it's equal. You do some stuff, so I thought, okay, but why is rook
Okay,
e8?
let's say rook e8, because now it feels like if the knight is not on e5, rook e1 check, queen a1, to checkmate in two moves, yeah? Queen a1, queen e1.
Yeah, but this seems like a huge mistake.
Well, let's find it. White to play.
Maybe this rook e3 stuff is very, very strong, huh?
Rook e3.
Because once I get rid of one of your rooks, then your king becomes very weak. Because also rook e3, you can't ever take, because there is check and mate. Whoa. So I think, yeah, this works. No.
One second, why? One second.
Oh, you
but
can
one
start
second.
with rook a3. No, sorry.
Curiosity rover, Sagar. Rook e3, what's happening?
Yeah, maybe queen a1, queen a5 check, go back. You know, you're safe there. Check. At least getting the queen back. So maybe not rook e3, but then
What is the move you said? You found it, no?
I thought rook
a3, queen c4.
Queen c4.
Rook a7, yeah, just.
No, come on. Actually, not so easy to find the move. Maybe some help needed here, guys, from your end. What would you do? with such a big advantage. It's not even like a small one. It's just the winning move here.
Winning.
Yeah, totally winning.
Yeah,
No.
96, yeah. 96.
Knight.
6 like that.
Yeah, why
E6.
didn't we consider? Yeah, knight e6 looks very natural, stopping the checkmate. Yeah. Rook g2.
Oh, rook g6 is met with
And now
rook g3, huh?
Yeah, and even rook g2 is met with rook g3.
Oh, beautiful. Wow, so beautiful. And then this knight sort of blocks the rook's path. So a check is met with king d2, and there's no, and another check is met with c3.
And even if you go queen a5 check, c3, there's no queen c7 also to guard the g7
beautiful.
square.
Beautiful. So rook e8, Prague, of course, Prague will see knight e6, so it's not a big. But there are
Rook
possibilities.
f8 is the
of
most
going
natural move for Prague over here. And the natural move is a good move.
Yeah.
That's what makes this position not so tough for
Yeah,
him.
rook f8 might be coming in.
Also f2, g2, there are some weaknesses there. But maybe
Vincent Keymer
What
has
did he play?
made a move. He's played queen e7.
And Gukesh instantly makes the move g6.
Because queen e7 is a mistake, it seems.
Oh my god, g6. If you take queen takes h4, it's over, right? Rook f7 check.
Uh-huh.
And
King
g7, no, king e8. First go rook d f1
No,
with the idea of mate.
Amruta, queen e4 check maybe. Start with queen e4. Because your knight cannot block, you lose your queen.
Ah, yeah. Queen e4.
So, queen e4,
Even rook d f8 is threatening
king
checkmate, I
here
think.
and rook f8. Game over. Okay, so...
Wait.
No?
Yeah, that's winning.
So actually g6 is maybe now resigns, yeah, for Vincent, or no, there is f6 move. f6. Ah, that looks ugly.
Yeah, how do you also
I would
queen
here.
e3 check, king
I
e8.
wanted to sack on f6 with the rook, so that after knight f6 bring the other rook. But then I realized that there is d5 which supports this way and attacks here. So
That rook on c6 is, you know, that little spy. We can't forget about him.
h3 maybe, just quiet little move. Or
What?
queen.
Ah, knight moves and rook f6. But knight e3, what's your plan? So h3, knight takes c3.
Yeah, maybe not. Maybe h3 is a bit too slow. There must be something very direct finishing it off. He's thinking here.
But then Gukesh would
Maybe
have thought
Amruta
f6,
just queen
right?
c3.
Did he also, was this the only winning move, or maybe he would have had many winning moves? Yeah.
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 Actually, the fact that he's attacking this pawn and Gukesh completely ignores it with g6, like we didn't even calculate, yeah, queen e3, king b1, there is nothing.
Yeah, no bishop f5, no, nothing actually. Because
So-
queen a3 would end
Okay,
the game
that's
with
just over,
rook
right?
f7.
Like, because rook f7, queen e4. I mean, it's
Yeah,
I
rook
also, sorry,
f7.
there's just game over. You can't.
But wait, there is queen b4 also.
But I think f6 is the best defense, perhaps. Yes, he plays f6.
Is Gukesh
And
going to
Gukesh-
make his move quickly
Gukesh,
or
got
not? What
up.
do you think?
He knows the move, I think. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gotten up there, no? He
He would have kept calculating for
Yeah.
f6.
He knows what to do. He'll just double check his calculation.
Wow, let's wait here.
Maybe there is queen c3, as we said, which is not a bad move. So that is one move for sure. But there could be some other ways. I will.
A
as
move
we
like
said,
rook d1 looks a little slow, right?
h3, knight e3, and now queen c3.
Whoa, knight f1.
Oh, knight rook c4 is coming. Sorry. Need to find some.
So queen b2.
Oh, Amruta, now there is bishop f6. It should work, no? Bishop f6,
Knight c2, bishop
e7,
check.
king e7. I have g7, g8 at the end. Let's see. Like bishop f6.
Knight c2.
Maybe.
Knight c2
Knight
here.
c2.
Bishop e7.
Wait. Do we have to
Yeah,
go-
g7, queen g7.
Yeah.
Not happy. Why are you giving the pawn? No, bishop
Take,
e7, king
king
e7.
e7.
Now just g7 here.
There is rook f7
possibility.
also.
Or even you can take on. If you take on c2, you are just one pawn up anyway with that horrible king and
Actually-
so many threats.
I,
That's always there.
so I should take, yeah?
King c2.
My
rook
only problem is if bishop goes and sits here, that may not be the greatest thing then.
Okay, then go rook f7 check first. Yeah.
Check.
If king e6, then you don't get that bishop e6 idea. And if king goes to last rank, then rook f1.
Then
And
take
it's over.
here.
No,
Just
rook f1.
King c2.
Rook f1, no. Because you're winning the rook anyway.
Maybe yes. Rook f.
Everything works.
Okay, so this might be also a very smart way to win.
And
I
it's
think Gukesh-
forcing.
Gukesh has this buffet of wins now. He can choose the one which he likes. Does he want to go for like the flashy one, the safe one, it's like, it doesn't, there are too many ways to win. Meanwhile, I think this game is very interesting from a sort of pedagogical perspective,
What?
like as a, if you have to use it as a training
What's
material.
the word?
Pedagogical. Like, if you, Amruta, see, there's a bishop here, black has a knight. I would imagine that white should have something to play for, but just that this pawn is very weak.
Suddenly coming from Gukesh's game, which seemed like a high tide, there, over there at night, and then this game is like, oof, sunny, calm, morning beach.
Quite.
We'll
dull
go to
also,
some
you know.
little other game and come back here.
Let's
so that
go here. Yeah, let's
it
go here.
seems
This
like,
one is somewhere in between the two. Knight. So we saw knight f4 happening, and then Nodirbek went rook e3, g6, knight went back, knight came forward.
I think Nodirbek at some point, if he gets a break h4, if Maksudlu, is not careful,
h4.
that at some point, not now, but it could really be to think about.
Yeah.
Another idea for Nodirbek, which can be very interesting, is to get the knight to e3 with the idea of knight f5.
Amruta, I think I would go for more simple ideas than knight b5 and win this pawn.
You want to say, Amruta, please, all those bad ideas, keep it to yourself.
Yeah, like going here,
being
here,
kind.
here. Instead of that, let's
Not
just
that,
go
the b3 knight, of course.
like this.
He's going to play that at some point, and then you will remember.
Yes, then I will be like, wow.
Or knight d2, knight f1, knight g3.
But this is just pretty cool.
I
Okay,
like knight b5. True.
Can we here be greedy and snatch this pawn? Because,
Who is to move?
yeah, it's black to move. So take, and now I think white gets some play, yeah, because this and this.
You don't have the light square bishop and
Yeah.
b6 is weak, and the knight on b3 is like now saying I never had to move from there because b6 would be lost and a5 would become weak.
Correct.
Never thought
so
about
clearly black shouldn't be tempted to take this pawn for now. His rook is doing a good job of defending these pawns and he should keep it that way. But then what does black do after f3? Yes?
that. So, Manu.
King g7 maybe.
Oh,
Okay,
nice
interesting.
move. Even rook h8 could be. Wow, what an idea.
That's a nice move. If Maksudlu plays this, that would be very, cool.
nice.
King g7.
It protects f6, right? F6.
Yeah, it's a good move. Actually, very, very prophylactic. I was wondering if we put our knight on e8 to defend d6, then we are suddenly
But it
threatening
looks
this
passive.
pawn.
And you could also think of f5 break at some point.
No,
No?
But yes, some endgame somewhere could be an idea, but not in this.
No, I'm just checking whether you're clear or not, but you were clear.
Yeah, I'm kind of
Kidding.
Going
I
after-
was. Okay, let's have a quick look at Gukesh's game
Yes.
because did he make a move for
h3.
f6?
He's played h3, Amruta. So here Gukesh did calculate all those lines which we talked about, where if you go knight e3, then it starts with bishop f6.
Okay.
And he's happy with it, he's calculated. And
So we'll wait for.
this
And
is
how many moves have they played until now? Though it won't
22
matter,
moves.
but
22 moves. It's
18 moves to be made. Vincent has 16 minutes. And what about Pragnananda? Just a quick look. After knight g5 was played,
Prague
rook
did go.
f8.
No, knight g5. He went check, king d2, and queen a5 check. This
Is
is
he
the
going
live
to give
board.
Firstly, we have to see whether they will repeat or not. But
I
Prague is
can
down
go
to
C3,
13
no?
minutes.
I can go c3.
No, I think at least once Bartel will repeat. Unless he says that going king c1 is a bad idea for him.
I was a bit worried about king c1, Amruta,
Because
king
queen
c1,
e1 ideas are
check,
always- oh,
and then
it's
my
lost.
queen goes back perhaps.
Wait, we missed a good move here. It's lost. Does
Rook e8, yes.
rook e8 work now?
Yeah,
But same
now-
knight e6, no? Rook e8, knight e6. Ah, queen e1 check
Yes.
and queen e6.
This time rook e8 is powerful because no knight e6 business, check, and you lose the knight.
Okay, that's a smart way what Prague did. Queen a1 and then queen a5. He's eliminated the option of king c1 altogether. So we'll see what Bartel plays. Now we can go to David and Nguyen's game. Nguyen and Nguyen, it feels like Gyan.
Yes.
And Gyan in Hindi means knowledge. So it's a very common word there.
Amruta, I think this is just draw.
This one, yeah, if they exchanged rooks.
This is nothing. Because the black king is very quick to come into the game.
True.
So,
Okay, this is equal and Van Nguyen will definitely
yeah, this
keep
will,
it
this
easy.
will
Though
be a
he has
draw.
6 minutes, I don't think it's a lot of stress.
But Prague is down to 12 minutes. And Amruta, your favorite question, 20 more moves to make here.
Oh, that's a lot. If there is no perpetual, then it's a lot. With the queen and the knight against the exposed king, time pressure would be the most dangerous thing.
I think king d1 makes sense, no? Because then you can't go rook e8, you have knight e6. Now there's no check here. So maybe this is what
Can you go
Bartel-
c3 by the way?
Here?
Yeah.
Yes, but also maybe there is queen c7.
Is there any d4 idea or you have
No, d4
immediate
just took
knight
d4, what is
e6? g5 is hanging.
Oh, d4. Wow.
No, but immediate knight e6, right?
He did go c3. He did play c3.
Yeah, but d4 was not a good move. But one second, can we look at why knight e6 was a blunder after d4?
Maybe d takes c3 is the reason. Because now if you take with the pawn, you expose this side. If you take with the rook, maybe this is opened up. If you take with the king, c file is opened up. So
But aren't you already threatening a mate? Like, let's say b takes c3.
okay.
What are you going to play? Rook is hanging. Do you give a check first on a2?
So much to calculate. Yes, queen a2 check.
And
Actually,
it's
fine.
white is
No, there has
happy.
to be something better. Wait, one second. Queen. Queen?
b6 before that actually
Instead of
instead of this knight e6 queen e6
You want to give a check here. But then king h8?
Knight f7 he wants to.
Knight f7.
Simply
Amruta,
win.
I think d4 is not in the spirit.
No.
Yeah, this position. Yeah, let's think of something that, because rook e8 also is met with knight e6.
No, then you
right?
continue with rook f8, right? Just
Yeah,
rook
rook
f8
f8.
again.
Rook f8 seems like the
Rook f8 is always the cure for any problem here. So rook f8.
just bringing the rook in. But there is a move which gives black a very small edge. You see the bar just went down.
Do you think we should believe the bar? Because
very
Matthias has
strong.
been saying.
It's a very strong
Bar,
bar.
tell me.
a very
I like
strong
this
bar.
joke. Okay, so queen e6 and knight f7 is
C3
not
is on
played.
the board.
Oh, it is
This
on
is
the
the
board.
live board.
And queen e6 knight
Prague
f7 is
down
the
to
threat.
10 minutes. Knight e6 is also a threat here.
Knight e6 is a threat, queen e6 is a threat, two threats on e6 square. So maybe the queen,
Queen
goes to c.
Queen b6, because I attack your queen and I attack b2. Nice.
I didn't find it. You find it.
Yeah.
You found it and you said nice to
Yes,
yourself.
yes.
It is a nice move. But what happens for after queen b2 check? You still have perpetual, yeah. Even if I go knight e6 here,
Take.
in fact, it's lost. Wow, it's lost. Nothing with the perpetual.
Because now once the king comes here on e3, there's no rook g3 stuff, so I can even go rook.
No, but if I go king d1, you have to give perpetual or no?
No, not really. Let's see.
But then rook g3 is a threat.
Oh, yes, I got it. We can go check. Oh, no, check. Check.
King d2, again you will have to give queen b2.
And now rook g6. Because the moment you go here, my queen is looking here. So
Oh
it
wow,
might not be such a
this
big
is
problem.
such a cool defense. Queen b1.
Did Prague play? Oh, he played it. And Bartel actually took the queen.
He
So
found queen b6 on the board and
Yes.
Bartel immediately took.
Bartel had calculated. Takes, rook d5. And now
But
we are
three
here.
pawns, not three pawns. How many? 2 pawns and a knight for a rook. And I don't think black is pressing. Or is black pressing?
H6 and he takes on g2. So yes, he gets 1 pawn back at the very least. Knight. I think Bartel knows that this is a draw, so he's playing very quickly. But I'm not sure. Rook g2. He might play rook h5 now to defend the pawn, because h2 pawn is important. You can't just drop it.
Rook h5, king g7.
Or Amruta, you go rook d7, and then this famous construction. If you take on h2,
Ah,
Check.
knight f6, and you have the perpetual.
Check.
In my system, Nimzowitsch, of course, gives this pattern,
Yes.
drawing pattern.
And of course, if you are very, very ambitious, then you can go here and get mated. But that otherwise, it's just a draw. So could be that this is the idea here that Bartel has in mind. After rook g2, he will go rook d7 instead of rook h5, which looks a bit passive, to put the rook on the side. So clearly, Bartel, Prague going towards a draw, which leaves us with Gukesh versus Keymer, where Keymer is thinking for his move still after h3. You can see him clearly having that sort of look where he's almost given up. I don't see, because come on, he's 27-38. He sees that his position is gone. Maksudlu versus Nodirbek actually becomes the most interesting game now. King h7 played, by the way.
And also most suspenseful, because things are just not clear here.
Yes, and look at this. Maksudlu was king h7. And we are like, what? Why king
Yeah,
h7?
because we thought
He's
rook
like, okay,
h8.
guys, I understand king g7 now he plays. But Nodirbek pushes his pawn to h4.
Oh, this guy cannot sit quietly at all.
So did knight go back to d5 or what?
Yes, he went knight d5. And then he played h4. And now it's Maksudlu's move. And why can't he just
Yeah,
take
first
the pawn?
question, if you take knight takes f4, e takes f4, rook d3, and your f4 is attacked, d6 is attacked, I believe.
Very interesting. Yeah, rook d3, but
Ah,
I'm
no,
wondering
c4
if
is-
c4 is hanging.
But okay, you ignore, or rook c3 you want to go.
Or maybe just
Anyway,
back.
f4 you cannot defend, right?
Just come back.
But c4 is
And now
hanging.
you are threatening e5.
So if
with
bishop
this.
takes c4, e5.
Yeah, bishop takes c4, takes,
I like e5
takes
move.
and e5 wins. Sort of gets a big advantage. So
What did he
took
play?
Bishop d5. He said, get rid of this knight. Maksudlu. cd attacks the rook. Oh my god. Rook c8 back. So take rook c8 played back. And now white's position. Oh, by the way, Vincent has gotten up. He's made a move. We'll go there. Hg, attacking the knight, and Maksudlu plays his knight to h7. Oh, Maksudlu wants complete grip on the dark
But
squares, but
it
I think
is
he
a
has
mistake.
missed a move.
Wait a second.
He wants to take this and say that I have complete control. What is the move he has missed? because suddenly I think he's going for some positional factors here, while perhaps there are some dangerous tactical things happening.
Bishop a6 first, attack that rook. Then
Oh, yes, bishop a6 I also feel, because it's a tempo, very
Yeah.
important to clear the h file.
and
So
rook
let's say I
h1,
go
queen
rook
h2 is
a8.
the threat. Rook h1.
Rook h1 or queen h2?
Anything,
because,
no?
Because I'm starting
It's
with
the
a
same?
check threat.
Ah, yeah, queen
Oh, he
h2.
played it, he played it. Oh my god.
What a miss by Maqsoodlu.
No,
but
what is
bishop
the
a6
miss?
can
we
be
don't
missed.
know. We don't know, because queen h2 doesn't work.
Wait, but what happens for rook a6? It's over, right? Rook h1.
No, rook a, not rook a6, knight g5 would be played. Of course, rook a6 is a blunder, check,
And rook
and
h1.
rook h1 is game over, because
So-
this is hanging. So clearly not that. He would play here knight g5, because then if you go rook h1, I have rook h8 and every, or maybe there's something better. Knight h3, block it with the knight.
Maybe
not this.
positionally something better.
Maybe not
But
this.
white has missed something here, right? You have missed something.
Oh, there is no threat actually. King is coming to f6. Yeah, so just take this, because just check and king f6. Okay.
So we were worrying about the ghosts.
So bishop a6. He didn't go rook a8. He went rook c7. But now
But then you are not worried about that a6 bishop hanging.
Amruta, think about it. If Nadirbek wins today, he becomes the champion, 1 round to spare.
Even if tomorrow he loses,
Yes.
are you sure? Because if
all
let's
those
say
who were on 4.5, only Parham was there. Those who were on 4, Thaidaiwan and Prague, both
if
are
any
drawing.
of them goes if any of them go to 5, let's say, and Nadirbek will be on.
No, but they have to win. Both are drawing.
But Prague's game, anything can happen yet.
Doubt. But okay, Nadirbek has now huge chances actually to take this.
But what a timing for.
There we have, look. 4.5 will be, he will lose, so he will be out of the race. Both the players are equal right now. So actually,
only if Prague actually wins today
Yeah.
and tomorrow, only then he will still join Nadirbek,
but
which is
Amruta,
not
Prague
practically
is
so
not
easy.
winning. Prague is actually, the position is equal. Meanwhile, Nadirbek has a very sizable advantage here. Okay, I'm thinking, what is the way? Because black is winning this pawn, and it just feels like black has a great position. Meanwhile, Vincent Keymer has gone quickly checking. He did go d5 here, and then we took the knight. He took the queen. Oh, and then check. King here. Okay, what's the winning move now? What's the winning move? I'm very tempted to even sack my queen on c4, but let's not do
Yeah, looks good. G7.
that. I think we should
What?
get Gukesh today in the commentary room. Yeah, here.
This game is
Because he's just
crazy.
Look at him. He just gets up calmly. What? If I take this, what's happening?
Bishop
check. Oh, and then you force the king to come
and
in the line.
discovered. So if king d8, rook f8, mate, double check.
Wow.
If king e7, rook f7, king d6. Can we find a mate? Yeah, bishop e7.
Simply take the queen and your piece up.
Yeah, you're a
Many
piece up.
ways to
Bishop
it,
e7 first. No, first bishop e7, king c6, queen c4, and then
Many
anything.
ways to it,
100
yes.
ways. Queen c4
So,
also.
G7
Maybe
is
a
a nice
resignation.
clearance move to give this check.
Maybe a resignation incoming. You think right now he'll resign?
Yeah, I think so.
He might be waiting for Gukesh to come
Also,
back.
rook
Yeah.
c2 check will be met with just taking this back and then check here. So, okay, this is a good win for Gukesh. He played really well. Meanwhile, Nguyen and Navara have already agreed to a draw. So that game is done. Then we are left with Prague, whose opponent did play rook d7.
I think he will resign.
It's a
Maybe
draw.
a moment.
Amruta, it's a draw. Prague is okay with a draw because check. It's a draw.
Oh, then of course Bartel will draw here.
Bartel will draw. That means
Man,
all eyes
suddenly
on
this is also-
Nadirbek. Now,
But for a moment, you want to see if Vincent resigned there?
No. I want to focus. Now Vincent will resign.
Okay.
I want to find what is the winning move here. At least which move keeps the advantage for white.
Before Notherberg, we have to find.
Yeah.
He has 18 minutes.
H file looks very tempting, but yeah, this is not so simple. How do we break in? Like I want, and the thing is, once you win this pawn, your king is coming into f6, which is a very safe point, and then all these pieces are looking very silly. Like
Let's say you allow that and you still have the control of the H file.
Rook c1.
What? What kind of moves this guy is finding? Rook c1 is such a tough move.
He's just saying, Amruta, that I don't think there's a mate. I think your queen side is weak. Wow.
But this is like tricking him, no? Maksudlu is first like, okay, there is no mate, he's taking care of king side and suddenly queen side.
So rook c1,
No, rook c1 is an amazing
c1.
move.
So okay, if I take on g5 with my knight.
Queen c6, just
Queen-
go in.
It happened, yeah. Now, what did he play? No, he
No, it's
hasn't
not
played.
played, but queen c6 I
Queen
think he'll play.
c6.
And then
move
knight
the
d2, knight c4.
Knight d2, knight c4, rook b3. And then this weakness on f3 is not that big. Oh, wow. No, rook c1 just completely blew
c1 is
my
a
mind. Yeah, I was all the time
award-winning move, yeah?
Rook h1. But he's
And it would not even have crossed the mind until we would have eliminated all sorts of moves.
well, at one variation we did see that the queen side is a bit weak, but this is very good understanding by Notherberg. But maybe queen c6 is a wrong way to begin, yeah? There might be some
But why is it wrong? What is the defense with black here?
rook h8 perhaps. to
You
get
try
active.
to gain counterplay. Okay.
I don't know. I'm just thinking like rook h8 and trying to come in here. So maybe
but
we
it
have to be
doesn't
more
seem
subtle. We have
then
to be more
easy.
subtle.
Rook h8 is, oh, here we have a resignation. What a timing to
Yeah.
bring this video.
Okay, so Gukesh
Amazing
wins.
victory by Gukesh. Just too good play. I think this is definitely in contention for best game of the
Yeah,
day.
sure.
But it would also depend a lot on Notherberg and Maksudlu.
We can try and see if we can get Gukesh here. That would be fun to look at this game with him. But Amruta, Queen c6 has happened.
Oh, he did go queen c6?
He did go Queen c6, which means that suddenly the game has become equal. I think the
But-
best move, I don't know what would have been.
It's
Knight
very
d2
hard to
perhaps.
find a good move.
I'm thinking knight
And what do you do for rook h8 anyway, as you had mentioned the idea?
Yeah, maybe I have no clue.
Knight c4, yeah?
No.
And with that, well, why not? Knight c4 with the idea of
But
rook
okay,
b3.
I have to do you get why this is bad? Like rook h8?
I'm getting rook h1.
So then
is your
what
king
is the
not in
winning move?
danger?
What is the good
By
move
chance.
here? Not winning, but
Knight d2 is not a good move.
No,
you
it's
mean.
not the
So
best.
rook c3 is another move to consider with the ideas of rook c8. And then maybe
but then still rook h8. Rook
rook c8, queen e7, rook h8. I am not sure of that because I would love my rook actually.
Maybe you are right.
But-
Amruta. Rook c3 was the most accurate.
Rook
move.
h8, if you go. Do you exchange rook c8, queen e7? Rook h8, king h8, queen
Knight d2, defending f3, and then trying this.
Okay.
Yeah, something like this.
Actually,
could have been
I
very
think, as you
subtle.
call Maksudlu an eternal optimist,
Yeah.
I don't even think he's thinking that he is under any pressure.
Could be. He's just feeling like, oh, nice dark square control.
Yeah,
2 knights.
let me
beautiful.
drink water, all
Rook
games are
h8
over.
coming in.
No distractions.
It's very likely. Yeah, you just meet him at the dinner table. You ask him like, oh, Maksudlu, Parham, were you under pressure? He's like, when? There was nothing. I was just enjoying myself throughout the game.
But for sure, the day he beat Vidit and at dinner table around, he comes and he asks us, is Vidit okay? I think
that was a
that's
very
something
nice gesture by
very
him, yeah.
amazing
Very.
to do. So
Okay,
knight
so
g2.
Maksud, actually, if this knight jumps to h4, suddenly both the knights are looking at f3.
Also, that bishop on a6 is a little tricky piece, right, Sagar? Because imagine in the endgame, it won't be able to attack anything much. So, it could become a bad piece at some point.
Yes, yes. Rook c3 played, by the way.
Tell me something, in the similar situation, if the h file was not open, wouldn't white be just better? So,
Should be like it.
but
would
then
have-
of course we are saying in life if we would not have done this, then that would have happened and we just cannot
yeah, no, right now
calculate.
this
It would be
has
another game.
reached because he played h4. Maksudlu started to sort of take some radical decisions, but knight e1 is what I was wondering if we can go after that pawn on f3. But then I think he goes knight d2, defends it, and how do we get in another firepower? Maybe we try with queen f6, but then he takes the pawn on b6, then we take on f3, then he takes here, and then we reach such a position could become very.
Yeah, queen f5. Look, the most natural move. I would also take that.
Yeah,
It seems
it's
like
very
rook
messy.
pawn is racing against that knight.
Why don't you play bishop e2 back just to defend?
Maybe you have to just defend it here, which would be quite sort of a dull way to play, but maybe safest
Important.
way. But
No,
But
queen f4.
yeah, maybe this is how
Dark
Maksudlu
squares.
loves it. Yeah, just go queen f4, rook h8, rook h2.
Who knows if he is assessing this as
Actually, if
better for him.
Maksudlu says, I just abandon. He goes knight e1, by the way. I just abandon these two pawns and I focus all my energy of two knights, queen and rook on to get in from here. And then it would be so much
And
fun.
actually, he would be looking at the king. He would be thinking of checkmate ideas, I believe.
Yeah. Yeah, then you have two pawns which are racing to become queen, and here four pieces trying
No,
to
but
get the
white king will be weak,
Yes.
really weak. He has only two pawns in front of it.
Okay,
Back
I
rank can
believe this
become
is
weak.
happening, Amruta. This will happen.
So the bar says it's unclear. It's not equal. It's completely unclear. I
Bar-
don't understand these players. Yeah.
Bar's opinion is that right now anything can happen from here. Yeah, it's right in the middle. The game is balanced with time running down. Both of them, but by the way, they have been very good with their moves, like time management. 35 moves already done. So in a way, they might get 30 more minutes. But what I've seen is both Nadirbek and Maksudlu just keep making. They don't really think for too long. Yeah, generally. So even if they get 30 minutes, I don't think they'll go in long things.
I also think they're really good friends.
Yeah, sure.
Many times in Tata
They
Steel and
respect
all,
each
you know,
other.
they game ends and they start laughing and you know they're analyzing. It's very nice to see that. So
Okay, knight e1 and
one moment, can we go to Pragnananda's game to see if draw is happening? Have they repeated twice?
Bartel is just no, they haven't. I think the live board is this one. Bartel hasn't given a check yet. He is just thinking still.
Because if he doesn't give a check anyway, can he think of trying?
This is what he's thinking, like maybe if I take on b7, rook h2 maybe, or rook c6, yeah. Now maybe rook c6, defending this, and this could get risky for him actually, because now knight f6 is gone. So actually Pragnananda generally never makes a move like rook c8, right, because there he's giving his opponent a chance to draw with knight f6. But somehow he didn't see any other way to keep the game going, and he said, okay, let me draw.
Okay, great. By the way, great play by Bartel. Definitely very impressive
Yeah.
opening, and he managed to put some pressure
Yes.
on Prague. So yeah. Okay, let's get back to the game. Very interesting moment. What did he play? Knight e1?
Knight d2. Okay, okay. Now we will see Parham's optimism. Yeah, here, like he will go either rook h8 or queen f6.
Rook h8.
Okay, rook h8 on the board. And now rook b3 is one idea that Nodirbek may want, yeah, to attack the b pawn.
Comes to the mind.
Queen f, so rook b3.
But rook b3, rook h1, disco there. It's a party night anyway, Sagar. The knights are
King a2.
very happy. Knight c, oh no, wait, queen c2 blunder. It's just
Queen f6. I mean, let's get from here, get into the game. Like this. No, this looks too scary. Yaar.
The
Amruta,
king, Sagar, the king is weak.
Parham, even without talking to us, is just convincing us with his moves that this is too scary for white suddenly.
Yeah. Oh my god. But what do you do then? Because if you go move like passive move bishop e2, there is rook h2. Right?
Yes. Right now, I don't think you should
Look,
go.
black has always 2-3 natural moves in hand. One is queen f6, one is rook h2 or rook h1.
Yes.
And white,
White's moves are not easy to find.
I would really like at some point if you are able to get something like f4, ef4, e5, and then d6.
This is too much.
Maybe you have to change the f3 pawn for a d6 pawn and hope that the d pawn is strong.
How do you win the d6? Like knight c4?
Maybe not immediately, but
Knight c4, and then if I take here,
So for this
you
one,
take here.
maybe
Could
you
be.
make a prophylactic move. First go king a2.
yeah, king a2 first, for example.
So king a2, okay.
Where do you go? Oops. Rook h1 anyway, yeah?
Or queen f6, or rook h2. Attack the knight, you go knight c4.
Sagar, can you try f4 over there?
No.
Okay, I know it will lose, but at least, curiosity will be
You just want to see
relieved.
how low the bar goes, yes?
It's not lost. Go e5 for a moment.
Oh.
Play d5 if it is a mistake.
Oh,
and
nice.
go d6 and
So-
h1 is controlled. If your rook was on h1,
Nice.
something like this could be an idea.
Very cool,
Just
Amruta.
keep in
Very
mind.
cool. Nice. Maybe if Nodirbek
No, not f4. Because
he then thinks his position is so desperate that he has to go for it.
No, if he found a move like rook c1, I'm sure he will find a best move here. We have not yet found. He's down to 12 minutes. How many moves to make?
They have to make only 4 moves.
That's not at all a worry.
No, time-wise it's fine.
And actually, this will remain the only game in the Masters, right? Which will go on. Everybody else would
If
have,
Bartel agrees to a draw, yeah.
which he will, I believe, only after using all his time, maybe.
We just got the news that Gukesh will not join because I think he has not been keeping well in this entire tournament.
Yeah.
So we can totally understand that he is not able to come. But I feel like Nodirbek is a little, you see him not totally focused. He got his pen, he wanted to write something, then he now has the pen. It does feel a little bit, he feels fidgety, there on the board. Not his usual confident self.
Yeah, no, the knight on e1, you would be a little bit scared. Normally, knights are not so good at the back rank, yeah? It's actually at the edge of the board, if you
Yeah.
think of it.
Yeah.
But still, it's
No, this f3
beautiful.
weakness is very
It's
key
such
pawn.
a base.
It's a key
there.
pawn because then everything gets weakened up. And especially then it opens up the route to the white king. That's the main thing.
So let's try to see what is it, the best defensive
Best
move.
defensive
Let's
idea. Let's think. I was wondering rook b3.
Hey, one idea. I
Rook
don't know.
goes
Queen. No, queen f7 is also protected. So I thought queen b7, knight
Yeah.
f3, knight rook h.
Queen b7 and
Rook
rook c7
c7.
you wanted, but this
But even
square is guarded. So who knows, Amruta? Your dire measures might be the best one here. F4.
Practically, I don't know.
Yeah.
But what about?
There they are.
Oh, they're
drawing the
repeating,
game,
yeah,
maybe
repeating.
repeated once. I also like how Parham is just walking around. He is not even sitting there. He is like confident. This is his thing. Like, I'm very confident.
Yeah. And Bartel repeats. And
Yeah. final.
10 times maybe they'll repeat.
No.
Chance to equalize.
But it has happened, no, with some players, you know, some ego issues, and then you're like,
Yeah,
okay,
they
I'm
are-
not going to be
both
the
of them
one,
are too
but
nice to have
yeah,
any ego issues. Yeah, they
Not
are.
here, not here,
Yes,
for
they-
sure. Never with Prague, for sure.
So draw, and now all eyes on. Let's see. By the way, just to stay here, if they talk, of course.
Can we analyze?
Can we analyze?
Of course. Wow.
And now, Amruta, for the next 1 hour, Prague and Bartel will be analyzing there, which will be an amazing session of analysis where they will, be sacrificing material, talking about what they saw and so on.
Yeah, because every moment there was like the bar was going crazy if you go wrong. So there will be a lot of analysis.
Yeah. So we have had one decisive game today of Gukesh, 3 draws, and now it's just set up perfectly. Yeah, this tournament. Like, okay, let's remove all the games now. Focus on this one because this is the main one. It's the title clash sort of. And if Maqsoodlu wins today, he really opens up the tournament. In fact, he then becomes clear favorite to win because he's on 5.5.
And actually anything can happen. We've still not
Yeah.
found the defensive idea, Sagar. Let's do
let's
that
work
now.
hard, Amruta. Let's work hard. But Nodirbek is not able to find, so I'm not really having high hopes from myself.
But Nodirbek is there with a lot of tension, you know,
Yes.
the championship pressure. Here you're not going to win the championship. So,
True.
but
do
you
you
are
think they worry for title?
subconsciously
understand
in
that
the last 2 rounds, subconsciously they would not think of it directly. But of course, they know they have to be, some decisions may get impacted.
Yeah.
Maybe we should check out Tal's game that he was always sacrificing, but in the last rounds, what used to happen?
Amruta, he went rook e3. He just says to the knight, get away.
Oh, we never considered such a move, yeah?
But
Wow.
rook h1 was your plan, no?
Yeah, anyway, go ahead with rook h1.
But then queen c1 might be a very nasty move.
Oh, you're
And you
pinning
might
the
lose
knight.
the piece.
Queen c1.
Yeah, you kind of...
You know, first you get so scared because it feels like there will be a discovered attack, but here you're actually pinning. The rook
Yeah.
is not defended.
No, this is lost.
Oh, this is wonderful.
I mean, this is bad.
Rook e3
So
and
not-
queen c1. He
Okay, good
is
move, by the way.
defending
Rook
very
e3.
well. But then you have to go back knight g2. Will they also repeat, Sagar? Knight g2,
No,
rook
but
c3,
knight
knight e.
g2, knight g2, rook b3. I improve my rook. I attack your
Does it
pawn.
matter after knight e1? What do you do after knight e1? First rook h1 check. Wait. First check. Wait. Like Anish says. Let's go back. Oh, rook h1 check.
Rook h1 check. Okay. Check, king
Yes,
a2.
king h2, king a2. Now, in fact, queen f6, rook b6, queen f4, queen takes d6. You might not care about d2. No, you will have to care about d2 because
Queen f4 or?
yeah, queen f4. If you take queen d6, it's lost, I believe.
Yeah, queen d6, queen d2, queen
to
f6
make
check,
sure
king
h6.
h6.
Queen
yeah.
h8, knight h7. Can you make those moves once? Or you're thinking of something else?
Yeah, no, I can. Ooh. 1 second.
Right.
So we were looking at knight g2, rook b3, queen f6, right? No, not here. Rook h1, king a2,
Queen f6,
queen f6,
rook takes.
rook b6, queen f4, queen d6, queen d2, check.
King h6. Still not
King
lost.
h6, because if king h7, there is rook b8 and with a mate here. So
Big
king
idea.
h6, check.
Queen h8, knight h7 would be lost, but not queen h8 was the point.
Not queen h8, yeah. But then what?
Rook
How is this still equal?
b8.
You've given up a piece.
But maybe there is no mate on the white king also. Let's say you go rook b8.
Rook b8.
Because idea is rook h8, knight h7, g5 and rook h7 would be
Ah,
a mate.
no, idea is rook here, knight h7, take. King takes, queen f7, right?
No, why? I'm getting, g5 is... Queen on d2.
G5.
Queen takes g5, sorry. Only if
Then rook h7. Then rook h7. So rook b8 and now what does black do? Let's say knight h7 perhaps. Rook h8. And yeah, maybe this is g5 is a threat. Okay, anyway, let's look. What?
let's
He
look at
went
the main
rook
game.
h2?
So rook
Wow.
e1, rook d2, yeah?
Wow.
And then he is aiming for that knight versus bishop
Wow.
finally.
Nice. Okay. No, I would go knight. If I go knight c4, he would take on f3. Wow, he's just attacked his guy who was defending here.
But Bar says it's not a good move.
Not a good move, really?
No. f4, rook d2, fg.
What's the move? Queen c1 or what?
f4 I'm thinking, but f4.
Yeah, queen
c3
c1.
check, queen
Amruta,
f6.
Queen c1.
Queen c1 is nice.
Defending and attacking. If knight g2, I wanted to go rook
Queen
e2.
g1, no over.
No, rook was hanging, so do this and this. Yeah, this could work, but there must be some
Better move. Computer says there's a better move. Let's find it. Instead of queen c1. Yeah, Sagar? Not queen c1. We have to find a better move for white. Instead of queen c1.
Yeah.
What
No,
the
first, but
bar
what is
says-
the move here for black? I didn't get it, but anyway, yeah. Rook h2
that's
instead of
what
queen
you were
c1.
thinking.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Okay, I was wondering if knight c4. Yeah, it's bad because f3
Is hanging.
is hanging.
Did you have knight f1? But for knight f1, what are you planning to do? Rook f2. You have to attack, but then rook e1, you will be piece up.
No, you have to
Actually,
do
what's
something
the
else.
plan?
Knight f1 is a
Knight
good
f3.
idea.
But knight h2, no, that doesn't work.
Yeah, knight f1. What to do with black? Rook c2 maybe is the plan. Huh? I hit your queen. Queen. Where do we move the queen? Because then I move the queen and then the knight is hanging and the rook is hanging. So maybe.
Queen
But if I go queen
b5.
b7, then rook c7 might be the move. So
Queen b5.
queen b5, there is rook c5.
But rook c5, queen e2. Your knight is getting trapped.
No, knight takes f3 at the very least. Okay, queen b5. This doesn't work. Maybe rook c5. There must be some other ways.
Wait, I'm very keen to see. Maybe queen
yes.
c7
No,
with the idea of
Amruta,
rook
just
c1.
take this because take here there is a fork. So that doesn't work. So rook c2, queen b7 also doesn't work. So there's some crazy move here which wins. Oh, I know. Maybe it's just a queen sack.
You mean queen c2?
Yeah.
Oh.
And then you have this crazy pawn, and then you go rook c1.
Queen
Queen
c7,
C7,
knight
but
e3, knight
this-
d5.
Yeah, exactly.
Man, this is brilliant queen sacrifice. He goes
Oh,
knight
he
f1.
played knight f1. Wow.
Oh, it can be missed, yeah? It can
By
be
the way,
missed.
suddenly the bar has gone in black's favor. So Parham doesn't have
That's
to
what
go
we were-
No,
we-
now it's gone in white.
He
I
didn't
don't know.
understand the move. But
Don't
Sagar,
know.
the move which you said for queen c1, you were trying to find for black, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah.
Was it over here?
No. Now this is different. Let's first think about what is the move Parham has.
Param has 11 minutes, Northerbek down to 5 minutes.
38 moves. This is the 38th move, knight f1. So there are 3 moves black has to play, 2 moves white has to play.
Sometimes in such
Before move
positions, you
time
even
control.
need 15 minutes, right?
Yeah, this is now actually got really hot because now the rook is hanging and the knight is hanging. Both are hanging. And clearly knight f3, knight h2, this could be one way to go. Then you are playing with knight versus, and then this is compensation. But I think Parham may have to choose this actually. Take on f3, take this and play this position, because the rook, if it tries and goes to attack these pawns, the e4, g4, all these pawns are also weak.
But practically, I think I would favor white because the rook, the bishop, generally black should be more careful.
Could be, but then if you don't find any other move, this is the most logical. Is there anything else you can think of? Because like move like rook h1 just loses to rook e1.
Yeah, we saw even rook f2 loses to rook
e1.
e1.
So anyway, this rook h1 has no point also. The bishop defends the knight.
Okay,
So-
one question. If you go queen f6, rook e1, queen f3, with the idea of queen f2 and b2, like things like that, is it
Sorry, queen?
f6?
And
Is
if-
it
if I take a
rook
rook?
e1, queen f?
No, but if I take
and
a
I
rook-
forgot about the rook. Sorry.
Amruta, I have one more
I forgot
question
about-
here. What about knight c2? Does that make any sense? Because if you take my rook, I take your rook.
That's a good idea.
And if you move your rook, I move my knight and hit your queen, and then I save my rook. So you may have to take.
But the same idea, no, Sagar, rook c3, the queen sack. If I go rook c3, you go knight d4, but this time you have the rook on the board. Rook c3, knight d4,
Yeah.
knight h2,
Ah, yes.
Knight c6,
Oh, you are very smart. Yes.
dc6. You
Correct.
told this idea,
Correct,
we should
correct.
not forget it.
And then the knight moves around here, and then trouble for.
Amazing that it has that time because the queen has to be the blockader, and as we know, the
Yeah.
queen is the worst blockader ever.
If we could get the knight here, only one more move, but we don't have that. Oh, we have the time. Knight e6. Why not? this
Actually, good question.
Yeah.
Why not?
Why not?
And how is this position?
Still
okay.
better for white because clearly
Knight f1, knight c7, and knight e3.
Yeah.
You stop.
it's
d5
still.
at
I mean, white cannot lose this because the queen alone can't do much. But right now, this is the live board that is happening. Parham has a few choices to make. One, take this pawn. Second, knight c2 hitting the rook. Third, rook c2 hitting the queen. And is there anything else?
And the
left?
best one is, which is the best one? Knight f3.
No clue. Yeah, maybe this one. This one is the best. But this is a little
Exchange
bit of a. It's not Parham style. It's like saying that okay, I
Little
agree
bit
that
of
I messed up
desperate attempt.
some tactics here.
He's about to play. Oh, he
knight
goes
c2.
knight
Yes,
c2.
fighting move. Knight c2. Okay, rook c3 now kind of important.
Will this queen sacrifice Nonderbeg will find it?
Yeah, sure.
But yeah, anyway, is that even winning for him? Or
may
it,
not be
it
winning.
lands up in fortress-like situation? Wow, but it's very complex.
There was one more thing I was considering. If I take here, knight takes e3, can we trap this knight somehow with the queen coming back? Because it doesn't have an escape
Queen
route.
c1.
Queen, no, but it just somehow escapes from g2. Yeah, it's not possible to trap it. So then this doesn't work. Knight h2 would be a bad move by Nonderbeg. He must move his rook. He must move it to then c3, where he's attacking now the rook and this knight. This knight is defended, so clearly no point in attacking it. And so now the only defense remains knight b4 or d4. I think knight b4 and then knight h2 as we were discussing. Knight c6, pawn takes, knight e6 coming and blockading. Amruta, this is becoming a
Yeah,
very
this
real
one is
thing.
exactly.
This
we
is becoming
really
very
need to
real. But I don't know,
analyze
like knight f1, knight c7. I don't know where to put
you
the bishop, here or here. Bishop b7,
No,
bishop
bishop
b5.
b7 looks like it's chosen a wrong career.
No, it is a good career because
How? Look
because
back.
if I can get this and get rid of it, then maybe bc7, c8 bishop might help.
The VAR says that's a wrong career. You know, it's like astrologer looking at the horoscope and saying, doesn't work.
Even this is not a good career. Maybe just come back bishop e2.
Sometimes it takes hard work to find a good career. It's a passion.
But I don't know what's the move. Maybe bishop c4. Yeah, it's tough. Yeah, this position. I mean, if we look
For
at the
both sides,
if I look
actually.
at the engine, it kind of starts giving white an edge. But who knows what the mood is like on the board? You never know who's playing for a win in such situations.
The best thing is these two players are like that. They both are thinking, I am better, I am better. And that's the fight we have on the board.
Yes, I agree. And now 38 moves are done. So 2 more moves to make. Nodirbek has 3 minutes 10 seconds. Just 2 more moves.
And he has to give the queen sacrifice in these 2 moves. But maybe he has something better. For rook c3, knight d4, let's say...
You can't move the queen. If you move your queen here, like queen b7, then my rook will also move away.
Queen
my
f6,
knights are also
queen
beautifully positioned. It's just lost then.
Even queen c4 move is passive, yeah? Yeah, you just go queen f6, nothing is attacked.
You have to give up your queen. So he is playing rook c3 on the board. Rook c3 is on the board. Okay, Parham. Now you have to move your knight. What else? Knight d4.
No,
he goes
knight
b4.
Okay,
b4.
same thing maybe.
Same stuff. Nodirbek takes it.
Man,
we have it. We have
real,
it.
as you said.
We have it. Knight takes, and 40th move reached by Nodirbek. You can see his confidence there. You can see Parham suddenly is like, yeah, he felt a little bit sad there that this happened.
Yeah. But it is so intense, yeah, this moment for them.
Knight takes c6. And now what? Amruta? Pawn takes, yeah?
Of course not rook c6.
Rook c6 is just...
That pawn is a force. It's as good as a piece.
You need that pawn for sure. c7, c8 as a threat.
It's a pawn finds a good career at least.
Yeah, the pawn has a clear plan. You need
Play
to
chess, become a grandmaster.
Become a queen.
But play chess, become an international master. It's okay. No need to become a grandmaster.
And then, yeah, so takes with the pawn. So 41 moves done. And I think Parham will also blitz out his move knight e6. Because, yeah, there you have it. They don't care.
They
40
know
moves
knight
done
is the
and
best
stuff.
blockader. I mean, it's
Yes.
just eyes closed. 40 moves done?
Yes, 41st move also done. They
Oh.
both played quickly. But now the question is, who is thinking he's better here?
As I
Bar
told
shows
you.
that Nodirbek is slightly better. But over the board, the emotions, I don't know.
Materially, how many pawns? 6 pawns with white, 6 pawns with black, 1 knight. So exactly if you see rook and bishop versus queen, where the bar is favoring that rook and bishop,
Yeah.
because that 1 pawn on c6 is equal to
Yes.
maybe...
A lot. It's equal to a lot. But my question is, Amruta, what is White's most accurate move here? Because we tried knight f1.
No, go knight f1, let him go knight c7.
Yeah.
Now here
Yes, this was the
bishop
move
c4
actually.
because you're going bishop d5 or what. But let's continue. What if queen f6 here or queen h4? Sorry, queen h4. Because there I have queen e1 and what?
Yeah, you are almost losing now. Let's see how to beat you now. Knight e3 maybe, just check. King a2, safe.
No, queen h1 check, queen f1 check. No, can't take queen f3. Big blunder, big blunder.
It's the same, yeah.
No,
you
knight f5
take-
check.
Knight f5. No, but I'm saying my plan is simple. I want to go to d5, remove this and queen.
So basically at the end of it, after knight d5, my queen will need to protect the c7 knight.
Yes.
And knight c7, queen c7 will happen and then
So-
white
so-
will be
so
planless.
Imagine you do this, knight d5, wait, take. This should be lost.
Oh, because you have bishop d5.
Yeah.
Later, rook will, like you
No,
will
just
want f4.
find some way to break in, yeah, like
No, which way?
go
Because
this
f4
way,
I thought is...
b4, take, bring your king up. I mean, black is tied up, kind of.
Yeah. g5 if you get, I think it should be winning here. After bishop
So my feeling is that Nodirbek
G5.
has the better chances, but then again, what we analyzed need not happen. You know, like there are ways for black to create counterplay.
And what is that actually?
So knight
Because
f1,
I don't
knight
find it very
c7,
easy to
bishop
create
c4.
counterplay. Maybe not knight c7. That's what the computer is saying.
Okay. Then what? Put the knight on c5. Go for active counterplay.
Don't touch the knight.
Okay.
Queen.
Go
King,
with your queen.
Can you try to take the
H4
king
now.
on that side?
Doesn't
No,
work.
no, no, king. So actually, practically, Maqsoodlu is in a real
Yeah.
tough territory, I
but,
would say.
But from the board, he's gotten up and he's moving around. You don't get that sense that Maqsoodlu is the one who is in trouble.
But then his assessment is amazing.
Who's?
Maqsoodlu. Like
Or
he's found a
Nadirbek. No, I think Nadirbek has played better, here to reach this position somehow.
Both of them played amazing.
Both of them have played well.
What is wrong with knight c5? If you force it,
So, for example, here knight f1, knight c5.
yeah.
I think only thing is that the queen is to be perpetually staying here for the pawn. We thought the knight could do the job and queen could attack. But once the knight is here, let's say bishop c4 anyway.
You get rid of the pawn.
How?
Oh yeah.
Oh, by the way, he first went bishop c4. So he's gone here. And now if knight c5, which is what you mentioned,
Yeah.
maybe there is bishop d5. Okay, there's knight a4 because then c3 hangs with a check. So if bishop d5, knight a4 might be a good pawn to pick up. Then I should go bishop b5. But then again, it's not that great. Oh, then maybe I go b3. Defending here and putting bishop here. It's a little complicated, like how to play after knight c5 here. Because a4 pawn I don't want to give up with a check. And what else is the move? When the producer ji gets up, we
There is an
realize
exciting
it's a-
move there. Yeah. Lovely.
What? G5? G5 here? What kind of
Take is the no.
Can't even- maybe it's just to bring the knight into the game or what?
Okay, let's see. Queen g5.
No, but what about knight a4 where I take your pawn with a check?
Oh, then that should be. Okay, let's understand this move.
Rook
g5.
a3 maybe or what? No, rook can't go.
No, rook c1 is fine, right?
Rook c2
what was
maybe.
the problem?
Yeah, rook c2.
Queen g5,
Queen
is
G5,
lost,
maybe
right?
C7, yeah.
After knight
C7,
a4, it's
C8.
lost. But before knight a4, let's
Yeah.
analyze queen g5 here. Because now if c7,
Yeah.
oh, you still can't stop it. So I thought,
Where the queen has no way to come back to the diagonal.
oh, then g5 is amazing because always in the future you will have this opportunity to go f4 and then f7 point will be a weakness. So
Or
bishop will
knight
be on
G4,
d5,
knight f6.
knight g4, knight f6. g5 is such a classy move.
No, that cannot
It's
be
like-
played. That
If
no
Nadirbek
human
finds
plays.
g5, he will win the game, I would say.
No, but firstly, will Parham go knight c5 here?
If Parham finds g5, he may not go knight c5.
Yes, but knight c7, is it too
But
bad?
then this not the same thing.
It's okay. Now g5 is impossible. Queen takes g5. So, I think Parham may go for knight c7, which is more safety first approach than knight c5 is a more daring approach.
But tell me, after knight c7, how is
Yeah.
white able to maintain the advantage? I'm not
I'm
understanding.
just wondering if this is the way or is there something else? Yeah, maybe knight f1 seems like the right way to go. Knight f1, knight e3. And if you go here, Amruta, queen f6, I already have knight e3. Because as you said, queen f3 is met with check and you lose the queen. So, actually, this is lost perhaps. I mean, the engine might give it as around slightly better for white, but I guess slowly it might get into a losing situation if Parham goes back. That's the feeling I get. Because I get my knight from here to here to here, trade the knights, put the bishop, then slowly bring the king, break. I guess that's how.
But if you don't go back, then there is bishop e6 is threatened, right? And then c7
No,
and
no,
then the knight.
clearly I have to.
Oh, he plays knight c7.
He played it. Okay, curious if, I mean, Nadirbek will come and play knight f1, clearly. But I'm very curious what is Parham's defense against knight e3, knight d5.
Rook b3.
Rook?
B3 instead of knight f1.
You want to play rook b3?
But then queen h4, right?
Rook b3, okay, yeah, queen h4.
Knight f1.
Queen e1.
King a2.
Queen e1 doesn't give you anything, yeah? Just
I don't know, maybe it does queen c1 here.
Knight e3.
Knight e3, yeah.
everything is
safe.
defended and knight d5 is threatened. Okay, so queen not e1. Let's go back a move.
But rook b3 should be somehow, because this pawn may not be the most important, right? Or is it? Maybe it is.
So we have to also look at some break, pawn break.
D5,
Is
huh?
there any
D5.
d5 or f5 happening? d5 doesn't look right because bishop. Now after rook b3, yes. Yeah, why not d5 after rook b3? Because if your rook was on c3, then d5
But
was
d5
not
pawn
possible.
takes pawn, Amruta. What are you?
Knight d5,
This looks.
bishop d5, queen d5 and c7,
But-
yeah, winning.
Rook d3 might just lose a piece.
Even takes c7 would
Oh,
be
by the
winning.
way, he's just coming knight f1. Yeah, he's not going for the idea of.
So knight
the
f1, here we need to find an important move which Parham also has to, and it seems like he's almost ready with a move. I don't know.
Really?
Feels like that, but no. Is it anything to do with f5, Sagar?
I don't think so.
Because there is a catch there. Can you go f5?
Yeah.
g5 is always
I just
a
want to
problem.
go knight e3 perhaps without much coming here.
You're not even taking the pawn.
No, I could, but I'm just doing this. So maybe there's something else. I think black is lost perhaps. That is my feeling practically.
Oh, can you bring the king in the picture? King in the picture. Oh my god, that is so tough.
It's fine.
It's impossible.
It's still holding, yes. Queen a8 is the move that holds the game.
No, he
Oh,
goes
but
queen
he goes queen e8, which is similar idea to what?
What?
To attack this pawn.
So, but then what Tadias mentions is b5, d5 are the ideas later.
So if
Even
we
how
go,
is
if
that
we go
happening?
bishop b5, then maybe d5.
Because ed5, knight d5, c7, are you giving?
No, knight c3 check.
Knight c3 is intermezzo.
So yeah, that's an interest. Wow.
Okay, not bishop e5, but why not knight bishop d5? Bishop d5.
But then b5.
Oh, this is so good. This is actually Maksudlu kind of a counter attack. Wow.
Queen e8.
Queen e8 is. But he did it with such calmness. He
Yeah.
didn't even use any time for
And
this.
it's like queen e8 attacks this, and wherever the bishop goes, he plays b5 or d5. Wow. Amazing.
And
Amazing defense found.
monstrous calculators.
Did
yeah?
not even think about this thing to break with d5.
d5 or b5. Finally, the pawn breaks always come handy.
But okay, it's like not the end of the line.
Pawn breaks are like the biscuits you carry in your bag when you are traveling somewhere. Suddenly you feel hungry.
Yes, it has come to black's rescue here.
Yeah.
So knight goes back, and now this time, because this knight no longer has a stable space here, is no longer winning.
Yeah, and also black will have some e4 and a lot of counterplay options.
So maybe to d5.
In fact, he
we
can
don't
create a passer.
take.
But then d4.
Yeah, d4 is.
Once I get some play, that's good. Man, queen e8 and d5 e5 ideas are tremendously amazing. Oh, so What's the best fighting move for Nodirbek is like
By the way,
something we'll
Amruta,
find.
can I take you to a game in the challengers, which is interesting because here there is some
Yes.
thought that is going on. This is between Lamy and Gurel,
Oh, king pawn endgame. I love that.
and black is not a pawn up but has an extra pawn on the queen side. White king is there.
I mean, you're saying he's a pawn up, but it's on the queen side doubled, so
Yeah.
not as powerful as it would have been.
And then here,
You can never take the g2 pawn.
yeah, you can't. And by the way, this is a very crucial game for the standings perspective because Edis is the sole leader of the tournament in challengers. And Lamy has been doing fantastically. He's half a point behind. He won last 3 rounds. Meanwhile, Jaime Santos Latasa beat Korobov. So he is now actually gone in the lead. And by the way, another thing I must mention is Edis Gurel from Turkey has a rating of 25. I think he's 2550, but he has not made his final GM norm. And this draw will give him his final GM norm and make him a grandmaster at this
Are you
tournament.
serious?
Yeah. So actually he might join us if he draws this. So a lot, he's standing there, by the way, in the distance, and it's a GM title game for him actually.
But is this sure? Yeah, it's a GM title game.
Yeah, because I got to know that he just needs a draw for GM norm, and this draw would actually get him that.
And he's very young, if I'm not wrong. Edis Gurel.
He is 2009 born, I guess. I think 2009 born.
But also, if white is able to create a zugzwang, then he would win because he wins the h4 pawn.
Yeah, because the black king has no moves, while the white king can keep moving. So how does black draw now? That's the question.
Yeah, black is the one who has to be careful. So last move was a4. Now if you take
BA.
b8 says
White waits.
king h5.
Yeah. Oh, I can take this, you take this, then I run here, then you move here, we run here.
No, it's going to be a lot of time, no?
It should be a draw. Let's try. This.
Okay.
The bar didn't even move, but but this is the draw perhaps.
Wow, this is a draw, yeah? With
Yeah.
the c3 pawn and
Yeah.
c4 pawn, your king is... Nice. Arvind will find it.
Yeah, for him it's not tough to find if it's the only way. But what a nice position, no? Like they played maybe this exchange variation of the Rui Lopez, and from there it came like such a pure end game. Because if you look here, like when you play the exchange Rui Lopez in this position, the main point is any king and pawn endgame is losing for black because white will be able to create a passer. Let's say for example here this. Now you have 4 pawns, black has 3, while these doubled pawns you are not able to create. And fast forward a few moves here, and then we do reach like a very very pure endgame where white has created a passer. But the only issue is that black is quick to create counterplay.
Yeah, in time.
Yeah.
Very much in time. Wow. So what happened to Vaishali's game and other two
Vaishali
games?
drew with Finnek. Santos beat Korobov, and I think this is a big result in this tournament because until this point, Korobov and Edis Gurel were leading with 5 points, and Jaime Santos Latasa, Abhimanyu Mishra and Erwin Lamy were on 4.5.
Yeah, it would be nice if we have standings of challengers. Maybe we can show the viewers once.
Yeah, but so this means Jaime Santos goes into the lead, Korobov wins on 5, Jaime Santos goes on 5.5.
And Erwin?
Erwin is playing right now, so against Edis, and Mishra drew, so he's on 5. And if Lamy and Gurel draw, Lamy goes to 5, Gurel goes to 5.5. So it's everything to play for in the challengers section, and tomorrow Korobo and Gurel play with each other.
Gurel will not be worried about his grandmaster
Oh,
nom
that's such a
anymore.
nice
So
feeling,
for
no?
Turkey will get another grandmaster.
Another GM, yes.
Wow, wonderful.
By the way, I
Okay,
think a big news should be announced here. I think Ansh Nerurkar from India has won the Futures group because he has scored 8 out of 9. The boy was just unstoppable, 2 draws, and the reason why he's played 9 games is because tomorrow's opponent played during the rest day, so he doesn't have to play that round. So he's already on 8 points, and I think if you accumulate all his time left from this tournament, he might have been left with around 9 to 10 hours.
Because he played so fast,
Yeah.
so many games, he ended with 1 hour and 30 minutes on clock, 1 hour 15 minutes. It was incredible.
Maybe
actually,
his rating is
speed.
close to 2200. Yeah, he's 17. I think he gained 150 points here.
Because he would also be in that bracket, I think, below age something.
Yeah, he gained a lot of rating points.
Wonderful.
Okay, coming back here, this has happened. By the way, oh no, wait, I shouldn't.
No,
I
not
shouldn't say.
happened. Bishop D5.
Bishop D5 has happened.
Now is the time
B5.
Maqsoodlu needs to find B5.
He will.
And he's looking at that square, it seems like that. So he will find it. But maybe I will join you in a moment, Sagar.
We can take a short break actually.
You want?
Yeah, we can take a short break and we'll come back because both have around 30 minutes, and I think it is a good moment to take a very short break and come back in 5 minutes or so.
Okay.
See you.
My name is Karel Janicek, and I am a mathematician and a social innovator. When I was a kid, I played chess competitively and loved strategic card games. I may have been a mathematician since birth, at least as far as I can remember. For more than 12 years, I have been investing my energy to help society in various areas such as education, the science, art, sports, the fight against corruption, increasing public participation, as well as improving democratic processes. We are now at the crossroads of history, and my aim is to help our society to successfully face the critical challenges of our civilization. In 2013, I invented a revolutionary voting system D21 to bring consensus to our decisions. With the D21 system, we will have the opportunity to elect better politicians and prevent the polarization of society. D21 is the key to saving democracy, and its implementation for political elections is absolutely crucial. Another innovative product we developed together with scientists from the Science 21 Foundation is the revolutionary mathematics game Mateso. I believe that Mateso will enable children from all over the world to learn mathematics in a fun way and help them develop critical thinking, a crucial skill in today's turbulent times of omnipresent information and misinformation. That is why we came up with the innovative board game Mateso, which brings mathematics closer to all age groups in a fun way. By playing Mateso, preschool children subconsciously gain knowledge of key information about the structure of the number system without having to know any number or perform a single calculation. Namely, the game includes a multiplication table, prime numbers, factorials, Fibonacci numbers, and the concept of zero. By playing this game, a so-called backbone algorithmic system is created in a very entertaining way. It is a natural consequence of certainty in all basic mathematical operations. With Mateso, starting primary school mathematics would no longer be scary. It will change into a fun subject. For school-age children and teenagers, this game has a similar effect. However, the activation rate of the backbone algorithmic system is inversely proportional to the age and the level of dislike of mathematics that individuals acquired during the classical educational process. For adults, this game is not only a way to teach their children the necessary basics in mathematics, but also an opportunity to find their own acquired blockages in this field and gradually get rid of them. Mathematics is all around us, and it is beautiful. However, its beauty is easy to overlook if we don't know how to look. Mateso is the way to learn it. Karel Janeček, proud partner of Prague International Chess Festival.
Welcome back everyone to the final part of the penultimate round of the Prague Masters 2024. We have one game going on, but the most important one, that is between the leader of the tournament, Nodirbek Abdusattorov, and the player who is in the second position, Parham Maksudlu. And what a position we have on the board right now. This is the live board position where the last moves were knight c7, knight f1, and I thought this is going to go like white's way if he gets the knight here. But Maksudlu played this move queen e8, which slightly inconvenienced white, because now the pawn is hanging. You have to find a way to defend it. So he defended it with bishop d5, and in came the move b5.
Queen e8 and b5 was very quickly found by Maksudlu, and really he is alert, not making it easy for Nodirbek. Sagar, did we not think that today the games will end in a draw, it will be all over very soon? But after 4 games, these guys are fighting it out there, and tomorrow they will have to start the game early.
Yes, 4 hours early.
So 11 o'clock here it starts the
local
round.
time.
That means, I don't know, in other places calculate.
Yeah. And Amruta here, what Nodirbek felt is that if he takes the pawn, the knight jumps in, attacks the rook, and then starts to get active. So he did not even bother. He moved his knight to e3, pawn takes pawn, and now this move came in rook c2.
Rook c2, which is a bad move, and we did not expect from Nodirbek at all.
Supposed to be a bad move according to the engine.
But we don't know
as we are looking at this without lines of the engine, it doesn't really, it's not very clear as to what is the way in which white can take advantage of it.
For sure. Before we go to the move rook c2, my question is, was knight c4 not a possibility? Because you are attacking d6, also a5. Was there a problem with that move?
b5 then, hitting the rook, defending.
Yeah, and now you go rook c2, rook c1.
Rook c1 maybe, let's say.
But you have defended d6 with the knight,
Yeah. And then
I
there
think
is-
you're not
then-
worried about
yeah.
a5. So
There's no c7
a3
coming.
idea at some point also could be. Okay, so let's go back. So why is rook c2 bad? The answer is there, no? Knight b5.
But
No,
now knight
c7.
b5, c7.
Oh, what about a3 first? B takes a3 and then knight b5.
a3.
B takes a3.
Take. And
Knight
maybe
b5.
Even if Amruta we don't have knight b5, I was wondering if we can use this open file now for our queen. It actually seems like a great decision to check. Now if rook b2, we can actually hit with queen a7, this knight on e3. So all that the queen needed were some targets to get in, and I think this is what rook c2 allows. a3 is a nice move that you suggested.
Wow. In a way, the bishop on d5 becomes like a pawn, and then the queen is fighting against that rook and knight. It's like rook and knight versus the queen.
That's why my idea, Amruta, here was to move the bishop back and use this square for the knight. But somehow even
still
that, maybe
still
knight
A3?
b5 still, yeah.
No, but still a3, because if you take with the rook, queen c6. If you take with the pawn, you get the b file.
Very interesting.
Wow. One thing, now in hindsight, we know that ba4, allowing ba4 might have been underestimated actually by Nodirbek.
So he should have taken here on b5 perhaps.
It was a must.
And then knight b5 and then moved the rook away.
Now
Let's say
rook c2,
c1.
rook c1 or
Rook c2 also was very fine.
A4.
Or maybe rook c4, Amruta. Just
because you
putting
want
the
to
rook
stop
here.
a4.
Yeah. Or rook b3 is also not bad, because you know the main point is that now, as you very correctly pointed out, this idea with a4 a3 which is happening here would not. Oh, by the way, he went queen b8. He did not play a3 directly. He played queen b8.
But the same idea, a3 is incoming.
Yeah,
but knight
now then
c4
goes
now.
Bishop c4. Bishop c4, not knight
Could,
c4.
could you not have gone knight c4, because that stops a3?
But then
and
the
knight
queen
b5.
would enter, right? Like queen b4, I thought, just coming in with the queen.
Yeah.
Defending here, and suddenly the queen starts to show its power.
But then why is bishop c4 such a elegant move? I am a little bit confused.
Yes, I think so. We
Maybe we can have a full screen of the board and just have a look at it.
Yes, we can do that, but Amruta, we have a special guest
That's why.
who's going to join us over here and also help us in the analysis of this position. It's an amazing guest because he's managed to achieve his GM title today. And a very young, talented boy from Turkey. Let's invite Ediz Gurel here, who's the leader in the challengers section. Maybe now joint leader, but what an achievement in this tournament. Ediz,
Hello.
let us have you on the screen. Welcome.
Thanks.
And a huge congratulations. So you achieved your final Grandmaster Nom today.
Yes, thanks a lot.
How are you feeling?
Good, but I'd feel better if I won this game.
I think the GM title for you, how important is it?
It's kind of important, but I was already expecting to get, so it's just the title.
Right. What's your current elo?
2560.
2560. That's amazing. I can see your mom there. She is in tears right now. I think it means a lot to her,
Yes,
and I
definitely.
think for your entire family. How old are you?
I'm 15 right now.
15. So you're
Yes.
born in 2008?
8.
8. And fantastic. Can we quickly have a look at maybe your game? You
Yes,
tell
sure,
us
sure.
what happened, just very briefly, a key moment, but we also want your thoughts on this one. What is happening? Because this is the key game over here that is going on. So going to the challengers section, and here, because when we checked your game today, it was a king and pawn endgame towards the end. So you played this variation of...
Yeah, exchange Spanish.
Why?
Yeah, I was already preparing this before the game. I also played it in another game. I knew I needed a draw, but I thought maybe I could push, like if I have slightly better position, so I wanted to play this without risk.
And takes. You thought, did you get an advantage?
Yeah, I thought I had the advantage here because he had to go rook c8 because he can't long castle since my rook's on d1. And now I just bring the knight to d5 and suddenly my position looks really good. And he was also annoyed, I think. Yeah, because now I just go f4, f5 and I gain so many tempo.
Wow. You do give up the e5 square for him, but it's fine.
Yeah, but I just took the knight
You
immediately.
took.
Now I have space advantage and I thought my position was really good here.
Right. So you were already thinking like this, you can win, huh?
Yeah, definitely.
This position, knight e2.
I wanted to route the knight to f3 because e5 is really weak. So I went like this, knight g1,
Ooh, nice.
and I blocked the check. Yeah, I wasn't expecting g6. I think knight f3 was slightly wrong. After I played knight f3, I realized there was a move like king e2, because now if he takes gf5, I take with the knight, and this should be better than knight f3, but I'm not sure, obviously. Yeah, to knight f3, he just took, and I had to take with the pawn. He castles, I go king e2 to get out of the pin. He went to bishop e8, which was a nice move, I think. And now he wants to go some bishop b5, c3 maybe. So I went here. He took the knight, I took. We traded everything. And my plan was to push c3, but I thought king d2 was a bit more accurate since c3 allows a d3 square for the bishop. So I went king d2 to put king c3, and I was aware, I mean, I can't lose this endgame probably,
Right.
so I was just gonna try. Now I trade the rooks, I was surely
as
winning
pieces
here.
you keep trading, your advantage keeps getting bigger.
Yes, definitely, because this 4 pawn against 3 are just almost equal. He can't create a passed pawn.
Right.
So if I can just create one on the king side, I just win the game, but I couldn't.
You know, Erwin is very, very tenacious.
Yeah,
I think
definitely.
that's one of his biggest skills. Yeah, he fights really hard. Even
Yeah, this move was just a huge blunder.
Knight g3, yeah?
Yeah, I should have played knight f4 and just keep the game going on. He'll go bishop f7. I'll probably go g3.
You can also go like king f.
Yeah, king f3 maybe, but I'm not sure. You'll go like king g5.
And then you can push, no?
Yeah, h4. I was thinking about some lines like this. King e4 maybe.
Yeah, this should win, yeah.
Yeah, probably, but I wasn't sure. No, what I did was just, I was out of my mind. I went knight g3, king g5, knight e4. I thought king f5, I pushed g4 and I win. I just create a passed pawn. Because he can't take, there's this knight f6 check.
Right.
But I just completely missed king h4. That was really bad. I could have lost the game, but I was lucky.
Ooh, king h4, and now it's like you're in some kind of a zugzwang, yes?
Yeah, I can't move my knight. I can't do anything. He took, I took, and this is some weird pawn endgame.
Yeah, we were looking at it. Somehow he had to do this, yes? Otherwise he would lose.
I'm not sure actually. I was thinking c5. I knew ba4 was best, but c5, I don't know what to do. Maybe I could go a5 and
Well, you will just wait, yes? B4.
Yeah, b4, king h5, b3.
B3
wait.
or take.
No, b3. King g2.
Finally, he has to do this.
Yeah, he'll go there again, but maybe I can win a pawn, and it will be a queen versus queen endgame. Yeah, queen first. He goes probably king a2 here. Queen b2. This is obviously a draw, but I can go queen g8 and try some things maybe.
Queen?
G8.
Here. Ooh.
And then queen c4. Yeah, but this is just a draw. I can't win this.
Right. So in the game, he did this and...
Yeah, this was the best. He just walks and I can't do anything basically. I just need to give some checks and it's a draw.
Very cool. Yeah, it was a very nice endgame that you had. And before we get to know you better, tell us what is your first feeling about this position? Don't look at the bar.
Yeah.
Although it's very difficult to not look at it, but...
When I saw this position, I was watching the games, Nodirbek had a queen, but I don't know how this happened.
Yes, no, he gave up his queen, and actually it felt like he was at this point when he, this was the situation. So they went in, he attacked the rook, knight c2, rook came here. Now the queen was attacked and he took the rook, and so he played for a win with this.
Yeah.
But it seemed like he went too ambitious somewhere. Queen e8, bishop d5, b5, and
yeah,
b4.
suddenly black gets counterplay.
Yeah.
And white can't push ever, probably.
Bishop c4, a3, and I think this move knight d5, he went knight e6, and now b3 seems to be the big error.
Well, I can't tell why, honestly. Maybe some a4, but he pushed b4. So he can go knight d4, but there's c7.
Maybe queen a7, yeah, just improve your queen, and then with your queen and knight you try to...
Yeah, but there's always this c7 whenever we try to enter with the queen.
Yes, yes. But black should have at least a draw, but this is showing like a totally winning position, so something is completely off here.
No, in game it shouldn't feel like it's completely winning for black. I think both sides think they have chances.
Yeah, yeah. It feels like there is some tactical refutation here. But
Yeah,
maybe.
queen a7 is probably right. I don't know what we can do. Maybe king a2.
Yeah.
And now, can we go queen c5?
Aha.
Yeah, but there's bishop
b3. Yeah. a4 seems like it, yes? Just open it up further.
Oh, maybe
perhaps.
there's knight d4.
Knight d4, c7?
Knight c2, and then...
Queen? Oh, and then you just checkmate him somehow, yeah? Queen f2.
Oh, yeah.
And then just over.
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, I think this is what we were talking about, that at some moment you have to let him queen
Yeah,
and then get in and use your knight and queen to mate. Wow. Okay, fantastic. That's interesting insights there, Edis. Tell us a bit about your chess journey. Which city are you from in Turkey?
I'm from Bursa.
Bursa.
Yeah.
Does it have a chess culture there? Like, are there strong players in your city?
Yeah, there's also Yağız Erdoğmuş, who's 12 and he's right now 25-40, one of the biggest chess prodigies. Yeah.
Yeah, he's 12 and you are 15.
Yes.
And you are 25-70. It seems like Turkish chess is like growing, yeah?
Yeah,
like,
I mean,
just
there
like
are many
India,
talented people.
Uzbekistan, maybe there
Yeah,
are...
there are many like 2,400 people who are 16 or 15. I mean, there are just so many talented people.
And for you personally, like, do you also study right now or it's only chess?
I'm going to school, but not like I study, but it's pretty hard because I'll have to go to school almost every day. And let's say I go to school at 9 and then I come back at almost 7.
Really?
Yeah.
And when do you practice chess then?
Well, just like 2 hours per day. Maybe.
Really? And you reach 25-7-60?
Yes.
Wow, that's amazing. You know, it's so difficult to achieve this. By the way, we have a few moves. Knight has gone to d4. I think it's given an opportunity here for knight d4, which was an incorrect move. c7, queen h8.
Oh, that's also really nice. Now he's gonna enter.
He's trying the same thing, yes?
Yeah.
Like get here, maybe take this, but what should be the move? Bishop a6?
Queen h1.
Here.
Yeah, queen g2, we just win.
Queen g2 is game over. Oof, it's a mate. Wow.
So I don't know what white should do, honestly.
Nadirbek may have to find the only move, yeah, here to hold the balance.
Yeah.
You know, you would be celebrating right now your GM title. I'm making you analyze this game.
Yeah, well, I mean, I wouldn't be celebrating too much. If I won, I'd definitely be celebrating, but this wasn't great at all.
But you still have a chance to win this tournament, yeah? Like
Yeah,
tomorrow,
hopefully.
you take on Anton Korobov, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
And who's your trainer, Edis?
I'm working with Dragon Solak.
He's here as well.
Yes.
Fantastic. And I saw you at the World Cup. The way in which you beat the Velimir Ivic in one of the first games was so good. Like you attacked really amazingly. Is attacking your style of play or how is it?
Yeah, I like calculating a lot. I can see some things quite fast, so this is my way. I don't really like positional chess or trading queens a lot. I traded here, but this is an exception.
Because you had to become a GM.
Yeah.
And how has been your experience here in Prague?
Well, I think it was good generally. In this free day, we visited some places. I also came here in 2020, and it was really good.
Nice, nice. And do you have like any aims in chess? Like you keep your mind...
Well, yeah, I want to reach 2700.
2700?
Yeah.
By the end of this year?
No, not the end of this year. But slowly I'll take it.
Fantastic, fantastic. Great. It was very nice having you here. I'm glad that I was able to witness you becoming a grandmaster because clearly this is just a milestone in your career up ahead.
Well, hopefully.
Yes, it will be, and we will be following you and your journey, especially tomorrow, because if you win, you get into the Masters, which is actually a very nice thing.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you so much, Edis, for joining us, and see you soon.
Yeah, thanks
we'll be
a lot.
back in a short break. Amruta, this is getting so exciting because both players here, Nodirbek and Maksudlu, are having to find the only moves to keep the game in balance.
And this is the most complex position we can get in the penultimate round as the last game going on in Masters.
It's like this pawn is about to queen. The queen is stopping it, but also keeping an eye to enter into the white camp. Also, the knight is placed here. There is an A pawn which wants to queen. What is this?
Craziness on the board. But tell me, before I left, Nodirbek was in trouble, I believe.
Yes.
But he's managed to stay steady.
I think Amruta here, when he played this move B3, everything went wrong.
It was
It
such
was
a bad
completely
move.
winning. Why? Because I think we analyzed with Edis that Queen A7 planning to enter here along with the knight would have been very dangerous. Like for example, C7 of course here loses the pawn and it's not so easy to stop this infiltration, knight, queen and pawn. But somehow Parham, instead of doing this, went knight d4 first, which allowed Nodirbek to push the pawn, and Parham thought, oh, this is winning now, because a check could come here. If the rook blocks, then queen comes up and forces a checkmate here. So a very nice line which we saw was bishop a6, check, rook here, and then queen h2 with a forced mate.
Wow. So I understand why Param has gone for queen h8. It's how to defend here is the question.
And this Nodirbek finds the only move here, which is rook d2. Insane
oh,
defense.
that is such a tough move. 1 second, queen h1 check.
Yeah.
Now you go king a2. And if you go queen c1, because I am not worried about your queening by the way. Queen d2, queen b2 would be a mate. So queen c1, your rook still has f2, g2, h2, 3
Well,
squares.
where is the mate, Amruta, if I queen?
Queen d2, you take
Because
king
I take
a3.
a3, yes.
Queen knight
So if I queen,
c2 and b4 is controlled.
take,
You're lost. Knight c2.
knight c2, smart. You reroute the knight. But no, I go a4 because there is no mate here. Sorry. So no.
1 second, what's the move here? Winning move.
So
Let's go back.
Not knight c2, maybe something else here is winning. Maybe queen c1 check.
King a4.
Queen a1 mate.
Oh, it's a mate. b5 is controlled.
So queen c1, king a2.
And king a2, knight c2. Forced mate on a1.
Yeah, that's
b4.
nice.
1 second, let's continue. Knight c2, b4, queen
a4. And keeping
A4.
the net
I
and
like the
mating
A4.
him. So this is actually very cool.
What a nice mate.
So queen c1, now we can't make a queen.
So rook f2, just go rook f2.
Rook f2.
Why not? a4. Let's...
No, rook f2, knight c2. Like now I'm threatening my knight here and to mate you.
But after rook f2, you know, if you go knight c2,
Yeah.
rook c2, queen c2, king a3, and then you can't stop the c8
You
queen.
think white wins now?
Yes,
Oh,
you
white
can't
wins
stop the
this game.
C8 queen.
The c pawn queens. So actually, in order to draw here,
a4 once again I want to try because if you queen, there is ab3 check.
Beautiful. Amruta, you are on fire today.
When there is an
A4.
attack, I am very excited.
This is amazing. And now AB3, if you can't queen, because then AB3 and it's just over. Bishop has to take and the queen is lost. So I think there's still a lot of
But what is the
excitement
defense? Once
here.
again, a4, what is the defense?
A4, like here. No, but not C8 queen. Yeah, we need to find a good move for white now.
But even there, what was the defense for a rook f2, a4? There was a defense.
Rook f2 is fine, huh?
A4.
A4, okay.
There is a
Okay,
defense
there's a
here.
defense. Maybe B4 is the defense. No, C4
Queen
is hanging.
C4
Sorry,
check.
sorry. Yeah.
And queen b3 mate. Yeah. This position,
This
if
is
they
so
are
tough,
playing,
and
it's
they
so
have
tense.
12 minutes left now. At some point, they will get into time trouble, and I think all hell will break loose because both of them, no one wants to draw. That's the beauty of both of them. They're Nodirbek and
If we had a
Matsumi.
heart rate here, I believe it would be around 150 maybe.
Could be.
Could be. But what is, we don't know the defense, yeah?
We don't know it, but I
And-
think our king can't move, our bishop
Okay.
can't move. Actually, bishop can't move. Knight can move. So maybe it's some kind of a knight move. Maybe.
Maybe just knight b, but AB3 is such a strong threat
Yeah.
that I really don't get it. I'm tempted to ask the engine, but I understand. We have a rule, we don't ask the engine.
Yeah, it's not so simple here. Actually, we need to figure it out on our own.
Maybe any suggestions here?
Yeah, maybe if you have any suggestions, what should be the move
For whom?
for white after A4
defend.
here? Actually, we thought we could queen.
But actually
then
now
there is-
AB3 is not a threat, right? Because AB3
no,
bishop
right
B3.
now is not a threat, but we need a move. So we wait.
You wait, rook h2.
Okay, we
what?
wait. We keep waiting.
Okay, that's
Just
cool.
wait. If he takes, you take, and then you
Yeah.
are able to hold. Maybe that's the way.
Okay, so we go back to the main position.
This is right now the main position. Parham is thinking he has 11 minutes, 42 seconds left. He has to decide what is his move going to be. Can Parham try to be tricky and first play A4? Does that make any difference? Or
Let's
it's
try
just
practically, because
just
A4.
A4 takes the pawn, and maybe that doesn't create any real chances.
Now you don't even have queen b8 with the
Yeah.
pawn on c7.
So A4
I think getting c7 was really
Yeah.
a good practical thing for Nodirbek.
True, true.
And Parham has missed some defensive ideas. Otherwise, he would not have gone into this. I'm sure he had an option of queen a7 also. But maybe he
Yeah, he
assumed
would
that
be
this is
quite
better
upset.
than queen
Yes,
a7 because
yes.
he doesn't find a defense. But rook d2 was
No,
can
rook
be
d-
missed.
If rook d2 was the only move here, then it's something that Parham didn't consider, and that's why he went here, and then Nodirbek found it. And I think what Nodirbek has realized now is that there is no way for black to win if he keeps his rook here, knight here, and everything is guarded. There is no way to checkmate.
Yeah. Let's try a move like very bad move, I believe, but knight f3. Okay, so the point is you are attacking the rook with a check.
Yeah.
Oh, it's not a very
No,
bad
it's
move.
not
I
very
thought.
bad. Okay.
Uh,
Rook f2 maybe.
Because you also attack the f7 pawn indirectly.
Also, yeah, let's do this. Rook f2.
Queen h1 now, then
Yeah.
king a2, and there is nothing because now your queen
Yeah, now it's just
is
over.
a threat.
I'm making a queen.
So I can't give a check, but I just go back to d4, yeah? Knight d4.
But now, Amruta, it's
Again,
like you
rook
didn't
f7
gain
and,
anything, right?
No, rook f7, king f7, queen.
Oh, or maybe, yeah, correct. Take and queen, and you feel like, but the thing is, you are getting checkmated here. And it's interesting because check.
Is the knight going to disco defend? Wow. Okay,
It's happened. Queen c1 on the board. The move, the analysis which we were doing has happened. Queen h1, king a2, queen c1. And now only way is to keep the rook on h2, yeah, on the second rank. And a4 will be played now by Parham, and then Nodirbek has to keep his calm and keep the rook on the second rank. And then
I think if
it's-
Nodirbek found rook d2, then he knows he will find it.
Yeah, he'll
because
find
with
it.
the theory of elimination, he will see c8 queen doesn't work, moving
Yeah.
the bishop doesn't work.
Yeah. And the bar is playing a spoil sport here by being at equal, but we don't know whether this game will end as a draw or not. Because imagine, even if you play a4, rook f2, ab, bishop b3, why is this a draw? I mean, is there no way that black can try more here?
We can go deeper in this position
Yeah,
for
could
sure.
be. But that's the thing.
But everything is tied down, right? The pawn is on c7. Your queen will always need to defend a c8 square.
Yeah.
That's one thing. And a3 is defended.
But I have my king, yeah, which can still come in like it's not yet.
Actually, king is a piece in the end game. We cannot forget
Yeah,
that.
this guy can play an important role in this game. So who knows?
Wow. So let's say right now only you start with king h6. What's
You
the
mean
threat?
here already?
Yeah, king h6. What's the threat? Rook h2 check.
Okay. king.
You
here.
don't have. There is a barrier, Sagar.
No, but
F4 is controlled.
I know it's a barrier, but is there a zugzwang? Because you don't, maybe you don't have a move. You move your knight, I
Oh,
take this pawn.
zugzwang.
If you move your rook, my king comes in. If you move your bishop, where do you move?
Oh my God, is it a zugzwang?
Maybe not. Bishop
Okay,
bishop.
but if I go rook f2, king h4, that entry also doesn't even help.
No, this would be lost completely.
Oh, he
If
goes
the
A4?
Once the king, yes, A4 is on the board.
But you are right, if the king becomes
No,
active, then that's an extra
this
piece
is tougher
for black.
for Nadirbek, I feel, than Parham. Like, Nadirbek has to be very careful here. That's the feeling one gets.
But this game deserves an applause for sure.
It's an amazing finale that's happened in the penultimate round. And by the way, if this ends in a draw, we don't have a winner yet in the tournament, because then tomorrow we will have Parham half a point behind Nadirbek. Nadirbek then faces Rapport.
And maybe we can request them, maybe you can both analyze, but instead of the analysis room over here, you can analyze.
They both can come here. True, it's possible. It's possible. Although the round starts tomorrow at 11, so
yeah,
maybe
we
we
have
shouldn't.
something crazy.
Did he
Gukesh.
play G5 here?
And that is what you,
Oh, he
was
just
going to
poured.
tell us.
He just poured cold water on all my dreams of
gets
king
6.
activation.
King is a piece in the end game, and all that Sagar is gone. But wait, is it gone? King f8, rook h8 mate. So when the rook is not on h file,
But then your king anyway
king
can't come
it can.
here.
King f8, king e8, king d7.
No, if imagine the bishop
No, but
is here,
then
there
c8.
will be a
Oh, c8 queen
yeah,
check.
check. No, I mean, of course, c8 queen would not be happening, I hope, at that point. But clearly the king, this is such a classy move.
g5. Nadirbek is. This
Yeah.
is brilliant defense actually in this whole
Nadirbek
game.
just, this. Remember there was this story when we were growing up that there was a man who said, I will now buy a hen, then I will get eggs, then I will start selling them, then I will make a house, then I will build a company, and then like that. And you make these dreams right from a small thing, and then in the end, when he gets up, something like the hen runs away or something like this.
Wasn't it about the milk, I think?
Something like that, the milk. And it's the same, I was making these beautiful plans. Oh, king comes in like this, enters here, mating attack, and then just boom, here g5. Everything shut down. So clearly now for Parham, king is out. So then he has to play with the knight and queen.
It sounded like cricket. King is out.
Yeah, king
Really,
is out
king
of game. King is out of the game.
bold.
So let's see what he plays now. I love how there are so many spectators sitting in the venue as well, just following the action.
Also in the open tournament games are going on. What does it take? Knight f3.
He took on f3.
It works with the queen on c1.
No, but Amruta, we were
think.
talking about rook f1, f2, hitting f7, right?
No, but right now if you make a queen, firstly we need to check that again. Queen then ab3 is the same problem. You can't
yeah,
make
you
a
can't queen. Queen is terrible. Just take.
Bishop.
What?
What? Really?
What?
Unbelievable.
What changed?
Bishop b3.
King b3 now. Because the knight is gone, Amruta. Forgot.
Oh, that changed.
So clearly not this. Not ab3. The knight is gone.
But for queen, then what is the plan? Knight d2 with that of queen.
No, knight d2, then rook d2. What's the move here? Because he's threatening mate in 1. So we need to act fast.
Knight h2.
No, come on.
Come on.
Then
why
you are
not?
piece down.
No, but queen b2 mate threat. What do you do?
Just finish it. God, game over. This is a mate. So, so clearly that is not possible.
It's you saw only the king side, but you forgot about your queen
Yes,
side.
this mate is such a trivial mate. The rook, now he just wants to take this. So rook f2 is kind of forced.
Knight d4 again.
Okay, going back.
Or knight g5.
Knight d2.
Knight d2 is smart. But
no,
rook d2.
No,
knight
just
d2,
be
rook
careful.
d2.
Just be careful, because here there can be some deadly ideas coming up, because now with rook f7.
No, but queen b2 is a mate threat. You need to take on d2.
No, I don't need to. I don't need
How do you defend?
to. Wait.
And
The-
knight g5.
Sorry?
Knight g5.
By the way, he go. Oh, you
instead of
don't
knight
want to
d2.
play knight d2. You want to
But-
take this pawn.
But,
But what if I just queen now?
A b3, king b3. Yeah, that's the same problem.
This would not work. So
But knight d2, Sagar, in that variation.
yeah.
Here rook f7, how is it working? I'm not understanding.
Let me think.
Knight doesn't defend b2, so it can't.
No. Let's just wait. Now this is a mate,
F7,
correct?
King f7.
If I play this,
Yeah.
and this, you are gone.
Yeah,
There's
exactly.
just
Rook
no way
d2.
to stop the queen.
That's what, rook d2 only, no?
Yeah.
Not rook f7.
Yeah, no, I was thinking rook f7 if it's working. So knight d2 looks tempting but doesn't work. So Parham now under pressure, but he's not threatening the knight. Remember? Because if he takes, it's a mate.
Correct. Can you
Keep
go
in
back
mind,
to,
b2 is a mate.
Can
a
you go back
reminder.
to d4? Knight d4 with the idea of ab3 so that you stop the queen. Yeah?
The only thing I'm a bit worried about is this discovered stuff here. I don't know how to make it work, but I'm sure it works. Let's see. Rook f7.
No,
King
it
f7.
doesn't work. It's like the
Doesn't work.
hen kind of a thing.
Doesn't work
Something
at all.
you are very,
There
very
is- there is no
attracted
there is
to.
no good check. Yeah, here king e7 and no more checks.
Knight c8. C8 knight could have been if at all it was a mate.
Yeah. Okay.
So maybe you forget about the f7 pawn so
Mm-hmm.
that you're not worried, Sagar.
And how about for Parham's knight, king to get to d7? To guard the pawn?
To go here.
Oh, I
But c8 queen is a check.
So it's yes, c8, he takes b3, bishop b3, queen c8, rook f7.
Yes. I was also thinking this line, but then
Knight b6 he wanted to play.
Knight
but knight b3.
b6.
I have knight b3.
and this is
b3.
a lost endgame.
Yeah. Nice try.
Good try, good try. But there is a win here, and maybe this is an important moment because this is what Parham
Oh
might
God.
fall for.
Oh my god.
Because if he moves his knight back to d4,
and he has to find in 5 minutes, whatever it is. But he cannot use all the 5 minutes because he will be in such a situation number of times. At that point of time, he will need the time.
But Amruta, there are so many tricks and traps. One of them is knight d4 here. And clearly there is a way forward for white to win.
This is the trappiest position we are ever seeing.
Knight f6.
Knight f6. Oh, knight f6. But what's your threat?
Knight e8 check.
And then what?
Knight d6 and then c8 queen check. No.
Oh, knight f6 and rook h2 and h7. No, that seems too long, right?
But
Could work maybe, I don't know.
But knight e8.
yeah, it should work. Knight f6 looks great actually. Yeah.
Doesn't look that great.
For whatever reason. Oh, he takes ab3.
Takes AB, bishop b3. Maybe it's
Maybe he's found the best thing.
AB,
ab3.
bishop
Yes.
b3. Now knight d2.
Remember we were actually looking at this position earlier.
No,
Now
I'm
queen
very,
b2 is
very
the threat.
curious, Amruta, about knight d4 there. So here, this position, the winning move, by the way, the only winning move was knight e7. Believe it or not, we'll come back to it. I just turned on the lines here, but anyway, I've closed it again. Rook d2, queen d2 has happened, king a3, and now it seems like this game going towards a draw.
Bishop, knight and that c7 pawn together are like 3 pieces for a
Look
queen.
at Nadirbek. Look at Nadirbek stare. While Parham stares at the board, Nadirbek stares at Parham.
Queen a5 check perpetual. Queen a5, queen d2 is one perpetual option there. But queen a5, bishop a4. Can you make the move?
It's somehow like Nadirbek, the way he's looking, it feels like he thinks he's winning here.
Oh, because queen a5 is actually a mistake. Believe it or not.
Because bishop d7, c8, queen is coming in.
Wow.
And there
that
might
is
be perpetual, like queen c5 check.
Oh, he gives queen a5 check.
Oh, blunder.
Yeah.
Blunder.
But then what was the move? That is another question.
Maybe it was queen c1 check.
King
Yeah,
a4,
maybe.
queen c6 check.
No, king b4 maybe, or then there is queen,
Queen
c5.
c5 check. So this is how you kind of keep giving
Oh,
checks.
queen a5 is a terrible move, yeah, but it's so difficult because now after bishop a4, you are threatening to queen.
And if I try to stop with queen c5 check,
I
let's
go
say.
king b3, and now you have no checks.
I have.
From where?
Oh no, e3 is controlled, b6 is controlled, no check.
No check. No check.
And okay, but when you play bishop d7, that time also in the same position, no check.
Yeah.
So queen c1, let's say I go queen c1 because that's the only move to control c8.
Okay.
Bishop d7.
Yeah, he goes bishop a4.
Man, Nadirbek is winning this.
Maybe something else.
Knight.
We have to wait.
Just take the king.
Amruta, there are still more twists, yeah, in this game. But it does feel like now white's play is easier than with the...
Yeah, because for black queen, its power is literally like, what to say, a rook maybe.
I can't
You are playing
believe
with rook versus
we are
two
seeing
pieces.
this game, Amruta, live, which is really an insane game.
Game of the day, I think, has
Just
no
game
doubt.
of the day, game of the tournament as well. I mean, clearly.
No doubt.
Stalemate.
Funny stalemate you
Sure,
found.
please.
F5.
F5.
If white takes on g6, so on f6, g takes f6,
Yes,
king f7,
yes.
c8 queen, queen a4.
A G pawn you have, right?
But I thought this is a very interesting line you
No,
suggested.
you would not get this at any moment, right?
Yeah, interesting stalemate idea suggested by one of our viewers here, but just that the G pawn was still alive.
Okay, and now Maqsoodlu is also low on time, and if
4
he's
minutes.
in the difficult situation, the 4 minutes are just not enough. And if it was something like a candidate's game, this complex, now we know the 50 minutes addition,
Yeah.
how it could very much change the scenario. That's about it.
Amruta, I was wondering if here, king b3, now there is threat of bishop d7. Is there something that black can do on this move? The problem is my king cannot even come in. Like this, these two squares are
Barrier.
controlled by the knight and bishop.
And
So there's a
f6 and h6 is controlled. So king, which could have been a piece, is
Oh, but then
again
I
a very
can do
bad
f5.
piece.
Let's just try. Because if
Gf6,
gf, king
another
f7, I
pawn.
want to just push g pawn now.
But you don't have time, no? Bishop d7.
Yeah,
There is
there's
no
no
check.
time.
So queen c1 is the only try, Sagar, over there.
Where?
Queen c1.
Here?
Yeah, queen c1, you go bishop d7, and the question is if there are by chance any perpetuals with queen b1. And you suggested that instead of bishop d7, there is a better
Actually,
move.
I think there is
But
maybe knight c3 with just wins here. Blocks it and queens, yeah.
my queen on dark square cannot stop c8, b1. No check again.
By the way, he goes
This
queen
is done.
a6 in the game. And Nadirbek comes king b4.
Oh, this is insane.
He just unpinned his bishop, threatening bishop d7. Wow.
What a brilliant game, yeah?
Yeah, fantastic.
Still completely in awe of so much amazing calculations they have been able to make.
And you know, Amruta, the bar actually switched many times. In fact, Parham had a winning position at some point. From there, he's landed up here. Now he's lost. But there is still some defensive hope, perhaps. Let's try to think what it is. For us, it's looking quite difficult. Let's say I check. King a5 maybe.
Queen a7 check then?
Yeah.
And queen b7, queen a7. No, if you go king
So then
a5. But
bishop-
don't go
we
king
have to go
a5.
bishop b5.
Yeah, shelter. Oh, computer doesn't like it. Why?
King a5, bishop a6.
Because there is no immediate threat now for bishop d7.
So then,
so-
but then I can go like
f5. Oh, there. After
why
bishop
not
e5,
Amruta, king-
f5 is possible, Sagar. Because
this way, and then use your g
no,
pawn.
not even this. That's also slow. But what is the move after bishop
By the way,
b5?
the arbiter has come to give them the score sheets because right now after king b4, it's the 60th move and Parham has gone for a check on b7.
I'm not understanding. Let's just try to find the best way for bishop b5 because I think that should be holdable.
Yes, I'm not even sure why bishop b5 is now suddenly the evaluation has dropped as such. And what is it? Is there like a very forced idea that white has to execute here in order to win? He goes bishop b5, the move which...
Oh, we need to find it. Okay. I mean, if you just completely look at the with another perspective, draw would be like a fair result because they both have played amazing. But Northerbeg,
Not a fair result, Amruta. This is not fair. Yeah, this is chess.
Nothing is going to be fair. Yeah, in this game.
Things turn in one move, I don't know what is Parham's move here to keep the balance now because he can either wait.
King f8.
Queen
just to wait.
c8 maybe.
Queen c8 I thought, but then you don't want to remove from the pin.
Yeah, exactly.
So go king f8, at least with f5, gf6, g5 is an idea in the future.
Okay.
And now
king
if you
c4,
go king...
because I want to go bishop d7.
Bishop d7. So now queen c8.
Some pawn breaks maybe.
And now knight e7
Which
is
pawn
not
break?
there. No, queen c8 is good.
Oh,
Because
f6
after
maybe.
queen-
Oh, Amruta f6. But then
No,
bishop
no.
d7.
Right now bishop d7 is a threat. We need
Yeah.
to stop. So queen c8. The point is you can't move the knight because c7 is hanging. Bishop cannot attack via a6 or d7. So if the king wants to go to b4, a5 to help the bishop,
I pin again.
again. So what is the plan with white here? Is it like a zugzwang or is it like a fortress or what? I don't even think you have to go f5, in fact.
Yes, maybe. But
Just-
maybe there is a better way. But bishop b5 was a mistake, yes?
And how are you winning here, by the way? Because if you go king c4,
Yeah.
still queen c8, and I stop bishop d7. So what is the change
The
which
only
has happened
difference
here?
is that the king is not on f8 anymore. So there is something here which I have, which I didn't have before.
Some knight
King-
f6 ideas.
Knight f6, queen c7.
You know what? Where? Exactly, when there is no check. So king b5, or you move the king
No, king
with the idea of
b5.
knight f6.
But there is no threat as such.
There is. You will go knight e8.
But then there's king f8 if you move the king.
By the way, the move played was king h7 by Parham. And
Is that a mistake? Because it allows knight f6 again. The same thing, Sagar.
it's a
the
mistake.
same
I can't
thing.
believe it's a mistake.
But shall we go to the earlier position so that we'll be able to understand why king h7 is a mistake? So when you go king c4, queen c8, at this point of time we have to find a move for white.
Yeah.
King d3.
A king f8.
King d3 has king f8, and again whatever
But
the
there
idea
is-
was.
There is something which is
King
tactical here,
b5.
Amruta. Tactical. Maybe it's related to. But king b5, queen b7. I don't think you made any progress, right? Or you
King
go
a5,
a5, then queen a7.
And
check.
king b4, triangulation. No, not king b5.
But what triangulation? King b4, queen b7.
Same, yeah.
Okay, king
King
c.
a3,
He's
yeah.
played king c4 here, and Parham comes back to g7. Parham is asking Northerbeg, show me the win. I think Northerbeg can show it now, right? With bishop d7. Just over, right?
Oh, right now bishop d7 is the simplest way to win.
Yeah. What's Parham's trick now?
Queen a6 check.
Check. Keep checking.
But he also had 1 minute 37 seconds. But I'm really wondering how
Hey,
you were winning when the king. That position, I think we
No, we'll
have
go
to
back
solve
at the end of the
problem.
game. He goes bishop d7.
Okay, this will be.
Now it's like Parham has to find. So we are
I mean,
at
if
this
Parham
position.
manages to bring this back to, I don't understand kind of position for engine,
No,
then
it's
crazy.
like he has to give perpetuals while white king has to run away somewhere. But where?
King d3 is illegal right now. King c3 just.
Yeah.
Then you give a check. We check. Queen a3. King d2. Queen b2. Oof. That's a draw.
It's
King
a draw.
a3.
It's a draw. I mean, I want us to think where is the king going where there are no checks.
So when I think king h7 was happening and whenever white got a chance to play knight f6, king was coming to d5 or what? Was it anything to do with
No, but
that?
right now, how can white win this? Because it's clear that black has so many checks, right?
It's coming back to the same position, bishop b5.
You think he has to repeat?
He has to go bishop b5.
King b3, I don't like, yeah, because somehow check comes from here as well. Oh, but that check is now blocked with knight c3 and there are no more checks. So we need some positions like this where we block the check with the knight.
Not queen d3, queen b7 check again.
Queen b7, let's see.
Oh, but
I go
still king c3 and no check.
C2.
No, king c3 no check.
Yes.
Even king c2 no check. Okay, he goes king b3.
He plays it. He finds king b3.
Oh, but then this one is over, no, Sagar, because there is no check. Queen d3 is not possible. Queen b7 is not possible.
Exactly.
So this one is over. What we are stuck is the previous position.
Maybe for Parham it's
and 1
almost
minute 45.
resignation. Yeah, now
yeah,
because
absolutely.
check king c2, and if check here knight c3, and it's game over. What an insane turnaround here, and Nodirbek showing such great fighting skills, taking the title of the tournament. Guys, this might be the...
Oh, yeah, because the results are done. Prague has drawn, Nguyen has drawn. So, in fact, this game, if Nodirbek wins, is already a champion. And
with 1 round to spare in such a field where there are 3 candidates.
And already he was world number 5 in live rating list. I don't even know where this game takes him. By the way, one of the comment in the chat earlier was this game makes me question my understanding about chess.
No, right now,
this game will question.
Nodirbek is 2-7-6-1. If he wins this, he will get 5 elo points. He will reach 2-7-6-6. And he will go ahead of
Ding
Liren, and he will become world number 4. And then only players above him are Carlsen, Caruana and Nakamura.
And he would have started this tournament with world number, what ranking, any idea?
He was at 2-7-5-0, so he was around number 12 or 13 in the world. This has been a brilliant event for him. Look at Parham, Parham.
Also his time, he would be
0-0-4, resign,
5 seconds.
Queen b7, now king c2 or c3. Just move the king on one of the 2 squares and there are no more checks.
It's the game of the tournament. I think you are very right about this. What a fight.
I think Nodirbek should come to our studio, yes?
If he's a champion, I'm sure, like, at least for a few more minutes.
That would be epic.
He might be able to. The champion's energy, you have that energy. You won't be tired. Of course, Maksudlu will feel quite sad because,
he
when
is
you
looking quite depressed there.
When you play such an amazing game, sometimes you don't want it to end in a loss. Yeah? It's like a masterpiece game for you, for your life. You would like to show it to your students, to your kids, to everybody.
Queen a6, but now if I queen, I don't think there's a perpetual. So clearly, like, this is
31 seconds now. Maybe we can just check the time. Yeah, he
king
was
here.
on 1 second, Sagar.
Yeah.
Just a move.
Nodirbek swiveling his pawn, feeling very confident, enjoying himself, knows that a queen is going to get the job done, and gets the queen, puts it on c8. Expect resignation here from Parham Maksudlu. No, a check comes in.
Oh, he's trying for perpetual.
To e2. Well, just king b3. Yes, so that next up the queen can come in to block any check that comes in. And with this, white is two pieces up. He takes on e4. Oh, Parham not giving up. Yeah, he wants to fight. He takes on e4 after king b3, queen e4.
Oh wow, actually I did not expect that.
Yeah, I also didn't expect Parham to keep fighting here. Maybe just queen c4 and yeah, you trade and okay, it's a safe win.
But he could even make Northerbeg mate him with two pieces,
How?
bishop and knight.
No, Amruta, I feel like playing a move like knight e7 is a little bit risky, no? Oh, what a move! Queen g8 and resigns. What a finish here! King takes g8 is met with knight f6 check and resigns, and they both start discussing, of course.
Perpetually, I think he said that you had to.
Instead of queen,
queen
a5,
a5.
you should have played queen
d2.
c1. That one.
Oh, he knew it, yeah? This guy?
And
King f8.
he's
also
f5.
saying king f8. Actually, he realized. But we have not yet found it. Okay, well, let's see. But I think we are able to interpret their analysis in some way.
For sure. I mean, we were looking at many of the moves that they wanted to make.
But after such a long game, they also have a round tomorrow at 11 o'clock, though for Northerbeg it is, he would be already a champion.
Yeah, no, I'm sure he
place
will be very much focused, because for him rating points also mean a lot.
And for them, one game means a lot,
Yeah.
more than anything else at the end of it.
And so we have the situation that now Northerbeg, if we can then later look at the standings, Northerbeg will take on Richard Rapport in the final round, while Maqsoodlu will take on Gukesh tomorrow.
You mean the pairings?
Yeah, these are the pairings. And by the way, these are the standings now. Northerbeg Abdusattarov with 6 out of 8, and believe it or not, Amruta, he lost one game out of it. So he has scored 5 wins, 2 draws in the remaining 7 rounds. Nguyen Thaidaiwan on 2nd position along with Parham and Pragnananda. David Navara, Richard, Gukesh on 4. Bartel and Keymer on 3, and Vidit on 2.5. Tomorrow is the final round. These are the pairings. Prague takes on David. Vincent takes on Mateusz. Parham takes on Gukesh. Richard takes on Northerbeg, and Thaidaiwan versus Vidit.
And Northerbeg lost with only one player, and that was Pragnananda. So Pragnananda beats the champion in this
He would be
tournament,
happy,
at
yeah.
least,
Prague would be
something.
happy, but clearly Northerbeg's comeback ability is just amazing. Yeah, Amruta, once you lose, you then are able to come back, beat Vincent yesterday with that dangerous line you played, then you beat again Parham. It might be a good time for us to actually check a bit of our analysis in this game.
I am some most curious moment, Sagar. What was the how was White winning there?
So in this position,
No, what
Bishop
was the defense?
d5.
Sorry, yeah. Not King h7.
King-
Here, what is the defense?
King
Why
f8.
is King f8 working?
King c4, Queen c8,
Yeah.
and
Queen
now
c8
we
you
couldn't
go.
find a way to win, right? Here, King d3, King g7.
No, but I think maybe
just
earlier
waits like
we had to see earlier why White was winning when instead of Bishop b5.
Yeah.
At this point.
How is White trying to win? Yeah, maybe King c3.
Okay.
If Queen c8 here.
No, King f8, not Queen c8.
Well,
King
let's see
f8.
Queen c here. Bishop c6.
Oh, Bishop c6.
King f8 now.
Yeah.
King b4.
You've stopped Queen b7 check.
Yeah. The moment you come here,
And
I go
if I go
bd7.
Queen
I
a6,
win.
Bishop d7, same.
So you have to wait. Now I go King b5. You wait.
King
I go
b6,
King
Bishop
b6 and I
b7.
win.
Oh. Okay, one more question. So no, don't go Queen c8. Keep your Queen on
Yeah, but
now
then I'm
King f8.
threatening Bishop d7.
So either you are threatening bishop d7 or you are threatening bishop c6 is a very important move actually.
Yeah.
It had nothing to do with the king.
So bishop b5, if king f8 here, and this is the point, like if you go here king c4, queen c8, now if you play bishop c6,
Queen a6
there's a check. So I go king c3, you go king g7,
Still bishop c6
then
should
bishop
work.
c6 works. Here, white wins. But you
But
can
what is-
go
Queen b7, you stop
F6.
bishop c6. And then there is actually no no check, but if you play gf6, g5, yeah, you get,
this pawn is.
it's like you're doing something.
So then why couldn't we do that in the previous line? Like for example, here, here, here.
Instead of king h7, he had to play f6.
Let's say queen c8 here, bishop.
c6.
Oh, here there's bishop d7.
What?
This is winning because of the 4.
No, king on h7 we should not keep.
Yeah, maybe you should go
just-
king f8, king c4.
King h8 is wrong, isn't it?
Sorry,
Instead of king h7.
maybe
Yeah,
king
king
h8
f8 or
was
king
better.
h8. Both, I guess. So queen c8 and
I
now
want to go
f6.
bishop c6, but there's always check here. So I have to get bishop c6 when my king is on c3. So like this. Now when you go here, I go bishop c6. It is very important for me to play f6. Otherwise, you have a clear plan of going here and bishop b7.
No, but
So-
f6 is brilliant.
Yeah, because
I mean,
knight takes,
keeping the
then
king
there is
on
this.
f8, queen on c. The whole
g5.
timing and the whole. No, this is brilliant. What a position. What a position.
Yeah.
I mean, one game it seems like can have like 100 positions. White to play, black to play, one book can
Sure.
be made
No,
on
this
such a
is-
position.
this is a great
It's a
game.
brilliant game.
And here, as we discussed, the win was for black if he had found the move queen a7. This was winning for black with the idea of entering into the position with queen c5, and it's just over. Black wins, but knight d4 turned to be a mistake because of c7, queen h8, and now this very key move rook d2, which Nadirbek found. I think it was because of this move
D2.
that he managed to win here, because
sure.
now queen c1, he found rook h2, a4, again g5, brilliant move, cutting the king, knight f3, he found rook f2, and now the key mistake was not rook knight d2, because there is still a draw with queen c1, king b4, queen c5, king a4, queen a7, king b4, queen b7, and it's a draw.
You have to give queen b7 only. I thought queen c5.
Also fine, also draw. So this is a draw which was, I think Nadirbek had seen. By the way, the players have gone. Do you think
Maybe
we
with
can get?
Nadirbek, if we can get it, would be great.
Let's take a short break and see if we can get Nadirbek here in the studio, the champion of the event.
We need a break or we continue?
We need a break.
Okay.
Welcome back, everyone. We have had a completely exhilarating round. Amruta, bless you. Bless
Nodirbek is blessed
Nodirbek
today.
because he is the champion of the Prague Masters 2024 with 1 round to spare, 6 out of 8. I believe his performance
And also,
would be
right now in the live rating, world number 4.
world number 4, absolutely. And if I'm not mistaken, Amruta, his performance is close to 2900 ELO in this tournament, which is just amazing. There we see the standings. No one can catch Nodirbek. Tomorrow he faces Richard Rapport. Big game tomorrow for Thaidaiwan because he is actually facing Vidit Gujarati, and who's not been in great form. He has had 5 draws and 3 losses. So if Thaidaiwan manages to win, he might well have a chance to finish second.
Yes, and for Vidit also would be very important to, fight the last game, make a comeback. Last round, whenever you win, you just feel
Go
good.
to the candidates in good spirit.
Yes.
Because this will be his last
So
game
in a
before
way,
the
it's a very
candidates.
nice matchup, and we would be very keen to see what happens there.
Yes, and Parham versus Gukesh also will be the fight for a top spot, because if Parham wins, he gets the top spot. If Gukesh wins, he also enters maybe
And not just
around
that,
top.
both of them, the kind of games they play.
They also
it's,
played the last round in Tata Steel. So it's the same pairing again. Vincent versus Mateusz would be an interesting and important game, especially for Mateusz. He would like to end this tournament in a good way.
Yeah, he played brilliantly today, was impressive opening, so he cannot be underestimated for
Not
sure.
at all. And Prague versus David. If Prague wins, he can also fight for the top 3 spots. So let's see how things roll from there. For now, I think these are the pairings and the standings. We will all see you tomorrow, 4 hours earlier.
Oh yeah, tomorrow the round starts 11 o'clock, and here in India, by the way, that would be 4.5 hours difference, not 4 hours. No.
I mean,
Okay, I get it.
No. Instead of 7:30 p.m., it will start at 3:30 p.m. tomorrow.
Okay.
But over here, local time in Prague will be at 11 a.m. So please take some rest and see you all tomorrow. Bye bye.
Stay still and by my side. So pretty and so kind. I love your leather eyes, reflecting my clothes bright. You've got to be under your skin. I'm flying in a dream. I love your leather look, reflecting my love's good. I love your leather look. So pretty and so kind.